Hey guys, tonight we're plunging headfirst, not into a cozy fantasy, but into a stark, perhaps even slightly unsettling vision of humanity's far-flung future. Imagine sinking deep into your mattress, the world outside fading to a whisper, while we voyage millions of years forward, and trust me, it's not all sleek flying cars and friendly robots. You probably won't survive this journey. Mentally, at least. Your ideas about progress might get a rather hefty reboot. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're there sitting in a cozy, slightly cluttered dining room in a house in Richmond, London, the year 1895. The air is thick with the scent of good cigars and port mingling with the subtle aroma of a recently finished dinner. The fire in the hearth crackles gently, casting dancing shadows on the faces around the polished mahogany table. Your companions are an interesting bunch. A skeptical psychologist, a mild-mannered editor, a doctor whose professional detachment occasionally slips, and the host himself, a brilliant, somewhat eccentric man, known simply as the time traveler. He has a way of looking at you direct and intense, as if he sees not just your present self, but all the versions of you stretching back and forth through eternity. Honestly, sometimes it's a bit much, especially when you're just trying to enjoy your brandy. Now he's just finished saying something absolutely bonkers. Not just out there bonkers, but flat earth unicorn riding teleportation at breakfast bonkers. He believes no. He asserts that time isn't merely a flow that carries us relentlessly from birth to death. No, my friend, according to him, time is the fourth dimension. Imagine, if you will, being lectured by a friend about how your comfortable armchair is not just wide, deep, and tall, but also paradoxically stretching invisibly forward in time. That's roughly the vibe. You nod politely, trying to keep a straight face, maybe taking a long sip of your drink to hide your burgeoning smirk. He argues passionately with the earnestness of a man who genuinely sees something you cannot. You know, like how some people swear they see shapes in the clouds that look exactly like your Aunt Mildred, and you're just there thinking it looks more like a potato. Same energy. He insists that our common understanding of reality, rooted in the familiar three dimensions length, breadth, and thickness, is fundamentally incomplete. Why? He asks, his eyes burning with a peculiar zeal. Should space be special? We acknowledge three dimensions of space, right, forward, backward, up, down, side to side. So why do we treat time as merely a progression? Historically speaking, for most of humanity's existence, the world was indeed understood as flat, and dimensions were only a mathematical concept used for measuring objects, not an inherent property of existence, or heaven forbid something you could travel through. The idea that time itself was a measurable, traversable dimension was so utterly new, it felt less like science and more like a parlor trick in search of an audience. If you can move left and right and up and down, he postulates, leaning forward, why can't you move in time just as surely? He gestures vaguely towards the grandfather clock in the corner, its steady tick-tock mocking his assertion with its unyielding rhythm. You try to reconcile his calm, measured tone with the utterly outlandish nature of his pronouncement. It's like your normally sensible Uncle Barry suddenly announcing he communicates telepathically with garden gnomes. He's very convincing about the gnomes, which only makes it more perplexing. You try a polite intellectual challenge just to keep the conversation lively. But time, you offer perhaps a little too quickly, is clearly a flowing thing, like a river time traveler. You can't just paddle upstream, can you? A mild wave of murmuring agreement sweeps through the other guests. This feels like safe, logical ground. Even a quirky tidbit you recall about ancient Babylonian calendars being cyclical, rather than linear, doesn't suggest one could jump between the cycles. It was still a one-way trip. The mainstream understanding is and always has been that we're inexorably dragged along time's current. He counters swiftly and with surprising elegance that what we perceive as flow is merely our consciousness moving through the fourth dimension. Consider, he implores, a line drawn on paper. It's just a single dimension, but if you add width, it becomes a plane. Add depth, and it becomes a cube. We perceive that cube as having three dimensions, but what if we only saw one slice at a time? We'd then see a dot growing into a line, then a square, and we'd assume it was flowing from one state to the next. His hands sketch these geometric progressions in the air, seemingly plucking new dimensions out of the cigar smoke. One of the guests, the psychologist, taps his pipe thoughtfully. Our perceptions are limited, certainly. He concedes, a touch of academic condescension in his voice. But isn't your analogy stretched thin, time traveler? This idea is novel. He chuckles a dry, dismissive sound that seems to deflate the time traveler's earnestness just a touch. Another guest, the journalist, quickly pipes up with a witty remark about demanding back pay for all the hours he's been dragged unwillingly into the future by deadlines. Light-hearted banter attempts to rein in the outlandishness to force it back into the comfortable box of parlor games. After all, if this were true, why hasn't anyone built a time machine already? We've got trains and telegraphs now. Shouldn't a temporal locomotive be next on the list? The question, the time traveler responds, ignoring the japes with remarkable fortitude, is whether we merely observe the changes that time imposes, or whether we can actively control our position within that fourth dimension. He sounds almost hurt by their skepticism, like an architect trying to explain complex blueprints to a room full of puppies. Bless his heart. He's so serious. You look at the polished silverware reflecting the firelight, then back at his face framed by dark, intense eyes. You try to remember if he's ever pulled off a particularly elaborate prank. This feels too elaborate, too committed for a joke. The whole evening has been building to this moment a peculiar tension underneath the veneer of civilized discourse. You feel a prickle of discomfort not because you believe him not yet, but because he believes himself so utterly. You feel as if you are witnessing something, well, something that will, as historians still argue whether it was true or not, change everything. For him, anyway. The truth is, most of you simply write him off as a genius with a peculiar hobby horse. A pleasant eccentric. The time traveler himself seems perfectly content to be thought a little mad if it means getting you to listen to his mad theories. The time traveler leans back slightly, his intense gaze still fixed on you, and for a moment the tension in the room thickens. It's as if he's giving you a chance to truly absorb the radical implications of what he's just said before he pulls the rug out from under your mental comfort zone. But to prove my point, he begins, his voice lowering to a more conspiratorial yet still firm tone. I've brought a little something. A model. He reaches into a velvet-lined case on a side table, drawing out a small, exquisite contraption. As he places it gently onto the pristine white tablecloth before you, you can't help but lean closer. It's breathtakingly intricate, like a jeweler's most delicate dream given mechanical life. Fashioned primarily from gleaming brass and ivory, it resembles a miniature armchair mounted on a complex gleaming frame. Tiny quartz rods radiate outwards almost like crystalline antennae catching the firelight and scattering showman who knows his punchline is about to land, observe. He takes a small, ordinary household candle from the mantelpiece, lights it, and places it squarely behind the miniature machine. Its flame flickers gently, providing a steady, warm light, eliminating any suspicion of hidden wires or elaborate lighting setups that could aid an illusion. The psychologist leans even further, squinting, trying to detect a fine thread or a cunning mechanism. His face is a mask of intense concentration. You know he's already devising a half-dozen logical explanations, a neurological quirk, a clever manipulation of perception. His very profession demands it. With painstaking care, the time traveler picks up the small, shimmering device and places it on a corner of the table, perfectly centered for all to see. He checks its alignment, its balance with the fastidious attention of a master jeweler, setting a priceless stone. Then he gently, almost tenderly, presses the tiny silver forward lever. And then, for a breath, for a pulse of your heart, nothing happens. A collective exhale might have passed through the room. Aha! And you think, I knew it, just an intricate toy. You can almost hear the soft, unvoiced sighs of relief from the other guests, all expecting a hidden puff of smoke or a small mechanical chirp. But then it does. It happens so quickly, so seamlessly, that your mind struggles to process it. The miniature machine doesn't explode, doesn't spin, doesn't even rattle. Instead, it seems to simply blur. For a fraction of a second, the polished brass, the glinting ivory, the quartz panels shimmer and lose focus as if seen through rising heat or warped glass. It's an instant of disassociation, like looking at an out-of-focus photograph of something that was only ever there for that split second. And then it's gone. Poof! Not a trace. Not a single remaining molecule of brass, ivory, or quartz. The candle flame continues to burn steadily behind where it had been, the light now falling directly onto the polished tabletop. There is no trickery of a curtain, no hidden drawer, no sleight of hand. It simply wasn't there anymore. It felt less like an object had moved, and more like reality itself had developed a temporary blind spot, and then stitched itself back up seamlessly, forgetting what had occupied that space a moment before. Silence descends on the room deeper and heavier than before. The crackling fire, the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock, the soft sighs of the settling embers, they all seem incredibly loud in the sudden vacuum left by the vanishing machine. You find yourself staring at the empty patch of tabletop, your brain scrambling. Your skeptical brain is already running through every possible scenario. A mirror trick. A fast-acting mechanism. Did he drop it so quickly that you didn't see? No, it felt wrong for a physical action. The visual distortion that's shimmering it was peculiar. The editor, typically so composed and eloquent, finds himself merely gurgling, his jaw slightly slack. The doctor, who had been resting his chin in his hand, snaps upright, his eyes wide and disbelieving. The psychologist, whose logical certainty you had earlier noted, now looks genuinely perplexed, a frown deepening on his brow as he rapidly, almost frantically, goes over the events in his head, attempting to classify the experience. Even he, you suspect, finds himself on truly uncanny territory. For example, historians still argue whether perception is truly a reliable source of information without objective verification. And right now your subjective perception just blew a giant hole in reality. The time traveler smiles faintly, a subtle, almost smug smile, but not an unkind one. It's the smile of a teacher whose star pupil has, just against all odds, flawlessly recited pi to 100 decimal places. "It is now traveling," he states, his voice still soft but resonant with quiet triumph. "Into the future." You blink. You must have misheard him. Travel where? To next Tuesday, to next year's budget meeting. The mind boggles. You try to grasp for something solid, something mundane. Maybe he replaced it with a pre-prepared, tiny, identical hollow shell that compressed into the table. No, it had to have physically vanished. He couldn't have pulled it back faster than your eye could register. But where is it? You stammer, articulating the question everyone else in the room is silently screaming internally. It's the most natural human response. Where do things go when they vanish? You don't often find mainstream historical evidence of items just spontaneously deciding to nope out of existence. Even when things disappear, they usually turn up later in an antique store or a neighbor's garage. It's a fundamental principle of the universe. Stuff generally stays put unless something or someone moves it. He simply extends his hand towards the now empty space on the table. He closes his eyes for a moment. Then with the same delicate precision, he presses the other small silver lever, the one that had been designated reverse. Again, that brief, unsettling blur. And then, there it is. Right back where it was glimmering under the gaslight, precisely as before. It just reappeared. No fanfare, no trick lighting, just an undisappearance. You could have sworn there was a very, very faint click, almost too quiet to register. But perhaps it was just the sound of your jaw hitting the floor. You examine the machine. It is unchanged, unscratched. No smoke, no scorch marks. Nothing to suggest a sudden displacement through either space or even, dare you think it, time. It had been gone, and now it was back. And for the first time, your comfortable world feels less like a solid foundation, and more like a flimsy stage set ready to be whisked away at any moment by a stagehand named Mr. Time. The time traveler leans back, folding his arms across his chest, a satisfied glint in his eye. "You see," he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, "I have merely propelled it a little way into the future, and then recalled it to the present." He looks at each of your stunned faces in turn, letting the enormity of his claims settle. A quirky tidbit from the realm of fringe physics flits across your mind. Certain theoretical physicists have mused that particles might theoretically travel backwards in time to explain certain quantum phenomena, but an entire visible machine. And the only explanation was that it had gone. When your skepticism isn't dead, not yet, but it's definitely on life support, you find yourself not just pondering a theory, but suddenly considering an utterly impossible act. That vanishing, then reappearing miniature machine shattered your sense of normal. The time traveler, meanwhile, stood back, allowing the sheer audacity of his act to settle like dust motes in the stunned silence. He had stated his claim, given a demonstration, and now the room felt thick with a peculiar kind of suspense, the lingering scent of brandy and cigar smoke suddenly mingling with the dizzying tang of impossible physics. You had no real idea what to say. Amazing tricks seemed wildly insufficient. The fourth dimension, sure, why not, felt sarcastic and inadequate. The time traveler, for his part, seemed quite pleased. "You've seen the principles at play," he stated, as if you'd merely witnessed a particularly clever calculation on a blackboard. He chuckled softly. But the true demonstration, my friends, is not one you merely observe. It is one you experience. A murmur of nervous chatter began to ripple through the room. The editor cleared his throat, probably already mentally composing headlines about baffling parlor stunts of the Mayfair set. The psychologist was still dissecting his perceptions, mumbling something about ocular persistence and delicate psychomotor skill. He seemed genuinely unsettled, which was saying something. The doctor, ever practical, simply raised an eyebrow. "And the full-sized version?" he inquired, his tone a challenge. "Are we to expect its manifestation?" The time traveler smiled mysteriously. "Patience," he replied, and then rather dramatically he looked at his watch. "Actually, I have already been gone for a while. I should be returning shortly." Returning from where you look around, scanning the familiar dining room. There are no secret doors, no trapdoors in the ceiling, no sudden shafts of light revealing a temporal portal hidden in the corner. You remember thinking that in the stately Victorian homes of the era, secret passages were certainly the stuff of Gothic novels, and not a common architectural feature, let alone a means to disappear for actual well-timed travel? Mainstream historical fact number one hangs in the air of your memory like a photographic negative burned onto your retinas. Then its instantaneous return, silent, triumphant. The time traveler had proved with elegant simplicity something so profoundly impossible that your brain was still doing frantic arithmetic, trying to reconcile the sight with the laws of physics you thought you knew. He looked at you expectant, almost challenging, but the weight of the demonstration spoke for itself. He then declared quite matter-of-factly that the very next morning he would undertake a journey with the full-size machine. You half expected him to propose taking a casual stroll on the surface of the moon next Tuesday. The following morning, of course, dawned grey and uninspired, typical of London. The time traveler was not present for breakfast, nor for luncheon, nor dinner. Days bled into weeks, then stretched into a month. His house remained silent, undisturbed, save for his devoted housekeeper, who maintained it in his mysterious absence. Your initial shock and wonder at his demonstration gradually faded, replaced by the mundane realities of Victorian London life. The stock market, your latest scandalous newspaper scoop a new theory about ancient Roman concrete. These reclaimed your mental real estate. Most of the dinner guests had returned to their habitual cynicism. Clever illusion, that, the psychologist would eventually opine, a master of misdirection perhaps. The mind plays tricks when confronted with the unusual, and that little machine was certainly unusual. You heard rumors he had merely gone to spend a month at the seaside, or perhaps engaged in some esoteric scientific conference in Switzerland, or worse, fallen prey to one of his more dangerous experiments, involving peculiar gases in his lab. A quirky tidbit of local gossip: people sometimes speculated that he'd simply done a runner to avoid his mounting gambling debts, quite common for gentlemen of leisure in those days, but you knew him better. Besides, he always struck you as being rather fastidious with his finances, which makes his disappearing act even odder. Another Thursday rolled around, another weekly dinner gathering at the time traveler's home. The group was smaller this time, a quiet acknowledgement that their host had perhaps permanently departed this earthly coil. You all sat down to a perfectly roasted joint of beef, the air thick with comfortable if slightly melancholic conversation. The time traveler's empty seat at the head of the table seemed to hum with his absence, a silent question mark. Then, just as the maid was clearing away the first course, a sudden muffled sound erupted from the hallway outside. Not a gentle knock, nor the polite shuffle of a servant, but something more akin to a desperate scuffle, followed by a grunt, and the undeniable clatter of something heavy collapsing. Heads swiveled. Forks froze mid-air. What was that? Perhaps a delivery. But a delivery rarely sounded like an impromptu wrestling match in the foyer. The door to the dining room swung open abruptly, almost violently, as if kicked rather than turned. And there he was, the time traveler, but not the dapper, well-dressed gentleman who had hosted you weeks ago. Oh no. This was a man utterly transformed, as if he'd wrestled a tiger in a briar patch and lost. Spectacularly. His hair, usually neatly combed back, was a tangled, grimy mess, streaked with dust and what looked suspiciously like a dried twig. His face was smudged with soot and dirt, and there were fresh scratches, thin lines of drying blood on one cheek. His clothes, that immaculately tailored tweed suit you remembered, were no longer merely disheveled. They were torn, ripped at the elbow rent along the seam of one trouser leg, and caked with dried mud. His immaculate waistcoat now looked like it had spent a year as a doormat in a cattle shed. One shoe was missing, the other cracked and filthy. He smelled not faintly but rather definitively of dust exhaustion and something vaguely metallic like an old engine. But it was his eyes that truly captured you. They were sunken, ringed with dark circles, but more profoundly they held an expression of raw, unvarnished terror and wonder. They were wild-eyed, blazing with an almost feverish light, darting around the familiar room, as if seeing it for the very first time. Like he'd forgotten how chairs worked, or what the color burgundy even was. He looked as if he'd not simply returned from a month-long trip, but from, say, wrestling a hydra in a cave that simultaneously collapsed, and had very aggressive, very muddy local wildlife. Honestly, if you didn't know better, you'd assume he'd merely forgotten to do laundry for 6 months and gotten into a particularly nasty bar fight in an industrial chimney sweeps convention. Even in 1895, the common historical fact is that people bathed and tried to look presentable. Public appearance was paramount. The sheer contrast between the society's expectations and his appearance was staggering. He stood swaying slightly in the doorway, supporting himself against the frame. I've returned. He rasped, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. He made a faint, pathetic gesture with one mud-caked hand towards the empty time machine plinth, as if indicating where it now sat. His expression was a bizarre mix of triumphant relief and utter crushing fatigue. You stared agape, as did everyone else. The maid, clutching a half-empty gravy boat, let out a tiny, involuntary squeak. The editor, his monocle clattering to the table, gaped like a particularly large, surprised fish. The psychologist, ever the scientific observer, was so visibly flustered he nearly choked on a crumb, then straightened his professional detachment, struggling valiantly to regain control of his racing heart. You yourself felt a chill crawl up your spine. This wasn't just a clever man, a mad inventor, or a jokester who played a disappearing act. This was someone who had truly experienced something monumental and harrowing. You couldn't easily dismiss the profound exhaustion radiating from him like heat from a furnace. He didn't just look tired. He looked as if his very bones had endured an unimaginable ordeal. A moment of absolute silence descended, broken only by the frantic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner. Suddenly much louder, much more significant, as if marking the passage of much more than mere minutes. Finally, the time traveler lurched forward, taking a few shaky steps into the room. He nearly tripped over the edge of the rug. You instinctively reached out and he leaned heavily on your arm, surprisingly frail for his normal, robust build. "Water," he croaked. "Please. And food." He glanced down at his filthy hand on your pristine dinner jacket and tried weakly to brush it off, as if remembering some distant code of etiquette from another world. "My dear fellow," the doctor exclaimed, finally, finding his voice a mixture of medical concern and utter disbelief. He moved quickly to offer a chair, pulling it close to the warmth of the fire. "What on earth? Where have you been?" "You must listen," the time traveler interrupted, sinking onto the chair, heedless of the mud he was tracking on the plush upholstery. His eyes fixed on you again, desperate and intense. I have so much to tell you. Things you would never believe." The immediate assumption was that he had some incredible adventure tale, perhaps an expedition to an uncharted continent, or a desperate climb of a perilous mountain. Victorian England was, after all, an era enamored with explorers and their grand tales. The newspapers of the day were filled with reports of intrepid individuals ticked off for you unless you were a spy or a master thief in an actual work of fiction. You simply didn't have hidden temporal entrances in your London abode. He was looking intently at a particular spot in the corner of the laboratory, his personal space adjoining the dining room. There against the wall sat a strange contraption draped now in deference to the ongoing dinner party in a large canvas sheet. It was vaguely the size and shape of an ornate armchair, though with the bulk and strange protrusions of complicated machinery peeking from underneath the covering. You had always just assumed it was some new scientific invention he was tinkering with another bizarre, albeit brilliant passion project. You had perhaps idly wondered if it was a very complicated rocking horse for eccentric adults. You certainly didn't think it was designed to leave a person stranded millions of years into the future. That's probably your fault for underestimating him, isn't it? Suddenly, without warning, you heard a faint, distinct grinding sound. It seemed to emanate directly from that canvas-draped machine. It wasn't loud, but it was mechanical sharp, and it instantly cut through the polite murmuring. Everyone froze. All eyes snapped to the covered device. A soft whirring thrum followed like a distant gyroscope. The canvas stretched taut began to bulge, slightly rippling as if an invisible force was struggling underneath it. A strange flickering light emanated from beneath the sheet. It wasn't a steady light, but an intermittent strobing shimmer, almost like a camera flash firing rapidly in low light. This effect reminds you of early pioneering work in stop-motion animation, where objects appeared to flicker between frames, creating an illusion of movement. Except here the flickering was real, raw, and disturbing. Then there was a gasp. A shape beneath the canvas shifted violently. A hand, pale and streaked with something dark, shot out from under the covering, followed by a wild, disheveled head. The time traveler was back, and he was certainly not the composed, polished man who had greeted you earlier in the evening. His face was pale and haggard, streaked with dirt and grime, and there was a haunted, utterly wild look in his eyes. His clothes, which had been immaculate, were now torn and stained. Mud caked his elegant boots, and the bottoms of his trousers and his coat had large rents exposing patches of ripped linen beneath. His usually neat hair was matted and plastered to his forehead, some stray strands poking out at odd angles. It looked as though he had wrestled a very determined badger in a very muddy field. He stumbled out from under the canvas, tripping over his own feet, and fell clumsily into the nearest chair. You heard a sharp intake of breath from the other guests. It was undeniable. He looked not merely rumpled, but profoundly, terrifyingly battered. He smelled faintly of something metallic, something like iron, and a damp earth smell foreign to the cozy room. You yourself would expect a journey across millions of years to perhaps be a little dusty. But not this. This looked like active conflict. "Good heavens," exclaimed the editor, usually quite unflappable, clearly shocked by the visceral evidence of a struggle. The psychologist had pushed his chair back a few inches, his brow furrowed in genuine concern. He might have been trying to concoct an explanation of elaborate performance art, but the sheer desperation and exhaustion radiating off the time traveler felt raw, unplanned. The doctor was on his feet in an instant, moving towards him with a physician's trained swiftness. "Are you all right, man?" he asked, concern etching his features. "What on earth has happened?" The time traveler slowly, painfully lifted a hand. It was scratched, bleeding slightly, and seemed to tremble. He held it out, showing you and the others his knuckles. One nail was split, another completely missing. That quirky tidbit about your average 19th century Englishman's manicured nails. He wouldn't be showing these off at a London salon anytime soon, that's for sure. "A scratch," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "Barely worth mentioning compared to, well." He trailed off his gaze, seeming to lose focus for a moment, as if his mind was still traversing vast cosmic distances. He slowly looked around the room, taking in your astonished faces. A ghost of his earlier smile played on his lips, but it was weary, profoundly sad. "It was an experience," he whispered, then added with a wry, tired humor, "I think I need a bath of brandy, and perhaps an entire side of beef." He laughed, a short, brittle sound before coughing harshly. "For now," he continued, regaining a semblance of composure, his eyes hardening with resolve, "I have been to the future, and it was not what any of you imagine, not even remotely close." He wiped a hand across his mud-streaked brow, leaving a new smear. "Give me a moment to gather myself. I have a story to tell you, one that you will likely struggle to believe. You sat conquering the unexplored, pushing the boundaries of what was known about the Earth, and his disheveled state certainly spoke to that kind of grueling travel. However, the gleam in his eye wasn't the satisfaction of an explorer returned. It was something wilder, tinged with trauma. "Just rest, old man," the journalist said, pouring him a generous glass of brandy. "Then you can regale us. You look like you've seen a ghost, or perhaps many ghosts, and then wrestled them for their hats." It was an attempt at humor, but the smile it produced from the time traveler was hollow, almost tragic. As he slowly began to recover, sipping the brandy and tentatively accepting a piece of bread, the faint color returning to his face, you noticed more details. The cuts on his hands seemed oddly clean, despite the grime almost cauterized in places, but fresh, angry-looking welts also marred his wrists. A particularly bizarre tidbit, a fringe theory often discussed by armchair adventurers, was the idea that sudden intense fear or shock could sometimes leave physical marks on the body, branding the individual. This wasn't that specific, but his body bore the clear signs of something incredibly traumatic and entirely unexplained. Historians still debate whether physical signs are enough evidence without a coherent narrative to back them up, But the time traveler certainly possessed compelling physical proof of something extraordinary. You could clearly see that his clothes weren't simply dirty from a normal London street. This dirt seemed foreign, almost alien. The very dust that clung to his torn suit felt ancient, as if it had traveled across more than just a few miles. He just needed to string together the words to convey the journey that had imprinted itself so vividly on his exhausted body and haunted eyes. The time machine, he began, his voice still raspy, but gaining a thread of its usual intellectual precision. I launched it, just as I said I would. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled, still stunned faces. And what I witnessed. He swallowed hard, staring at the embers in there, spellbound, the implications slowly unfurling. The battered appearance wasn't a part of the trick, not with that look in his eyes. It was clear the machine worked. He had truly terrifyingly journeyed through time. His physical state, though perhaps just a few muddy steps into his narrative, was more compelling than any philosophical debate. Mainstream historical analysis of expeditions always begins with the accounts of the survivors, often harrowing and visceral, lending immediate credence. His ragged form is his very first undeniable piece of evidence, and historians still argue whether objective empirical data, however bizarre, is always enough to convince a deeply ingrained skepticism. He sat there, allowing the silent shock to truly sink in. The flickering of the fire seemed to mirror the unsettling glimpses of whatever he had seen. The time traveler, now merely the shell of his former self, still held that powerful glint in his eye, but it was tempered with a weariness that spoke of profound revelations. The champagne, he eventually declared, holding up his injured hand, is quite secondary now. What I require is something to dull the memory, and something to ignite the courage to speak of it. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through him. He was waiting for them to acknowledge what he had almost beyond belief just demonstrated. There was no longer any need for complex analogies of 4 dimensions or vanishing models. Here in the dim light of the gas lamps, sat living proof caked in future mud, and suffering from a future shock you couldn't possibly imagine. You found yourself eager, terrifyingly eager to hear every single word of his story, even as you felt a prickle of fear at what horrors it might contain. That familiar cozy room suddenly felt very, very small, and the possibilities of the universe terrifyingly vast. He was a vision, or perhaps a hallucination of future past. His eyes still had that wild glint, and even as he ravenously tore into the piece of beef offered to him, washing it down with water. Then more brandy. His hands trembled. He was calming down, yes, but the raw experience of whatever had happened out there in that other time still clung to him like burrs to a coat. He finished the meat, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a crude gesture unbefitting his usual meticulous nature, and finally looked up, fixing you and the remaining dinner guests with an intense gaze that made you forget your indigestion. My friends, he began, his voice hoarse but gaining strength. What I have to tell you is a journey not of miles but of years. Weeks ago, you saw the little model, you observed its impossible disappearance and reappearance. You might have dismissed it as a parlor trick, an ingenious illusion. Even now, after seeing me return like some shipwrecked sailor, you might think it a tale concocted by fevered imaginings. But I assure you it was real as the brandy warming your insides, and rather less comforting. He managed a weak, almost mournful smile. He then shifted, settling into his chair as if steeling himself for the telling. You leaned forward, entirely captivated. His appearance alone was enough to guarantee undivided attention. I went into my laboratory as I said I would in the early morning. My housekeeper, bless her heart, simply thought I was off for another long scientific endeavor, perhaps building a more efficient method of making toast, which, let's be honest, would also be a noble pursuit. She had no idea I was about to embark upon the greatest and, frankly, the most terrifying adventure of any man's existence. You could picture him alone in that room, standing before the full-size time machine. You'd only ever seen it covered, a curious lump beneath a canvas. But now you imagined it the same delicate gleam of brass and polished ivory as the miniature, but magnified. This was no toy for theoretical ants. It was a sturdy, elegant creation designed to accommodate a man, albeit perhaps a man slightly shorter and less prone to consuming full dinners at lightning speed than the time traveler himself. The saddle, as he called it, where you would presumably sit, looked functional, but also you suspected surprisingly uncomfortable for anything longer than a trip to next Tuesday. It clearly wasn't designed for cross-continental touring comfort, let alone interstellar, or in this case, intertemporal voyages. He described checking the intricate dials, each one marking not a geographic coordinate, but a passage of years, centuries, millennia. He adjusted the levers, ensuring that everything was calibrated for the grand experiment. A sense of nervous excitement, he admitted, pulsed through him, a feeling akin to what the earliest aviators must have felt before attempting flight, knowing that success meant glory, but failure almost certain doom. The mainstream historical fact was that these pioneer days of invention were filled with such audacity from early steam engine. The time traveler revived slightly by the brandy, and the warm glow of the fire began his story, his voice still a little raspy, but gaining strength with every word. You hung on to every syllable, the disorienting image of his battered appearance still fresh in your mind. The others too had settled, drawn into the undeniable gravity of the moment. He looked from face to face, taking in the mixture of lingering doubt, morbid curiosity, and burgeoning fear. He knew intimately what he was about to tell you, and how impossible it would sound. You saw the model. He began gesturing with a hand that still trembled ever so slightly, but now with a strange mix of residual trauma and triumphant recall. A mere toy, a proof of concept. The actual machine is, as you can well imagine, rather larger. It took weeks of frantic work, months of prior calculation, endless adjustments, all consuming my every waking thought. He paused, looking around the familiar room, as if seeing it anew, its solid reality contrasting sharply with the ethereal realms he had just traversed. I remember the day I decided it was truly ready. The laboratory just next door to this dining room was an organized chaos of polished brass gleaming levers and flickering arc lamps. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the moment history diverges, or I become the biggest fool in history. He almost chuckled, but the sound caught in his throat. You picture him there in his Victorian workshop, a scene of incredible innovation for its time. This was an era, a mainstream historical fact, when steam power and intricate clockwork were still at the forefront of technological marvels. People were building colossal bridges, intricate engines, and grand steamships. So building an enormous complex machine wasn't in itself unusual, but the purpose of it, well, that was an entirely different kind of ambition. Think of the largest, most complicated locomotive being built for a fantastical purpose, like, say, transporting an entire house to the moon. I approached it with a strange mixture of apprehension and exhilaration. He continued staring into the flickering fire, as if recounting a dream. It gleamed, you see, its polished metals catching the faint morning light that seeped through the laboratory windows. I had designed a simple saddle-like seat for it, surprisingly comfortable, with just two levers before me. One to accelerate through time, the other to reverse, and a third smaller one to govern forward and backward motion in time. Nothing complex, deceptively so. No need for maps or celestial navigation charts. You were, after all, simply riding the river of existence itself. He mused aloud, a hint of his earlier scientific detachment returning. He recalled strapping himself into the saddle, the cool metal against his fingers as he gripped the handlebars, the silence in the room deafening save for the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. It's funny, isn't it? He remarked, a faint, almost sarcastic smile playing on his lips. For an endeavor of this magnitude, one might expect a grand dramatic launch, fireworks, a cheering crowd, perhaps even a solemn ceremony of some sort. Instead, there I was all alone, a single man about to commit the most profound act of solitude imaginable. It was almost anticlimactic, the ultimate adventure, yet performed in secret. He joked dryly, no fanfare, no confetti. I didn't even think to pack a picnic basket for the journey, which, in retrospect, was a grievous oversight. Perhaps that was the problem, always packing light. You always forget the most essential things for an intertrains terrifyingly fast to people of the day, to those who first piloted primitive flying machines. Danger was inherent to discovery. He recalled thinking about the initial fears and controversies around railways when they first appeared, how they were considered unnatural and damaging to the human constitution, because of their incredible at the time speed of 30 miles an hour. Imagine the shock if he were to describe traveling 1,000,000 years in a single afternoon to those same people. I secured myself in the saddle, he recounted, my hand poised over the starting lever. My heart was pounding like a blacksmith's hammer. The room felt alive with anticipation. This was it. No turning back. Either this mad theory worked, or I'd be picking up scattered pieces of brass and ivory from every corner of my lab. I half expected to simply evaporate into a cloud of theoretical impossibility, perhaps leaving behind a note saying, turns out it was just indigestion. He allowed himself a brief, humorless chuckle. It turns out there's no polite etiquette for vanishing into thin air. You just sort of leave. He pressed the lever. And then, he said, his voice dropping, eyes widening with memory, There was a peculiar sort of motion, not movement through space, as we know it, not forward or backward, but a subtle yet profound displacement. It was as if my very self was being pushed through something thick like treacle, but this treacle was time itself. You might feel a gentle pull, a stretching sensation, and then immediately the sense of falling. Not falling through air, mind you, but falling through duration. He painted the picture. His laboratory walls, once solid and unchanging, began to blur. The outlines of his scientific instruments, his beloved microscope, his neatly stacked books started to smear into streaks of color. It was as if a painter had taken a wet brush and dragged it violently across a canvas that was his entire visual field. The lamps, my good solid gas lamps, seemed to lengthen, to shoot up and flatten into streaky bands of light and dark. It was less like viewing through distorted glass, and more like observing a lightning-fast stop-motion animation, each frame an instantaneous jump of seconds or minutes. You tried to visualize it, imagining the room suddenly becoming a whirlwind of colors and shapes, a dizzying maelstrom where light and shadow chased each other like phantom children playing a relentless game of tag. He mentioned the eerie feeling of witnessing objects undergoing transformations he couldn't grasp, a flower wilting and dying, then a seed sprouting and growing to full bloom, all in the blink of an eye. The sheer acceleration of time passing was, he described, the most disorienting part. Imagine your entire life flashing before your eyes, not metaphorically, but literally every sunrise, every meal, every laugh, every sorrow compressed into a single overwhelming cascade of moments. That you supposed was only for the world passing him by, not himself. Thankfully, the initial feeling was predictably nausea. Imagine standing perfectly still, then being instantaneously flung at incredible speed without feeling the acceleration in the normal physical sense. You feel the sensation, the profound disequilibrium, not because you're moving, but because the very fabric of existence around you is. I recall the sound first. He explained, a far-off tone in his voice. A low hum that quickly escalated into a high-pitched shriek, like a banshee trapped inside a kettle. It was an auditory equivalent of looking at the sun. It overloaded my senses and then burned through them, leaving an unnerving silence. I could scarcely believe that my very eardrums, or indeed my entire perception of hearing, hadn't simply given up the ghost and evaporated. He then winced, touching his ear. I suspect that's why my hearing is still slightly off. He continued. Daylight and darkness became a shimmering flicker, a pulsation that rapidly accelerated. Each pulse was a full 24 hours. Soon the pulse rate increased until days blurred into weeks, then months, then years. You'd see a house rise, flourish, then crumble into dust. Forests explode with growth, then shrivel into winter skeletons. It was a terrible, beautiful spectacle, all seen through a mist of overwhelming velocity. The noise, that initial hum, had evolved into a furious roar, like a million furnaces roaring to life, then fading again as my perception grew accustomed. Or perhaps my brain simply shut down some receptors for self-preservation. He gestured wildly with his hands as if trying to grasp these fleeting visions. It sounds absolutely bonkers, but a quirky fringe tidbit often explored in philosophical circles proposes that perception itself is highly relative. We only see what our brains allow us to interpret from a narrow slice of electromagnetic reality. Who's to say what extreme temporal velocity would do to that interpretation? The time traveler, now truly on a roll, explained how he realized the implications of his actions. He was effectively rocketing through existence, bypassing countless generations, leaving behind everything familiar in a blinding flash. There was no going back in that first instant. Philosophers still debate whether objective reality exists, independent of our perception. But for the time traveler, reality was whatever fleeting blur his mind could briefly grasp from his journey. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if still enduring the journey. My very heart felt as though it were being ripped from my chest. Yet I remained perfectly still in my saddle. I wasn't flying. I wasn't accelerating. But the world was hurtling past me at an unimaginable speed. You imagine being stuck on a roller coaster that only ever went forward, never slowed down, never turned corners, simply propelled you relentlessly, unstoppably into an incomprehensible future. And the feeling, as he put it, of absolute helplessness and unparalleled power combined is a strange cocktail for any individual. He wasn't merely a passenger. He was the driver, the engine, and the sole witness to his own unfathomable journey. So there he was, the time traveler, perched on that absurdly small saddle in his meticulously crafted time machine. You can almost feel it with him now, that jolt of disorientation, as he pressed the lever, pushing not just a toy, but himself, his consciousness, into an unknown future. Remember that first subtle, inexplicable sense of displacement, like you'd sunk too fast on an antique elevator without moving? Then, as he described it, truly began. The room, his solid, comforting laboratory, blurred. At first it was like someone had taken a smudgy cloth and dragged it over a finely painted canvas. His intricate scientific instruments became long, thin streaks of brass and steel. His workbench, normally so stoic, stretched like elastic bands in a high-speed nightmare. It wasn't merely the appearance of blurring. It was the active, dizzying process of existence flying by him. You'd feel it instantly, the world around you starting to ripple. Day and night wouldn't be distinct segments of light and dark anymore. Instead, they would compress like a sped-up film. The window, normally showcasing a slow procession of clouds and a distant horse-drawn carriage, would become a furious, frantic flicker. One moment, sunlight would pierce through sharp and clear. The next, an inky blackness would envelop everything. Then another flash of light and another surge of shadow. The flicker would quicken, accelerating exponentially, until those individual blinks of day and night merged into a single, terrifying, ceaseless gray smear, illuminated intermittently by flashes as brilliant as lightning. You'd wonder if your own eyelids, used to the slow, steady rhythm of your own waking and sleeping, were now useless against this temporal onslaught. It'd be like watching a street gas lamp go on and off incredibly rapidly 1,000,000 times a second. Mainstream historical fact for you: the concept of motion pictures, even in their early rudimentary form, was barely taking root. Early filmmakers experimented with sped-up footage to show plants growing or flowers blooming over days. This was that, but on an unimaginably grand and utterly involuntary scale. Through this terrifying visual chaos, you'd become aware of profound transformations happening to the very landscape outside. The quiet English garden beyond the window wouldn't just be losing leaves, then gaining them back again. Oh no. The stately oaks in the distance, ancient symbols of permanence, would blur and shiver as their leaves raced through countless seasons. Their trunks would thicken, then age, growing gnarled and dark, then startlingly would decay, their very wood dissolving into dust in mere blinks. New saplings would shoot up in their place, growing rapidly into full maturity, living out entire lifespans, only to shrivel and vanish. The green English hills would ripple and distort, as if the very earth beneath them were breathing quickly, shallowly. Perhaps the ground would bulge up, then sink, suggesting untold earthquakes, and the subtle, relentless shifts of tectonic plates, all compacted into fleeting images. You'd realize with a growing dread how truly temporary everything is. Makes you wonder if you should bother tidying up your room, doesn't it? When your future furniture might just biodegrade into theoretical pixels within the blink of an eye. Cities, he described, rose and fell like phantoms. London itself would flicker in and out of existence in this relentless blur. Imagine a bustling metropolis full of proud stone buildings and industrious factories, suddenly shimmering, then becoming a vague outline, then dissolving into a collection of ruined stumps. New structures, strange and incomprehensible, would then rear their heads from the swirling mist, only to suffer the same fate. Grand architectural ambitions like the pyramids or the Colossus of Rhodes, once deemed eternal by those who built them, would prove no match for this ruthless passage of hypertime. What a nightmare for city planners. Think of the paperwork alone. They'd never finish a single building permit before it had rusted into dust and been replaced by something made of glowing energy, or knowing humanity perhaps slightly too comfortable reclining seats. A joke among architectural historians, even the pantheon supposedly defying millennia looks quite fragile when sped up through time at 802,701 AD miles per hour. As the time traveler gained greater mastery over his machine, he learned to regulate its speed. "I could choose," he explained, eyes gleaming, "to propel myself through epochs in the mere twitch of a finger, or I could slow it watching a single season crawl past over hours, seeing individual stars move in the heavens." The choice was intoxicating and utterly terrifying. He saw the sun itself, that fixed golden orb in the sky, begin to change, becoming wider, less yellow, eventually redder, like a vast tired eye observing its final moments. And the moon, imagine seeing its slow geological spiral drawing infinitesimally closer to the earth, with every accelerating minute perhaps even shattering into a halo of celestial debris and dust. The noise, he continued, initially a terrifying crescendo of rushing wind and tearing fabric, as if reality itself was ripping, began to evolve. It subsided. He realized not because the velocity lessened, but because his mind, unable to process the constant extreme sensory input, adapted. It was an almost zen-like experience of enforced sensory deprivation, despite the chaotic visual stimuli. Imagine how your brain tunes out the constant hum of a refrigerator or the subtle rush of traffic. It's a quirky tidbit of neuroscience that the human brain can and must filter out immense amounts of incoming data simply to function. In this hypertime, it was simply doing its job to protect him from sheer madness. Scholars still debate how the human mind might psychologically respond to truly unprecedented stimuli. Perhaps the time traveler had just become the ultimate test subject. Through this dizzying vortex of fleeting ages, the time traveler experienced moments of acute loneliness. Every connection to his familiar world, every face, every building, every societal norm was hurtling away into the unimaginable past. There were times he confessed that a perverse, irrational urge took hold of him to simply abandon the levers, to allow the current to pull him indefinitely, until he became one with the featureless gray out of deep time. But something kept him going. Call it scientific curiosity or maybe stubbornness. You have to admit that's quite a commitment to your craft when merely stopping means ceasing to exist as a comprehensible entity to anything you know. He recounted periods when he simply kept the speed lever pressed, hurtling forward at what he estimated to be millions of years per minute. Civilizations perhaps more advanced than his own might have risen and fallen, entire histories playing out in seconds, erased by the unrelenting march of time. What seemed like stable, timeless mountains would ripple and flow like molten rock, sculpted and worn away by forgotten eons. Oceans, once vast, would dry to dust, revealing monstrous new landscapes only for them to be subsumed by fresh cataclysms. It truly put the grand projects of human history into perspective. Not even the largest structures are more than a speck, a transient shadow in the geological deep. So don't stress too much about that messy cupboard. The universe won't hold it against you. The sun in his accelerated future became a colossal dull red disk in the sky, huge and oppressive. This vision, stark and terrifying, served as his anchor, letting him know how truly far he had traveled. The time traveler began to feel the deceleration, an entirely different kind of sensation, like slowing down a runaway train as it approaches its final destination, hearing the individual clicks and clacks of its mechanism, each distinct. The blur began to separate into discernible images once more. Seasons no longer melted into one another. They stood discrete, fleeting moments that nonetheless allowed him to briefly observe life returning to a more understandable gradual rhythm. He watched plants flower and decay at a leisurely pace, comparatively speaking. The Earth's pulse finally starting to slow to something comprehensible, something akin to his own. The terrifying chaos of the temporal blur was receding, being replaced by a strange sense of anticipation, an eager yearning to finally mercifully step off his fantastic vehicle. He had been hurtled for all intents and purposes through all of known history, and an awful lot of unknown, incomprehensible future. And he was almost there. Almost. The blur of time, the horrifying rush of ages hurtling past, the constant assault on your senses, it had all begun to recede for the time traveler. That impossibly swift stream of existence, like a frantic river of millennia, finally began to slow. The monstrous roar that had filled his ears softened, subsiding first to a rushing wind, then a strong hum, and finally mercifully fading to a profound, vibrant silence. The streaking colors and smeared outlines which had comprised his entire visual field started to resolve themselves to regain their sharp, distinct edges. Days no longer flickered like dying embers. The passage of time began to return to a more sedate rhythm. He watched as the moon completed discernible orbits around the now widening sun, its slow cosmic dance becoming a visible, beautiful waltz again rather than a frantic strobe light. He was actively decelerating now, using his machine's levers with a newfound precision born of desperate hope. He saw a great colossal structure looming into view ahead of him, not yet fully formed through the mists of velocity, but massive. He wanted to reach it, wanted to know if anyone still existed, or if he had traveled into a lonely dead future. The vibrations of the machine, which had been a violent body-shaking shudder, now eased to a rhythmic purr. The unsettling feeling of falling through duration diminished, replaced by a subtle, almost gentle rocking, like a boat finally finding calm waters after a tempest. Then, with a barely perceptible jerk, he stopped. Not a crash, not a violent impact, but a graceful settling. You might imagine the faint hiss of released pressure, or the soft whir of machinery powering down. For him, it was more like the abrupt cessation of an internal agonizing vibration. He remained in his seat for a long moment, simply breathing, every cell in his body still screaming with the ghost of accelerated motion. His muscles ached, as if he'd been run over by 1,000 years of expresses. His ears rang not from the recent roaring, but from the sudden, profound quietude. The sheer relief was intoxicating, a sweet, unadulterated pleasure that tasted of fresh air and solid ground. He tentatively released his grip on the polished brass handlebars and slowly, painfully lifted his gaze. He expected perhaps some new futuristic version of London, towering metallic skyscrapers, bustling automatons, maybe even sky-high traffic lanes filled with flying chariots. You know, the kind of things futuristic books of the 19th century usually predicted, like endless underground tunnels and cities of glass. Instead, what met his eyes was not quite what he'd imagined. You find yourself there with him, stepping out of the machine. The air that embraces you is wonderfully warm, almost humid, carrying the heavy, intoxicating scent of countless unknown flowers. It feels like an eternal, languid summer day, eternally caught in the golden hour before sunset. The sky overhead is a hazy, gentle blue, perhaps a little paler than you're used to. It's soft and benevolent, without the biting edge of the British climate you've grown accustomed to. But the scenery, good heavens, it's not what you'd expect from a future forged by human ingenuity. The machine had landed on a gentle slope, surrounded by what appeared to be a vast, incredibly lush, but utterly wild garden. Trees, some of them of species you do not recognize, rose into the sky like graceful, enormous plumes of emerald green. Others had monstrously huge, vibrant blossoms cascading down in torrents of red, purple, and gold, overwhelming the landscape with riotous color. This isn't a manicured English lawn. This is nature given free rein for hundreds of thousands of years, unimpeded and triumphant. Think of those pictures of abandoned villages in Asia being swallowed by jungle. This is that, but on a planetary scale. It would certainly make weeding the garden a full-time global job, wouldn't it? Mainstream historical fact, ecological succession. The process by which ecosystems evolve over time tends to favor complex, dominant species taking over. Here it seemed the plant kingdom had decided to stage a magnificent long-term takeover. The most striking feature was the sheer proliferation of plants. Grasses as tall as wheat stalks swayed gently in a barely there breeze, dotted with an unbelievable diversity of flowers. The silence was remarkable. No hum of machinery, no distant roar of industry, no rumble of carriage wheels. Only the buzz of an insect, or the faint chirp of a bird occasionally punctuated the pervasive stillness. It's like arriving at a picnic, except everyone's already left, leaving the snacks but taking all the noise with them. You notice a large, incredibly vivid butterfly, its wings an iridescent sapphire drifting slowly past your face. It's beautiful, yes, but its size makes you instinctively recoil, imagining future insects to be less cuddly. A fringe thought enters your mind. Some theories suggest that if human pollution were completely removed, the biosphere could undergo such a drastic restoration that everything would rebound into an exaggerated, pristine form. Perhaps this is it. Dotting this overwhelmingly green landscape, rising majestically from the botanical deluge, were colossal structures. These weren't the dark, soot-stained industrial edifices of his London. Nor were they the sleek, modern towers of fantasy. Instead, they were massive, exquisitely crafted buildings, sculpted from a dull cream-colored stone adorned with elegant carvings that now seemed muted by age and moss. Their original purposes were inscrutable. They looked like temples, palaces, grand libraries, or civic buildings from some idealized classical civilization, stretched to an almost unbelievable scale. You couldn't quite make out windows or doors clearly. The forms were rounded, elegant, but seemed softened, blurred by time, and the slow, insidious encroachment of creeping vines and eager lichen. One particular building stood nearby, its huge facade, hinting at incredible artistic and architectural ambition. Yet now it seemed merely to exist as a monumental ruin, like some long-forgotten Colosseum reimagined by a whimsical artist. It was the epitome of grandly ruinous structures that hinted at immense glory, but were now utterly subservient to the surrounding nature. Some historians still debate whether societies simply decline and decay, or whether a society can truly return to a simpler post-industrial state of being. This landscape certainly argued for the latter, at least at first glance. There was no scaffolding, no repair crews, no busy sounds of restoration or new construction, just elegant neglect on an epical scale. The air was still heavy with a profound quiet that felt less peaceful and more empty. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water, and that soft, almost inaudible buzzing of future insects. No human voices, no sounds of industry, no distant clang of a blacksmith, no shouts of children, no babbling brooks filled with the gossip of modern civilization. The complete absence of human clamor was unnerving. Where was everyone? He was an Englishman. The first thought should have been to seek out a public house or perhaps the nearest newsagent to discover his exact date, or if he'd been listed as missing, presumed foolish. Yet there was not a soul, not a distant smokestack, nothing to suggest a continuous, industrious human presence. You turn your head, scanning the landscape, searching for any sign of habitation. A wispy plume of smoke, a distant path. Anything that would indicate humanity had survived and flourished in this unbelievably verdant future. But there is nothing. Just the vast, tranquil expanse of lush wilderness punctuated by those colossal, silently decaying monuments. It was an astonishingly beautiful world, almost impossibly idyllic in its untamed splendor, like an untouched Eden that had long since forgotten its inhabitants. Yet beneath the beauty, a prickle of unease started to bloom in the time traveler's mind, and by extension in yours. This overwhelming natural tranquility, devoid of any discernible human activity or even evidence of recent life, felt wrong, uncannily wrong. It was like going to a vast amusement park on opening day and finding it completely deserted, rides still running, but nobody around. There was something profoundly, chillingly vacant about it. The time traveler took a cautious step forward, his feet sinking slightly into the soft, springy turf. He still wore his ragged clothes from his launch, covered in that dust of compressed time which now felt laughably anachronistic in this timeless garden. He must have looked a rather strange figure, a shipwrecked traveler in a sea of future vegetation. He felt an urge to shout, to pierce the overwhelming silence with his voice just to see if anyone would respond, but the utter stillness deterred him. He found himself thinking, perhaps wryly, that if anyone was here, they probably wouldn't have a decent cup of tea ready. And honestly, after a journey like that, a cuppa would be the most civilized form of greeting. But that too was missing from this idyllic yet unsettling scene. He was, to his astonishment, seemingly alone in an overwhelmingly beautiful, empty, ruined world. The paradox struck him then. Could paradise be this terrifying you, and the time traveler stood there dwarfed by the immense ancient buildings, utterly alone in that impossibly lush, silent garden? The only sounds were the hum of giant insects, the gentle rustle of unfamiliar leaves, and the time traveler's own breathing suddenly audible in the profound stillness. You half expected to see some futuristic metallic contraption emerge from the botanical tangle, perhaps a gleaming robotic gardener or an advanced surveillance drone. But nothing moved. Then from the depths of his long, terrifying journey, something stirred in the time traveler, an instinct deeper than any academic curiosity, the simple, overwhelming need for human connection. He found his voice a little rusty from disuse and let out a tentative call. "Hello?" He shouted, the sound surprisingly loud and raw in the stillness. "Is anyone there?" His voice seemed to hang in the air, echoing softly through the ancient trees, then dissipated into the vast, indifferent tranquility of the future. Nothing. Just the continued heavy scent of overblown blossoms and the pervasive quiet. He was just about to despair, to question whether humanity had simply withered away, leaving only these silent, magnificent ruins behind. But then, as he stood looking about in baffled loneliness, he detected a flicker of movement. From amidst a colossal pile of lush vegetation which now looked like a wildly overgrown bush, a small group of figures emerged. They didn't rush out or speak or seem surprised by his sudden ragged appearance. They merely stepped forth, curious, perhaps a little timid. And these were not what he or you might have expected from the progeny of Homo sapiens. Forget the robust, inventive, bustling humanity of the late 19th century. Forget the kind of grand, physically imposing, futuristic beings often depicted in the scientific romances of his era. These were, in a word, diminutive. No taller than 4 feet slender, and with a delicate grace that spoke less of physical strength and more of ethereal fragility. They wore flowing tunics, pastel-colored, that seemed to be woven from a light silken material that clung gently to their small forms. You notice they all look startlingly alike, with smooth, unmarked skin and hair that is soft and curling. The only variation was in the length or looseness of their simple garments. Their faces especially struck him. They were strangely beautiful, almost ethereal. Large, limpid eyes, innocent and perhaps a little blank, dominated their delicate features. They possessed small, rosebud mouths and a curiously uniform, almost childlike loveliness. There was an unnerving lack of expression, a universal blandness in their exquisite beauty. It was as if they had all been mass-produced in a future factory where the default setting for facial features was pretty and vaguely perplexed. You might almost feel a tiny twinge of envy for their perfect, unlined complexions, until you realized their smooth faces spoke of an existence devoid of intense emotions of worry of thought, perhaps even of deep understanding. Honestly, after his harrowing journey, you'd probably have the wrinkles of a distressed prune. Maybe a few worry lines are good. Hey, they give you character. They approached him hesitantly, about 10 of them moving with a curious, almost mechanical lightness, like dancers performing a rehearsed routine completely in unison. They stopped a few yards away, simply standing there looking at him with mild, unwavering curiosity. No alarm, no questions. No gosh, you look like you were attacked by a giant laundry hamper. Just a polite blank stare. The time traveler, for all his erudition, could only return their gaze with a similar mixture of curiosity and growing bafflement. These were the descendants of humanity. You can't help but wonder if they simply inherited humanity's love of soft pastels. This, of course, raises a scholarly debate: to what extent does environment shape appearance, and to what extent does it shape intellect? Were these beings beautiful because they no longer needed their intellect to survive? He tried to communicate, of course. "My friends," he began, attempting to sound calm and reassuring, though his voice was still a little strained. He pointed to his time machine, then back to himself, gesturing as if to say, "I am a stranger from a strange land, or time in this case." He tried different languages. English, Latin, even a few choice Greek phrases he remembered from his university days, just in case they were super well read. He even tried some universal sign language, pointing to his mouth to signify hunger, or rubbing his tummy to signify, well, indigestion after eating so much steak on his return. You even try mouthing water, hoping for some future telepathic reception. But they simply blinked, those beautiful placid eyes showing no glimmer of comprehension. He started to despair of any meaningful communication. Their blank stares hinted at something profound and unsettling. It was clear their language, if they had one, was entirely incomprehensible to him. Suddenly, one of the smaller figures, a girl with impossibly pale blonde hair, extended a tiny, delicate hand towards him. In her palm, she offered him a single perfectly ripe flower. Not a universal gesture of distress, but perhaps a universal gesture of peace. Or maybe she just thought he looked sad and needed a pretty flower. She wasn't wrong. He looked utterly devastated by what he'd seen of humanity so far. This gesture, so innocent yet so profound in its silence, melted some of his terror. He accepted the flower. It felt oddly cool against his calloused, dirt-smeared hand. As he held it, the others seemed to nod in unison, as if he had just passed some silent, simple test. They then smiled. And this was the truly astonishing part: their smiles were genuine, broad, and utterly innocent. They radiated a profound, almost primal joy, entirely devoid of malice, irony, or even complex amusement. They didn't laugh at his tattered appearance or his grimy face, they just smiled with him. It was a purity that seemed almost unreal given the complex, often cruel society he had left behind. Then the strangest thing happened. They started giggling, softly at first, then escalating into a chorus of light musical laughter that echoed delicately through the garden, and they began to approach him more freely, patting him on his grimy arm, their tiny hands remarkably soft. One of them, a little boy, pointed to his wild hair, then to his own perfectly coiffed, smooth head, and giggled again. He was laughing, it seemed, not maliciously, but with the pure, unadulterated delight of a child pointing out a comical difference. The time traveler found himself almost against his will chuckling too. This quirky tidbit might suggest a universal truth: sometimes humor needs no words, only recognition of shared absurdity. You think of how sometimes you'll encounter a kitten or a baby, and you just want to smile at them, even if you don't speak their language, or meow age in the case of the kitten. This was like that, but amplified to an entirely new scale. They then began to make small bird-like chirping sounds amongst themselves, a soft musical language, full of gentle inflections, but with no apparent emphasis or deep structure. It sounded like the kind of language you'd hear from a particularly charming but extremely dim parakeet. Mainstream historical linguistics, you recall, postulates that the complexity of language correlates strongly with the complexity of social structure and thought processes. Here it seemed a great deal of that complexity had simply faded, or perhaps was never needed. The time traveler slowly removed his battered bowler hat, trying to bow and return, a strange old-world gesture for such a far-flung future. the dust of countless centuries sprinkled from it. He decided then and there that he needed to bathe, but first he needed to try and learn something about these new delicate denizens of Earth's 802-701 AD. He had come here, he knew, to observe the trajectory of humanity. This, he realized with a sinking feeling, was a humanity stripped bare, reduced to something he could barely recognize. He spent the first hour among them. They brought him fruits, luscious, succulent, vibrant things he had never seen before, tasting of concentrated sunlight and a strange, sweet earthiness. They didn't hunt or toil or gather anything but the fruit directly around them. The vast gardens seemed to produce sustenance effortlessly, spontaneously, requiring no cultivation, no careful husbandry. It felt almost like being served by perpetually eager, overly friendly, extremely polite, tiny future toddlers. The sheer effortlessness of their existence and the immediate universal good nature they exhibited struck him as almost bizarre. No suspicion, no hostility, no obvious pecking order. As you spend time watching them, walking alongside them through the incredibly lush gardens, it starts to become clear. These people, for they were certainly people, were incredibly innocent. So innocent, in fact, that it was almost horrifying. There seemed to be no knowledge of fear, no concept of pain, no shadow of worry in their clear, beautiful eyes. They danced, played simple, elegant games, and shared food with absolute impartiality. It seemed almost too good to be true. And you know what they say about things that seem too good to be true, don't you? You suspect this utopian facade will begin to fray under the light of further scrutiny. And scholarly debate in this case would definitely ask if such innocence truly equates to true happiness, or merely a lack of complex experience. He, the time traveler, probably felt a knot in his stomach even while accepting their gifts. A feeling that beneath the perfect, simple, happy surface of this world, something profoundly unsettling was lurking. You're there observing alongside the time traveler, as the tiny, beautiful figures of the Eloi glide effortlessly through their endless summer. The profound innocence they radiated, that genuine, unfiltered joy when you shared the simple gift of a flower. It was unlike anything you had ever encountered. The time traveler, after his initial frantic inquiries had met only with their uncomprehending smiles, began to simply observe. It was after all his scientific purpose here. And what did you see? A life that seemed at first glance the epitome of paradise. Imagine an existence where the phrase Monday morning dread means absolutely nothing. No alarming clanging of factory bells at dawn. No endless commutes in horse-drawn cabs through London's perpetually muddy streets. No looming deadlines, no tedious ledgers, no difficult conversations with grumpy landladies or particularly insistent tax collectors. My friends, this is a world where all that vanished. No taxes. A utopia indeed. The Eloi spent their days in an idyllic, unbroken leisure. They frolicked like carefree children, engaging in light, almost weightless dances on the lush turf. They would pick the sweet, abundant fruit that grew spontaneously and abundantly from every tree, and share it amongst themselves with an absolute, unfailing courtesy that would make even the most polished Victorian drawing room etiquette seem rough and unrefined. There was no jostling, no hoarding, no competition over the ripest plum or the sweetest pear. If you wanted a perfect strawberry, it seemed one would simply manifest itself unbidden for your eager consumption. It's enough to make you deeply suspicious of anyone who still bothers to harvest fruit, frankly. They rested for long, languid hours in the shade of colossal, brightly blooming trees, their soft tunics rippling in the gentle breeze. You'd occasionally see them dip into crystal-clear streams, perhaps to bathe, or merely to splash each other with delightful bird-like giggles. They wore no ornaments, no signs of status, no particular adornment that distinguished one from another. They looked astonishingly beautifully uniform. This uniform beauty struck the time traveler, and you as both exquisite and profoundly disconcerting. Their physical features were incredibly delicate, their movements graceful, almost languid. There was a lack of any muscular development or athletic prowess. They appeared almost porcelain-like in their fragility, as if a strong gust of wind might actually pick them up and deposit them neatly in the next century, which, given the circumstance, would be an irony you could genuinely appreciate. This endless play, this perfect courtesy, this profound, unwavering gentleness, it raised profound questions. Where did their clothing come from? Who built and maintained the vast, decaying structures that dotted the landscape? What was the source of the immense energy that powered their simple, joyful lives? The answer seemed to be nothing. Absolutely nothing. There were no workshops, no visible signs of agriculture. No smoke rising from industrial chimneys, no sound of hammer against anvil, no whirring of looms. Not a single hoe plow or even a basic weaving implement could be seen anywhere. It was as if all the necessities of life had been solved so long ago that their solutions had themselves evaporated into an forgotten past. Mainstream historical fact, every single known human civilization from ancient Sumer to modern London has always been predicated on labor, on production, on the extraction and transformation of resources. The sheer lack of effort in this world was historically unprecedented. You also noted the complete absence of any signs of intellectual pursuit. No books, no scrolls, no archives of information or artistic endeavor. Not a single painting adorned the walls of the colossal ruins they occasionally visited. Nor was there any attempt at artistic creation in the way you understood it. No statues, no music save their soft chirps and giggles, no elaborate stories, no debates. Their language, as noted, was simplistic, melodic, but apparently devoid of any complex conceptualization. Their faces, though beautiful, rarely showed anything deeper than curiosity or mild pleasure. It was frankly a rather frightening prospect. Could ultimate leisure and abundance lead to intellectual and emotional stagnation? You might wonder if they still remember how to calculate simple sums, or even if they've forgotten how to find their own nose if prompted. If your history professors ever taught you about the idle rich back in university, they likely warned about decline. These Eloi are that, but on an entire species level. The time traveler formulated his initial hypothesis. He concluded that this seemingly idyllic society represented the ultimate triumph of human progress. Humanity had conquered nature, eradicated disease, eliminated hardship, and solved the perennial problems of labor and scarcity. Imagine a world where automated systems provided all food, all shelter, all comforts, needing no input from human hands. In essence, humanity had, through long centuries of ingenuity, made itself obsolete in the most comfortable way possible. With every generation, he reasoned the need for intellect, for physical strength, for emotional complexity must have withered away. Why be strong if you never needed to defend yourself? Why be smart if all problems were already solved for you? Why experience profound sadness when there was nothing to be sad about? Or great ambition when everything was already provided? It's like building the perfect automated house and then slowly forgetting how to tie your own shoelaces because the robot does it for you. This rather depressing fringe tidbit, sometimes seen in certain evolutionary theories, is the idea that traits unneeded will simply over millennia fade away. The Eloi were humanity without purpose, drifting in a permanent childhood. He saw further proof of this in their behavior. When he found a huge, abandoned, seemingly dangerous old building, likely an ancient museum or library, he was eager to explore it, expecting perhaps to find the forgotten records of this strange future. The Eloi, however, shrank away from it, exhibiting a childlike aversion to anything dark or unfamiliar. They seemed to possess a fear, a primal terror of darkness, shadows, or even a mild draught. Their very purity, it seemed, also made them incredibly fragile. He couldn't imagine them standing up to anything remotely resembling Victorian weather, let alone actual threats. You recall reading about children during the mainstream historical era of the Blitz, how even under terrible conditions they exhibited remarkable resilience. These Eloi couldn't handle a cloudy Tuesday, let alone a bombing raid. So this was utopia, a world without suffering, but also it seemed a world without striving. A world of eternal pleasantness, devoid of profound thought, art, innovation, or even strong emotions. Was this the endpoint of human ambition? Is this what we work towards? A world of happy, beautiful, utterly feckless children? He pondered that deeply troubling question. Had the human race, after achieving its peak, simply decided to gently recede into something less complex? Historians still argue whether societal complexity inevitably leads to decline, or if stagnation is a unique kind of societal death. He himself must have felt that very personal, uncomfortable knot of unease about the kind of legacy his ancestors, meaning him and his society, were building for themselves. He noticed other small things. A crumbling ruin in the distance. The time traveler gestured towards it. One of the Eloi looked, smiled blankly, and offered him another flower. It was a complete disinterest in their own past, their own heritage, their own future. They lived purely in the delightful, immediate present, untroubled by grander questions. You spend a little more time among them, joining in their light games, marveling at their seemingly perfect existence. You eat more of the ambrosial fruits and relax under the massive blossoming trees. The initial dread in this tranquil moment has softened into a gentle melancholy. It's hard to feel angry or afraid of being so utterly charming and inoffensive. They are incapable of deception, incapable of malice, and you suspect incapable of profound thought. It's like being welcomed by a swarm of extremely polite, perfectly dressed butterflies who communicate only through graceful movements and delightful little chirps, and who never ask you for money or directions. But you also realize something else, something vital. The sheer effortless maintenance of this world. There has to be a mechanism, a support system, or perhaps a fundamental truth that these perfect little people simply don't understand, or more likely are willfully, beautifully ignorant of. And he, the time traveler, knew deep down that a utopia always has its price. He was about to find out exactly what that price was. You had seen then, alongside the time traveler, the idyllic surface of the year 802-701 AD, the endless summer, the effortlessly provided fruit, the impossibly gentle, beautiful Eloi, who seemed to float through life without a single care. It was a pleasant dream, certainly. No arguments, no fights, no rush-hour traffic. Makes your head feel light just thinking about it, doesn't it? Almost as light as the Eloi themselves must feel, without the weight of abstract thought. But even as you basked in this seeming paradise, a deeper unease began to prickle. The time traveler, after all, wasn't one to accept things at face value. His scientific mind demanded answers, and paradise, he knew, often hides uncomfortable truths beneath its perfect veneer. You joined him in observing the subtle yet pervasive signs that this was not merely a utopia, but rather the aftermath of something profoundly changed, something decaying. The magnificent buildings themselves were the most obvious indicators. They were undeniably grand, colossal in scale, and beautifully wrought, crafted from what appeared to be cream-colored granite or some other durable stone. Their ornate carvings, once sharp and intricate, were now softened, blurred by eons of wind and rain. The outlines of windows and doors, where they even existed, were obscured by creeping moss and aggressive vines. These structures clearly spoke of a civilization that had once possessed immense engineering skill, aesthetic ambition, and the resources to execute projects on a scale we could barely imagine in 19th century London. Yet there was no sign of upkeep. Not a single scaffold, not a hint of renovation. No fresh mortar, no cleanings of the weathered stone. These were not buildings maintained by diligent architects or a future civic pride. They were magnificent relics being slowly but relentlessly swallowed by the patient, unyielding forces of nature. Like seeing an abandoned stately home, only if that home were also half buried in jungle, and the last time it had a cleaning was about 500,000 years ago. Imagine the dust bunnies in the corners. It's certainly a fire hazard for one. This struck him and you as particularly ominous. How could such complex structures remain functional, even merely standing for 800,000 years without repair? It hinted that the Eloi were entirely unconcerned with such matters, and that whoever did maintain them was either no longer around, or did so invisibly. The sheer effortlessness of the Eloi's existence meant they lacked the foresight or even the memory of labor. Mainstream historical analysis consistently shows that the maintenance of complex infrastructure is a hallmark of any thriving civilization. Roads, aqueducts, buildings all require continuous human effort. The Eloi lived amidst the crumbling grandeur of a forgotten past, seemingly oblivious to how these monuments came to be, or indeed how their simple, fruitful lives were sustained. Then there was the more profound decay, the decay of intellect, the erosion of ingenuity. The time traveler tested their comprehension subtly. He would try to explain his journey, demonstrating with hand gestures or attempt to illustrate complex concepts on the soft earth. They would watch him with their wide, placid eyes, a gentle, amiable curiosity on their faces, but no flicker of understanding. Their responses would be innocent giggles or a soft stroke of his arm, as if he were a particularly energetic and somewhat confusing child. Their language, as noted earlier, was utterly simplistic. Bird-like chirps, soft inflections, a vocabulary devoid of complex nouns, verbs, or abstract concepts. It was a language adequate for communicating immediate desires, offering food, or sharing simple shared enjoyment, but entirely useless for intellectual discourse or passing down knowledge. Forget philosophy or history. They probably couldn't even manage a polite argument about who got the last muffin. The most disturbing sign was their utterly flattened emotional range. They were universally kind, gentle, and utterly lacking in malice. There was no jealousy, no greed, no anger, but also no passionate love, no deep sorrow, no burning ambition, no intellectual curiosity. They recoiled from small discomforts or perceived dangers with childlike fear. But this fear, while immediate, also lacked depth. They were scared of darkness or quick movements like startled mice, but would quickly forget the incident moments later, dissolving back into gentle giggles and fruit picking. It was a superficial existence lived entirely in the moment, untroubled by past traumas or future anxieties. If ever there was an argument for emotional intelligence not being solely a good thing, this was it. It made you question the very concept of happiness. Is it true happiness if it's entirely unearned and unaccompanied by depth of feeling? Scholarly debate sometimes centers on the notion that true progress for humanity means eliminating suffering. But does that then eliminate meaningfulness, as the Eloi demonstrate the time traveler considered the historical trajectory? Early humans, as mainstream history suggests, needed wit, strength, and cooperation to survive against a hostile natural world. This constant struggle forged their intelligence, honed their ingenuity, and cultivated complex social structures. As humanity advanced, he theorized problems were gradually solved. Predation, disease, scarcity, conflict, all eventually minimized. Over tens of thousands of generations, this external pressure, the very forge of humanity, was gradually removed. And what happened when there was no need for quick thinking, no struggle for resources, no challenge to overcome? Humanity simply relaxed. If the future of humanity is to revert to such utter intellectual and emotional simplicity, he mused aloud, though none of the Eloi understood him, then what indeed was the point of all our striving? All our knowledge, our art, our music, our conquests, our empires? Did it simply lead to a garden full of elegant, beautiful simpletons who just nibble fruit and fear the dark? It was a profoundly depressing thought. He saw a great tragedy in their perpetual, unburdened innocence, a perverse triumph of ease leading to atrophy. Like training for an athletic competition for years, achieving peak performance, only to suddenly become so good that the sport is no longer challenging, and then slowly you forget how to move, too. Or for a quirky tidbit, some economists predict that a fully automated post-scarcity society might result in widespread intellectual stagnation if humans find no new compelling challenges beyond material wants. The Eloi were perhaps the ultimate proof of this rather grim prognosis. Imagine a world where your daily mental workout is deciding which of two identically perfect grapes to eat. Exhausting. Their almost frightening docility extended even to their complete lack of curiosity about his time machine itself. He left it out in the open, uncamouflaged for anyone to examine. He was quite astonished that the beautiful machine gleaming against the green of the landscape did not pique their interest even for a fleeting moment. They would simply look at it, then gently move away like a small child, easily distracted by a brighter, shinier object, though there were no shinier objects for them. This intellectual apathy confirmed his growing dread. They had no interest in how things worked, where things came from, or indeed the fundamental mechanisms of existence itself. This complete detachment from their own history, and from the advanced technology that sustained them, was perhaps the greatest symptom of their decay. He watched them for hours, the gentle arc of the sun moving through the impossibly blue sky above. Their perfect smiles, their graceful movements, their quiet murmurings, they truly seemed to embody a state of total contentment. Yet the cost felt immense. This wasn't simply leisure. It was, you realize, the ultimate devolution of human spirit bred by endless frictionless comfort. The mighty intellect, the ambitious drive, the turbulent emotions that shaped humanity, that built empires and painted masterpieces and dared to traverse time itself, all distilled into a placid, smiling, childlike essence. He had expected either a magnificent leap forward, a shining civilization, or a brutal, savage future of collapse. But not this. Not a return to a state of infancy draped in exquisite garments, nibbling perfect fruit, and completely indifferent to the crumbling relics of their glorious yet forgotten past. And he had to find out how such a passive existence was even sustained. He sensed increasingly that there was a hidden force at play, a hidden mechanism maintaining this effortless utopia. A nagging feeling at the back of his mind insisted that true perfection often casts the longest, most unsettling shadows. And as he considered his next move, you like him felt the profound weight of all those centuries, realizing that this beautiful world was merely a gilded cage, its inhabitants unaware of the key that might perhaps still keep them bound. He just had to figure out what was on the other side of that perfectly pretty postcard picture. You had witnessed alongside the time traveler the tranquil yet deeply unsettling decay of humanity into the gentle, intellectually stunted Eloi. For all their exquisite beauty and unadulterated happiness, they were like exquisite dolls, perpetually unworried, completely oblivious to their own dwindling heritage. This profound observation filled the time traveler with a curious mixture of melancholy and intellectual alarm. His initial optimism about humanity's future had evaporated like morning mist under a sun he had by this point come to find disturbingly large and red. But as scientists are wont to do after hours of profound and rather depressing socio-evolutionary theorizing, practical concerns eventually reasserted themselves. He had traveled all this way not just to muse upon the downfall of advanced civilizations, but to return presumably to his own time to relay his incredible findings. The primary instrument for that return, the time machine, sat patiently where he had left it in a slight depression on the ground, a little clearing near that colossal sphinx-like white monument he had observed on his arrival. Or so he had thought. He recalled with a small internal shudder his slightly foolish decision to leave the machine completely unattended. In his defense, what precisely was there to guard against the Eloi with their bird-like intelligence and utter lack of curiosity about anything technical seemed about as likely to dismantle an advanced temporal displacement unit as they were to solve quadratic equations. He had thought it amusing, almost poignant, to leave it openly exposed in this world that no longer had need or comprehension of complex machinery. He probably even patted himself on the back, metaphorically speaking, for being so trusting of future humans. After all, mainstream historical records from the 19th century clearly showed how possessive people were of their new inventions, often guarding patents and prototypes with fervent zeal, yet he felt confident that no one would tamper with his. No guard dogs, no locked gates, just open air. What could possibly go wrong? Everything, it seems. He set off from the spot where he had been sharing a delightful, albeit slightly unsettling, fruit-based lunch with a particularly giggly group of Eloi. You walked with him, tracing a path through the waist-high flowers that shimmered in the gentle, timeless light. The warm breeze carried the sweet, cloying scent of exotic blooms, and overhead large, impossibly bright butterflies danced in the hazy air. It should have been a walk of serene beauty, but the deeper the time traveler got into his observations about the Eloi, the more this beautiful stillness felt wrong. A silent dread like a cold finger started to trace its way up his spine. As he neared the clearing, you could sense his growing anticipation. The white sphinx-like building, looming like a watchful phantom, came fully into view. He could see the familiar clearing, the distinct patch of lighter green grass where his time machine should have been nestled. And then he saw it. Or rather, he saw the profound absence of it. His breath caught in his throat. His steps faltered. The perfectly formed indentation, the impression left on the soft turf by the four supports of his magnificent machine, was still there. Distinct. Clear. Like an invisible cast where a grand sculpture should have been. But the machine itself was gone. Vanished. Not overturned, not smashed, not buried. Simply and utterly not there. It was as if it had dematerialized, leaving behind only its phantom imprint on the soil. A classic case of it was just here a second ago, taken to a terrifying existential extreme. This certainly wasn't a common form of theft in 19th century London. Even when things disappeared, you generally left behind signs of forced entry. This was like the very air had merely blinked and absorbed the device. Panic, swift and icy, shot through the time traveler. All the theoretical calm, the scientific detachment fled from him like startled birds. He plunged forward, stumbling slightly, rushing into the clearing. He fell to his knees, frantically pawing at the grass as if by mere physical touch he could conjure the solid metal and gleaming ivory back into existence. His fingers traced the ghostly outline where the foot of one of the supports had rested, feeling the emptiness. No! He gasped, the sound a ragged whisper that was quickly swallowed by the oppressive quiet. He sprang to his feet, spinning around, eyes darting everywhere like a cornered animal. He scanned the entire clearing, his gaze racing over every giant flower, every shadowed grove of trees, every massive ancient stone block of the Sphinx itself. Perhaps it had been shifted, moved slightly. Had he simply mistaken the spot in his exhaustion? No. The large weathered base of the Sphinx statue served as an unmistakable landmark. He was in the exact precise spot. He even walked the perimeter of the area a few times, taking wider and wider arcs, straining his eyes. His only form of transport through time, the ultimate tool of discovery, was utterly, irreversibly gone. It's the most sophisticated way to say, "I've lost my keys." Imagine building a private jet from scratch, flying it across the Atlantic, only to land and discover it had somehow been meticulously whisked away the moment you stepped off. What a truly rotten end to an ambitious endeavor. He wouldn't be writing home about this logistical oversight. He rushed towards the great white Sphinx, its ancient inscrutable eyes seeming to mock his frantic search. The Sphinx itself rested upon a colossal pedestal, and to his horror, he noticed that one of the large bronze doors at its base, previously closed, now stood slightly ajar. He didn't connect it immediately. His mind was too consumed with the terror of his loss. But the proximity of the half-open door to the empty spot where his machine had been started to prickle at him. Could this be it? Was this the lair of the unknown thief, a hidden cave? Perhaps the future has its own highly efficient temporal black market for unusual inventions, only the auction is only open to creatures you can't see. He shouted, his voice cracking with desperation, hoping to somehow draw out his tormentor. He ran towards a small group of Eloi nearby, gesturing wildly, pointing to the empty space, then to the Sphinx, then back to himself, trying to communicate his overwhelming distress. He made the gestures of something was here, then something moved it. They merely blinked at him, those beautiful empty eyes, betraying not a hint of comprehension or even concern. One of them, a little girl, came forward, offered him a sprig of exotic flowers, and smiled with radiant, unadulterated innocence. Their response only magnified his despair. It was like trying to explain quantum physics to a particularly gentle garden snail. They simply did not possess the intellectual apparatus to grasp complex notions of possession, theft, or deliberate action, let alone the mind-bending reality of a temporal machine. They are literally too pure to care, and that perhaps was the cruelest aspect of his predicament. A cold, creeping dread began to supersede the immediate panic. He knew instinctively that this wasn't the work of the gentle Eloi. They were utterly incapable of such purposeful, coordinated action, let alone possessing the knowledge or strength to move such a weighty piece of machinery. The sheer precision of its removal, no marks, no struggle, no debris, spoke of something deliberate, cunning, and powerful. Something other than the soft, giggling Eloi. A quirky tidbit from your own modern experience. You know when you search for your spectacles or wallet and you just know you left it right there, but it's gone. It often means a hidden hand, a playful child, or a particularly absent-minded pet. This was that feeling writ unimaginably large. His initial scientific confidence in the security of his grand experiment now seemed like utterly naive folly. He had assumed rather arrogantly that he would be safe because his advanced technology was so far beyond anything these simple beings could conceive of. Yet he had failed to account for a hidden factor, a third party perhaps, that operated entirely outside his understanding. Scholarly debate continues about how the lack of any physical trace profoundly challenges conventional notions of causality. How could something simply not be without apparent force applied? And what does it mean for the objective truth of existence if objects simply flicker in and out seemingly at will by unknown hands? The time traveler found himself asking these profound questions, but his fear and sense of immediate peril overruled any intellectual delight he might otherwise have felt. He suddenly realized that he was profoundly, utterly trapped, stranded, alone, hundreds of thousands of years away from everything and everyone he knew, a lone, bedraggled man in a world that no longer remembered his kind, a world that offered neither explanation nor hope. His desperate cries yielded only echoes. The silence of the 802-700 first century felt no longer peaceful, but a menacing, suffocating presence, suddenly fraught with unseen dangers. The sun, a bloated, dim red disk, seemed to mock him from the heavens. He knew with a certainty that chilled him to the bone that something or someone else was in this apparent paradise, watching him, silently observing him. And they had taken his ticket home. The overwhelming primal terror of being stranded settled on the time traveler like a shroud. You felt it with him, the cold certainty that everything familiar, everything known, was hundreds of thousands of years away. His magnificent time machine was gone, leaving only that phantom imprint in the soft turf and a chilling sense of profound violation. The innocent smiles of the Eloi, once comforting, now seemed merely pathetic, utterly useless against the crushing weight of his predicament. What good were pretty faces when you were desperately lost in time? Not even the offer of another perfectly ripe, deliciously sweet, inexplicably effortless piece of fruit could dull the panic clawing at his throat. He probably still felt a tiny tremor thinking of that mysterious bronze door now slightly ajar at the base of the Sphinx, its secret slightly exposed. His scientist's mind, despite the emotional maelstrom, swiftly took control. If the machine wasn't here, it must be somewhere. And if the Eloi were too fragile and intellectually limited to move it, then a more capable hidden intelligence must be responsible. The slightly open door at the Sphinx, once an irrelevant detail, now screamed, "Clue!" He began a frantic search of the immediate area, not in desperate hope of finding his missing contraption just sitting behind a very convenient bush, but in search of anything else that suggested a hidden presence, an underground lair, or perhaps even a future society of extremely tidy thieves who knew where to hide their stolen goods. He had to assume they wouldn't just stash it under their bed like a misbehaving child, not if they could open and close giant bronze doors. This, after all, isn't some poorly hidden treasure from a mainstream historical pirate. This was complex. As he explored the general vicinity of the Sphinx, pushing through tangles of unfamiliar flora, his keen eyes began to pick up on peculiar features in the otherwise seamless landscape. He noticed circular openings in the ground. Lots of them. They weren't random. They were distributed with unnerving regularity across the landscape, camouflaged fairly well by lush growth, but discernible to an observer who was actually looking. You squint your eyes with him, tracing their subtle dark perimeters in the vibrant green. These openings weren't mere natural holes. They were distinct, deliberate constructs. Each opening was roughly 8 feet in diameter, lined with a smooth, gray, incredibly resilient material. What concrete might have been like if it never degraded and always felt perfectly cool and smooth. It reminded him faintly of very large, perfectly round industrial ventilation shafts from a forgotten era. These were the wells. They stretched deep into the Earth's cylindrical tunnels that seemed to plunge into an abyssal blackness. He knelt down, peering into one. A cool, stale draft wafted upwards, carrying with it a faint, indefinable smell. Not overtly unpleasant, but peculiar. He could hear barely a faint sound, like the whirring of some immense machinery far, far below. It wasn't the gentle murmur of an alloy, or the lazy hum of a bee. It was distinctly mechanical. It made your scalp prickle with an uncomfortable intuition. Why would this idyllic, effortless, technologically innocent surface world need a hidden network of vast, unseen subterranean infrastructure? It's not like they had to store all the perfectly good strawberries somewhere, was it? You think of modern-day ventilation shafts for subway systems. They're certainly not designed to be camouflaged into lush greenery. The alloy, if they were around these wells, seemed to studiously avoid them. They would navigate around them with the instinctive ease of animals avoiding a predator's lair, never glancing into their depths, their cheerful gibberish momentarily silenced. It was as if they had a collective, unvoiced understanding that these openings were not for them. It reminded the time traveler of how certain societies in mainstream history might build great public works. Think Roman aqueducts or Egyptian irrigation systems that eventually fall into disuse, and over millennia the purpose of which is forgotten, though their existence persists, perhaps viewed as mythical by new populations. But these wells still had a clear, albeit unsettling, function. He began to formulate a terrifying alternative hypothesis. He considered the division of humanity that social thinkers of his own time had pondered, the divide between the working classes and the leisure classes. The gulf between those who toiled beneath the earth like the miners, coal hewers, and engineers, and those who lived above, benefiting from their labor without understanding it. What if he reasoned this divide had become not merely social or economic, but fundamentally biological? Over eons, as human mastery over nature increased, perhaps those who did the work had retreated underground, perfecting the necessary mechanisms that supported the surface dwellers, and by doing so had evolved entirely separately. It's a rather fringe Malthusian idea, sometimes bandied about by sociologists, that excessive class stratification can lead to, well, an absolute genetic and behavioral divide that you simply can't bridge without a really powerful elevator and perhaps some very sturdy lamps. He knew that the Earth, with its stable temperatures and abundant minerals, had long been proposed as a place for human settlement, whether for defense or industry. Mainstream historical reports on underground city proposals often highlight practicalities like ventilation, waste disposal, and sustenance production. Here, however, whatever process was going on was so well established, it must have spanned hundreds of thousands of years. So the theory started to form in his mind grimly. The Eloi, those beautiful, useless, fruit-eating, sun-worshipping surface dwellers, were merely the decorative face of the future while below ground. Something else was operating. Something that still had power, intellect, and crucially the capacity to move a heavy time machine. Something that might even have the power to control the very destiny of the sun-loving surface inhabitants. Driven by a desperate curiosity, a need to recover his only path home, the time traveler sought one of these shafts closer to the mysterious Sphinx. He was starting to associate the shafts with the mystery of his lost device. If a being had moved it into the Sphinx, might it also be connected to these underground openings? Perhaps this wasn't an innocent world, but one hiding a sinister, profound duality. He finally located a large shaft situated remarkably close to the giant Sphinx pedestal. This particular shaft was also lined with the same smooth gray material, hinting at a deep connection between the above-ground enigma and the subterranean mystery. This is where he decided to take a much more serious look. He looked around. No Eloi were in sight, their childlike attention spans, having long since directed them to the latest batch of ripened berries. He knew too that his movements and obvious distress earlier meant nothing to them. He was to them simply a slightly more boisterous curiosity, like an interesting muddy pet, who might at any moment pull out a really bizarre trick like explaining economic theories. He slowly and carefully, after satisfying himself that he was completely alone, lowered himself onto the lip of the shaft. He lay flat head, peering over the edge, straining his eyes against the profound blackness. The circular opening framed an utterly lightless void, impenetrable even by the diffuse light of the setting sun. His modern matches seemed entirely inadequate against this kind of darkness. It was a complete consuming absence of light that felt less like a shadowed corner and more like an abyss carved out of existence itself. He dropped a small loose pebble into the hole. It fell for an astonishingly long time, its faint clatter echoing off the smooth walls. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he heard it land. Not with a sharp crack on rock, but with a peculiar splash, and then a thud, as if falling into a murky liquid, or something equally indeterminate, covered in some sort of solid flooring. That was odd. What sort of wells are both deep enough for industrial equipment and filled with something at the bottom that produces such an uncanny sound? He was also hit by that distinct, unidentifiable smell, again, perhaps a little stronger this time, slightly metallic, mingled with a damp, earthy musk that felt ancient and strange. As he lay there breathing shallowly, his senses strained to penetrate the depths, he felt a faint vibration emanate from the very walls of the shaft. It was subtle, barely perceptible, a continuous tremor that spoke of heavy, persistent activity far below. He put his ear close to the cold, smooth lining. He could just make out a dull, rhythmic thumping like distant machinery, or perhaps more terrifyingly, an impossibly giant, steady heartbeat echoing up from the dark heart of the world. It sounded alive. And certainly not like any machine of the Eloi, who seemed barely capable of picking up their own fruits, let alone creating massive subterranean engines. This silent, unseen network of wells now loomed large in his mind, the answer to how the Eloi's impossible ease of life was maintained. And this, of course, was his terrible hypothesis. The effortless perfection of the surface dwellers could only be maintained if someone else was doing all the actual labor out of sight below ground. Who were these hidden laborers? What did they look like? And what was their relationship with the innocent Eloi? Mainstream historians and sociologists often explore the relationship between the rulers and the ruled, the exploited, and the exploiters. The time traveler, you realized, was staring down a shaft at perhaps the most extreme form of societal stratification ever conceived. Scholarly debate persists as to the origins of class systems in humanity, with some positing natural advantages, while others attribute it to deliberate acts of oppression. Whatever its origin in this future, the time traveler had discovered the ultimate monstrous consequence. The answers he knew lay down in the chilling darkness. But even with the desperate need to retrieve his machine to return home to escape this temporal trap, he hesitated. The blackness radiating from the well felt predatory. You could almost feel the presence of whatever lurked below, watchful, silent, yet undeniably there. This profound darkness felt distinctly unfriendly, almost waiting. He sensed that exploring these depths meant confronting something that might not be nearly as amiable as the Eloi. It might mean encountering something altogether darker. You stood at the lip of that ominous well shaft with the time traveler, peering into an abyss of inky blackness that seemed to drink all the gentle light of the sun. The absence of his time machine, the eerie silence of the Eloi when questioned, and the unsettling hum from below ground had painted a grim picture. There was something down there, and it was certainly not of the same charming, docile nature as the surface dwellers. Your blood, too, felt colder, the soft air now holding a new, menacing undertone. He spent an entire day just observing his mind racing through countless grim possibilities, all worse than the last. He ate a few more sweet fruits offered by an uncomprehending Eloi girl, but the sustenance tasted like ashes in his mouth. He determined that he couldn't simply descend blindly into the unknown. The well was deep, the dark impenetrable, and the mechanical whirring, though distant, felt decidedly unnatural. So he waited. He found a secluded spot within view of several of the well shaft openings, and concealed himself as best he could amongst the overgrown foliage. He lay absolutely still as dusk approached a long, weary vigil of watchful anxiety. Mainstream historical tactics for exploration and reconnaissance often involve observation and concealment, especially when dealing with potentially hostile unknowns. Explorers knew that discretion was often the better part of valor. He needed to see what came out. As the large reddish sun dipped below the horizon, painting the already muted sky with deeper shades of blood orange and bruised purples, a profound transformation occurred in this supposed Eden. The tranquil hum of insects diminished, and a chilling, almost supernatural stillness descended upon the vast gardens. The air grew perceptibly cooler, carrying a new scent, faint, stale, and vaguely metallic, like something long hidden in the deep earth. This shift from day to night was no longer simply a gentle change of light. It felt like a dangerous turning of the cosmic clock. You felt your hairs prickle, a primitive alarm, responding to the absence of the benign warmth. The quiet sounds that had existed in daylight, the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft gurgle of unseen streams, faded into a chilling vacuum of profound quietude. He lay there utterly still, muscles tensed, straining his eyes. It was truly dark now. The large placid moon offered very little illumination through the dense heavy foliage. But then, as he watched, something moved. Not from out of the wells directly, not yet. But he caught a flicker of motion within the shadows around the openings. His heart gave a terrifying lurch. He saw a shape, just for an instant, something pale. Something that seemed to dart from the deep shadow cast by an enormous flower bush directly towards the mouth of a nearby well, then seemed to flow into it. It wasn't the Eloi. He knew that immediately. Their movements were too fluid, too effortless, their forms too graceful and too easily discernible in the soft light of day. This was quick, jerky, and intensely stealthy, like an animal, a hungry predator slipping through the twilight. And crucially, it was pale. A ghastly, unhealthy white that made it appear like a spectral manifestation. He held his breath, scarcely daring to blink. Minutes stretched into an eternity. He continued to watch, his senses screaming at him that he was no longer alone in this moonlit garden. And then from another well shaft, he saw a movement more clearly. A head disproportionately large for a seemingly slender body emerged from the circular opening. The time traveler hidden in the shadows felt a profound chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The creature's eyes glowed faintly, a phosphorescent gleam, red and malignant, like distant embers burning in profound darkness. The time traveler immediately registered a sense of primitive dread. He tried to reconcile this image with humanity's potential evolutionary path, but these things felt utterly inhuman, despite a chillingly familiar skeletal structure. He later recounted the details of these first fleeting glimpses, as he saw them under the meager moonlight. Their bodies were largely hairless, their skin a dull, chalky white, an unwholesome, almost sickly pallor. It was the skin of things that had never seen sunlight, or perhaps hadn't seen it for countless generations. You imagine the kind of pale, almost transparent skin that can be found in cave-dwelling fish, or deep-sea creatures' organisms that had fundamentally adapted to a life of perpetual darkness. Honestly, they sound like a collective case of never went outside for a picnic. No vitamin D here, my friend. Their faces, to the extent he could discern them in the profound gloom, were not human in the way the Eloi's were. There was something apish, a prognathous jaw, perhaps low, sloping forehead, large, light-sensitive eyes adapted for seeing in near-total darkness. Their hands, though difficult to see in detail, seemed disproportionately large, with long, powerful-looking fingers that perhaps had a specific unpleasant claw-like quality to them. Their movements were furtive, almost unnervingly swift, an awkward scramble followed by sudden complete stillness. They were not at all like the gentle Eloi. There was no playfulness, no giggling, only a terrifying, calculating alertness. You instinctively realize that they have no need of pleasantries or sharing fruit. Their entire demeanor spoke of raw, efficient survival. The time traveler held himself absolutely rigid, trying to blend into the thick shadow, his every muscle screaming in silent protest. He realized the incredible fragility of his situation. He was exposed alone in a world that housed an unknown and terrifying nocturnal predator. He also realized why the Eloi exhibited such a profound fear of darkness, and why they instinctively retreated indoors as dusk approached. They weren't simply scared of the dark, they were scared of what lurked within the dark. He wondered what mainstream historical scholars would say about a species that devolved both above and below ground simultaneously. One losing its intellect, the other gaining it, but becoming utterly monstrous. It presented a whole new, chilling twist on social evolution. One creature particularly bold, or perhaps just more curious, lingered near a well opening. It looked out into the shadowy garden. The time traveler observed its head moving a strange scanning motion. Its luminous red eyes darted about, sweeping the area. It was almost as if it could sense him, though he remained utterly still. This close-up observation gave him more detail. The creatures possessed almost no forehead, a pronounced lower jaw, and small flat noses, clearly designed for living in a non-aerosol enclosed environment. The overall impression was not of sophisticated evolution, but of devolution, a grotesque adaptation to a life entirely devoid of sunlight or natural stimuli. A rather unpleasant thought about these future dwellers came to mind, these Morlocks, as he would later dub them in his narration. Perhaps thinking of Celtic words for darkness or decay, had likely perfected the art of the basement dweller look. Very pasty indeed. He even briefly entertained the thought that they might complain about too much natural light in a room. A joke at his own peril, considering the imminent danger. The creatures appeared to be sensitive to the slightest vibration or disturbance. Once the time traveler shifted ever so slightly, and the peering head at the well opening instantly recoiled, vanishing back into the depths with an almost audible soft plop, followed by the rapid rhythmic thud-thud-thud of receding movement from within the shaft. They seemed utterly silent in their movement, their hands gripping the smooth gray walls without a whisper, relying instead on quick, unseen dexterity. This ability to instantly disappear left a deep impression of stealth and cunning. He thought about how some fringe scientific theories propose that the evolution of creatures in total darkness sometimes leads to hypersensitivity in other senses, compensating for lost sight, developing extremely sensitive hearing or touch to navigate their world. The instantaneous retreat of these creatures was almost confirmation. As the night progressed, he observed more of them cautiously emerging from different wells. They scurried and glided, their movements more efficient than graceful. Their silence, their speed, and the eerie glow of their eyes all contributed to an accumulating sense of dread. It became horrifyingly clear that these beings were not benign. Their actions had a purpose. He sensed their constant patrols, their movements between wells, a systematic activity hidden under the veil of night. What were they doing, and where were they going? The terrible, horrifying truth began to solidify in the time traveler's mind. These creatures, he knew instinctively, were the answer to the effortless, pampered lives of the Eloi. These were the true inheritors of the underground, the true inheritors of human technological ingenuity, now twisted into a monstrous suniverse form. And the final sickening realization bloomed in his mind with terrifying clarity. He looked at the giant sphinx again, the bronze door now seeming more malevolent, more secretive than ever before. He recalled the distinct sounds from below. Could they be the keepers of the machine? Could they have pulled it down into their subterranean world? The probability struck him with the force of a physical blow. The Eloi were clearly oblivious to these shadowy things that roamed in the darkness. What a terrifying evolutionary split this was. Scholars still debate the extent to which human technological advancement leads to unintended societal divisions and evolutionary paths, but here was the physical, undeniable evidence. These pale, hungry, calculating eyes would be haunting his dreams for a very, very long time. The last embers of daylight had faded, completely swallowed by the dense, luxuriant growth and the overarching twilight of this strange future world. You were there with the time traveler huddled low amidst the overgrown shrubbery, trying to be utterly silent, utterly invisible. Your earlier curiosity had given way to a prickle of genuine fear, a cold, unshakable certainty that this wasn't the Eden it first appeared to be. The gentle sounds of the Eloi, their distant soft laughter, had vanished. The pervasive hum from the deep earth was louder now, a constant, unsettling vibration. And the pale, red-eyed figures of the Morlocks, the dwellers of the dark, were now unmistakably active. The time traveler continued his desperate vigil, straining his eyes, every nerve screaming in response to the palpable danger that seemed to thicken the very air around him. He spent the entire night observing these terrifying new denizens of the planet. They emerged from the well shafts with unnerving regularity, not in large groups, but in single silent figures, or in small scouting parties of 2 or 3. Their movements, even under the thick, dappled moonlight, revealed more terrifying details. Their overall posture was stooped, almost simian, like very old, very pale, profoundly underfed chimpanzees, walking upright if chimpanzees spent all their lives exclusively working night shifts in a coal mine without a single ray of sunlight. Their limbs, he observed, were disproportionately long and thin, like spindly spiders' legs terminating in those unnervingly large, powerful hands with their almost claw-like nails. These hands, he later surmised, were adapted for ceaseless grasping and manipulation of tools in the dark, or perhaps for grappling in subterranean confines. This complete lack of physical grace or robust muscularity was a stark contrast to the Eloi, whose elegant fragility spoke of absolute ease. He paid close attention to their eyes, that unnerving phosphorescent red glow. It wasn't like human eyes reflecting light. It seemed to emanate from within a permanent internal light source. Their large, dark pupils completely dilate to absorb any and all light must have given them remarkable night vision, even in the deepest subterranean gloom. You might consider the concept of counter-illumination, where animals produce their own light to camouflage against brighter backgrounds in water. These creatures seem to have an evolved form of reverse illumination shining out their inner glow, only to further terrify a watching observer. One humorous thought that fleetingly crossed the time traveler's mind, and probably yours too. Now they must find sun-gazing particularly unappealing. Maybe their greatest insult is suggesting a full day out at the beach. Their senses, particularly hearing and smell, seemed incredibly acute. The time traveler tested this almost foolishly. A faint rustle of his ragged jacket against the thick foliage, an involuntary intake of breath, any subtle sound, no matter how faint, caused every head to snap towards the disturbance, their red eyes darting, assessing, searching. He observed how one Morlock paused, sniffed the air delicately, its flat, barely there nose twitching almost imperceptibly, then subtly altered its course, heading in the general direction of his concealment. He froze, breathing barely. This hypersensitivity, an adaptation to living in perpetual darkness where sight is minimal, meant that every rustle of leaf or snap of twig would be magnified like 100 screaming sirens to their ears. Makes you rethink quiet quitting, doesn't it? If they can hear you, they'll definitely be reporting you to future HR. They communicated with each other in a series of guttural coughs, chittering sounds, and harsh whispers. It was a language utterly devoid of melody or warmth, a purely functional form of communication like gears grinding or machinery catching. Nothing like the Eloi's gentle musical babble. It filled him with revulsion. The noise suggested something less like speech and more like an unpleasant biological function. A historical perspective often drawn by scholars is how changes in lifestyle or environment often affect vocalizations over generations. Mainstream linguistic historians trace the complex evolution of human speech through millennia, linking it to cognitive development and social structures. The Morlock sounds suggested an entirely different chilling linguistic journey, or rather regression from spoken words to something much more primal. The creatures spent their nocturnal hours engaged in a strange, unhurried yet purposeful activity. They moved between the wells, often descending into one and reappearing from another some distance away. Sometimes they dragged things back and forth, indeterminate objects too shrouded in darkness to properly identify but hinting at heavy labor, or perhaps the transporting of provisions. There was an eerie systematic quality to their work, a relentless efficiency, as if they were maintaining a colossal invisible network that extended deep beneath the earth. This level of coordinated effort solidified his initial theory. These were the subterranean workers, the beings who provided for the effortless parasitic existence of the Eloi. They were the silent engine beneath the pretty, idyllic surface. And the relationship between the two species began to clarify itself into something much, much darker. The most disturbing realization dawned on him as he continued his grim observations through the long night. The Morlocks were intensely sensitive to light. Any stray beam of moonlight, even the faint glimmer of his carefully shielded match which he briefly tested, caused them to recoil instantly, hissing like startled vipers, scuttling back into the nearest shadow, or more tellingly, vanishing into a well shaft. Their discomfort in the faint moonlight suggested a fundamental physiological aversion. He even considered for a brief moment throwing a rock just to create a disturbance and see if they fled en masse, but the idea seemed far too dangerous, given his already precarious position. He did notice that after every such flight, the Morlocks returned a few moments later, just as stealthy as before, almost with a sense of methodical persistence, rather than fear. He remembered a quirky tidbit from the realm of speculative zoology, the concept of species specializing in environments. Blind fish living in deep caves often lose their sight and develop heightened other senses. Humans adapting to total darkness for countless generations, entirely insulated from the sun's warmth and light, could undergo a similar radical physiological transformation. The Morlocks were the physical embodiment of this idea, the tragic endpoint of human evolutionary specialization pushed to an extreme. It wasn't evolution as glorious progress, it was adaptation taken to the point of grotesque caricature. His stomach lurched with a sickening certainty. He saw them moving among the flower-laden thickets, stalking like hunters. And then he saw them approach the edges of the gardens where the Eloi congregated during the day. He noticed one bolder Morlock extend a long, spindly hand towards a sleeping Eloi, who had foolishly not sought the shelter of a communal dwelling lulled by the endless summer. The hand retreated before making contact, not from any ethical dilemma, but simply the time traveler surmised from the impending first ray of sunlight. The horrifying reality clicked into place. The relationship wasn't one of benevolent provision, it was one of predation. The idyllic lives of the Eloi devoid of fear and struggle existed only because the real terrifying struggles were handled by a different species entirely. And they had a rather macabre way of returning dividends on the effortless investments of the Eloi. Scholarly debates often revolve around the concepts of mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism in biological relationships. But what the time traveler observed suggested a horrifying form of something new, a parasitic dependency taken to an unimaginable extreme. The Morlocks were the workers, the engineers, the sustenance givers, who also considered their co-evolved counterparts as a readily available, slow-moving, relatively abundant food source. He found himself fighting a surge of visceral disgust. The peace and harmony of the surface world were nothing but a grand, elegant lie. It was built on the horrifying foundation of selective consumption. The beautiful, uncomprehending Eloi were merely cattle, or rather plump, perpetually happy livestock, raised in an effortless pasture by their pale subterranean masters, who silently culled them in the dark of night. No wonder the Eloi retreated indoors at dusk. They possessed a deep primal fear, a remnant perhaps of an ancient memory of the horror, though now expressed merely as a superstitious aversion to shadows and sudden movements. This was the dark heart of the future, a truly monstrous ecological balance. It's like finding out your favorite chocolate factory was actually powered by, well, you don't want to think about it, and you probably shouldn't before bed. Sweet dreams of delicious, effortlessly provided, anything else. He could hardly bring himself to process the horror. The irony was devastating. Humanity, in its quest for absolute ease and freedom from want, had split into two species: one, the delicate, utterly dependent food source, and the other, the monstrous, dark, calculating shepherd and ultimate consumer. The benevolent rule of humanity over nature had over millions of years resulted in humanity becoming mere prey to its own evolutionary consequence. The sheer terror of this truth overwhelmed him. He finally understood what he truly had to fear in this future. The loss of his machine now seemed to him less like a robbery and more like a cruel, precise, predatorial act. He had been lured into their hunting grounds, left unarmed, vulnerable, an unexpected bonus to their existing utterly horrific food chain. The profound horror of what the time traveler had witnessed in the darkness, the ghostly forms of the Morlocks, their red eyes glowing, their furtive, calculating movements had pierced through the illusory beauty of the surface world. You shared his terrifying realization. This paradise was in fact a cleverly managed livestock farm, and the Eloi, despite their smiles and their penchant for handing out free fruit, were the perfectly contented, perfectly uncomprehending cattle. This truly put a damper on the eat clean, live long lifestyle, didn't it? Knowing you might just be someone's next meal rather limits the charm of a sun-drenched afternoon. After that long, terrifying night spent observing the Morlock's subterranean coming and going, the time traveler retreated back into the relative safety of the daylight, processing the horrific dichotomy he had discovered. This wasn't merely a class difference. It was a species split, an unimaginable schism in the very fabric of humanity. He pieced together his chilling initial hypothesis about how this evolutionary divide had come to pass, drawing upon his understanding of social progress and its unexpected pitfalls. He imagined the origins, a far, far distant future, perhaps 20 or 30 millennia after his own time, when the Industrial Revolution had completed its grim work. Mainstream historical analysis tells us that the rapid industrialization of the 19th century created immense social stratification. Think of London in his own time, the privileged elite who never lifted a finger for labor-living lives of effortless luxury, juxtaposed with the teeming masses who toiled in factories, mills, and, crucially, underground mines. He envisioned this economic chasm deepening over vast ages. The divide became more pronounced generation by generation, slowly evolving into two distinct pathways of existence. The wealthy, the gentle folks of that impossibly distant future, who owned the means of production, or more likely owned the highly complex machinery that simply was the production naturally sought ultimate comfort and ease. They gradually retreated from anything strenuous, anything unpleasant, anything remotely challenging. They insulated themselves entirely from the rigors of manual labor and the necessity of independent thought, letting technology do absolutely everything for them. Picture yourself never needing to fetch your own cup of tea, turn on your own lights, or even formulate your own arguments. Lovely in theory, isn't it? Sounds rather like what you get if you spend too long trying to get a complicated piece of future AI to write your historical reports. Eh? Eventually it writes it all for you and you slowly lose the knack. A perfect job for those who enjoy minimal input, maximum output. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the time traveler reasoned this effortless existence shaped their physical form. He saw it in the Eloi, their frail bones, their small stature, their gentle hands devoid of calluses, their delicate, beautiful faces free from any hint of strain or intense emotion. Their intelligence, no longer required for problem-solving or abstract thought, had simply withered away like an unused limb. What use was mental acuity when all problems were automated, all needs met, all potential dangers eliminated? They developed into those giggling, fruit-eating innocents, radiating superficial joy. Their inherent fear of darkness, he now realized, wasn't superstition. It was an instinctual, inherited memory, the faint echo of countless generations conditioned to flee the hidden terrors of the night, driven by a fear they could no longer consciously comprehend. It was a chilling manifestation of learned helplessness, taken to its absolute evolutionary extreme. He conjectured they, perhaps in the earliest stages of their luxurious atrophy, had developed quite severe food allergies to manual labor and intellectual stimulation. Truly devastating for them. Simultaneously, underground, an entirely different evolutionary trajectory was taking place. The time traveler theorized that the working classes, forced to maintain the massive, self-sufficient machinery that powered this utopia, remained confined to the dark subterranean factories and labyrinths. They needed intelligence, yes, but not intellectual breadth. They needed physical hardiness and adaptability, not grace or beauty. They grew accustomed to the absence of sunlight, adapting physiologically. Their pale skin, enormous eyes that glowed in the dark, their aversion to light, their heightened senses of hearing and smell. These were all adaptations born of living in perpetual twilight. Imagine working 100% in the dark, needing no holiday to the sunny beaches, and your co-workers are all pasty creatures with very keen noses. Makes your commute sound rather appealing, doesn't it? This particular quirk of environmental evolution, adapting specifically to a niche, is a common fringe scientific theory called niche partitioning, species evolving to best exploit separate but interconnected environmental resources. Their crude, guttural language, he suspected, was a byproduct of an existence where nuanced communication was secondary to practical tasks and efficient movement in darkness. Who needs poetic verses or philosophical debates when you're simply trying to fix a very loud, very complicated underground pipe, right? His analysis suggests a chilling path for society where the top literally floated above, becoming soft, while the bottom delved below, becoming hardy but grotesque. This was, he concluded, the ultimate, most terrible consequence of an unrestrained division of labor pushed to its biological limit. Historians still argue whether societal progress is an unalloyed good, or whether every technological advancement carries with it unseen, potentially disastrous sociological costs. The time traveler's first hypothesis of this future, before all its grim truth was laid bare, was a stark illustration of this very debate. He had come across not a utopia, but a dystopian resolution to a fundamental societal tension: how to make a large society function. He hadn't seen the signs for dinner you remembered of any working class. There were no servants, no delivery men. Where did they come from? The bronze door, a subtle flicker to him only yesterday. The sudden loss of his machine stolen with uncanny precision. He realized that the Morlocks, living their perpetual night, accustomed to machines and the logic of work, were the only ones capable of such an act. He envisioned them silently watching him from below, emerging when the sun departed, manipulating their hidden tools and, yes, carefully relocating an experimental strange machine they deemed significant enough to hide in their subterranean realm. They simply collected it as another useful resource, something else to keep in their labyrinthine lair. They didn't even ask if he had a license or a permit for such an audacious piece of kit. The impudence. His intellectual mind then tried to determine the long-term ramifications of this evolutionary separation. What if the working class, to use his own terminology, had essentially inherited all the traits deemed necessary for survival in a perpetually operating machine-filled underground environment? The Morlocks had cunning strength for their size, technological proficiency, at least to maintain the great machinery, and the ability to organize complex tasks. The Eloi had none of these things. It meant a vast reversal of power, a slow, inevitable turning of the tables that began perhaps not with a revolution, but with a simple, quiet withdrawal of necessary complex labor from the sunlit world. The Sun-dwellers slowly lost everything but their beauty, becoming completely helpless. This was the basis of his terror, the very real, very physical horror of his current situation. His time machine was almost certainly dragged down into the darkness by these subterranean denizens. He couldn't blame them. Perhaps it was an unusual but compelling addition to their mechanical curiosities. For all he knew, they had a small team of paleo-mechanical engineers down there, excitedly trying to figure out how to disassemble the temporal inducement saddle to make a better kind of wrench. Scholarly debates might pose the question, could a highly specialized, isolated subspecies of humans retain advanced knowledge? This realization made him see the once innocent, now pitiful Eloi through new, grim eyes. He couldn't share their placid happiness. He now understood its terrifying basis. Their very existence was predicated upon a symbiotic, utterly terrifying relationship, a perfect horror maintained by the silent, Suniverse hands of the Morlocks. The theory also explained the seemingly inexhaustible bounty of food for the Eloi. The great underground machines the Morlocks maintained presumably still regulated the planet's atmosphere, nutrient cycles, and general climate in such a way as to provide a never-ending source of food. So they fed them, nurtured them, and maintained their fragile ecosystem above. Why he still hadn't grasped the why for that last detail. He hadn't confirmed that terrible link that made the hairs on his arm stand on end. He was still formulating this elegant, terrifying, purely intellectual hypothesis. You feel a profound sense of sympathy for the time traveler. To observe the evolutionary dead end of humanity, a species fractured into an aesthetically pleasing, mindless entity, and a cunning, physically repulsive subterranean race. It's the ultimate twist in humanity's self-appointed story of upward progress. Makes you think twice about putting all your eggs in one evolutionary basket, doesn't it? He felt that if ever a philosophical or scientific dinner party could lead to actual existential dread, it was surely this one. And all without even finishing his brandy. His initial thought was how elegant and chillingly logical this biological stratification was, even if the thought made him physically ill. He now fully understood the inherent dangers of unexamined social progression, a harsh warning etched in pale skin and red eyes. The time traveler had made his horrific hypothesis. The beautiful Eloi were the unwitting livestock, the hideous Morlocks their subterranean herders. The Great Sphinx, this colossal creamy monument, stood sentinel over the primary conduit between their two worlds. And with a terrifying certainty, the time traveler now knew that his only path home, his magnificent machine, had been dragged by the Morlocks into its hidden lair. His logical mind had led him to a conclusion that turned his stomach, a truly gruesome ecological twist in the evolutionary tale. He remembered with a profound surge of exasperation how he'd left the machine outside in the open. What hubris! He had simply assumed its complexity would deter interest from any surviving human forms, believing his intellect and technology would be inherently superior. Mainstream historical reports often recounted similar stories of explorers losing valuable equipment in seemingly secure, primitive lands, but rarely was it due to subterranean red-eyed former humans with highly advanced kidnapping techniques. It served as a stark reminder, even in the future, never assume your intellectual property is safe, especially if the locals have glow-in-the-dark eyes and a penchant for reclaiming industrial goods. Fueled by a mixture of cold logic and mounting desperation, he wasted no time. He scrambled back to the base of the Sphinx, his every movement a desperate attempt to ignore the fear gnawing at him. He pushed through the thick, luxuriant bushes that still clung to the Sphinx's colossal stone paws. You scramble with him, feeling the damp alien leaves brush against your face. The giant bronze doors, which had initially been closed and now stood ajar, seemed to beckon, but also to mock him. Their smooth, polished surfaces reflected the strange light, hinting at a hidden world within. He lunged towards them, grabbing the cold metal, pulling at them with frantic energy. To his immense frustration, the doors proved unyielding. They felt immensely heavy, probably solid bronze, or some even denser future alloy. He tugged, he pushed, He swore softly under his breath, a very un-Victorian lapse of decorum, but utterly understandable. He put his entire body weight against one door, trying to slide it further open, or perhaps pry it wider just enough to squeeze through. It wouldn't budge more than a few inches. He peered into the narrow crack he had, trying to ascertain how they were hinged, what mechanism locked them. Nothing. He thought briefly of sending for help, then remembered he was 802 701 years in the future, and everyone who understood help had evolved into either polite livestock or pale cave-dwelling horrors. Rather inconvenient when all you needed was a good locksmith. He found himself fantasizing about a modern-day hydraulic jack, anachronistic but efficient. Finally abandoning brute force for his accustomed intellect, he inspected the doors more closely. He saw that they didn't just operate on hinges. They seemed to slide on a massive, perfectly engineered invisible track within the stone. A quirky tidbit, the Greeks had a mythical mechanical god Talos, a giant bronze automaton to guard Crete. This door felt like it was part of a similar ancient massive system, silent and powerful, utterly defying conventional expectations. The Morlocks clearly understood its workings where he did not. His lack of technical know-how about 800,000-year-old locking mechanisms was becoming rather debilitating. He peered into the dark crack, straining his eyes, catching a glimpse of something beyond the ajar door. There it was, his magnificent time machine. It wasn't neatly stored away. It was jammed, resting sideways within the gloom, appearing rather ignominious and a bit forlorn in the perpetual twilight of the Sphinx's interior. It was clearly his, the polished brass, the familiar saddle seat, the distinctive gleam of the quartz. It looked undisturbed, at least from this angle. But critically, it was partially obscured by the heavy, immovable door just beyond his reach. The sight filled him with a surge of renewed hope, followed immediately by a wave of crushing frustration. It was like seeing a tempting plate of biscuits through a keyhole. So close, yet utterly inaccessible. He might as well be in another dimension. Oh wait, he already was. The time traveler realized he was going to need an access panel or control mechanism to truly operate these gargantuan doors. There was no visible lock, no obvious keyhole, no lever to crank open. It simply stood massive and silent, the time machine, a mere taunting glimpse inside. The profound silence around him now felt less peaceful and more like an ominous holding of breath. He even began to consider trying to squeeze through, perhaps twisting himself into a remarkably uncomfortable pretzel shape, but then realized it would be fruitless. He might get halfway through only to get stuck, a truly humiliating fate for a time traveler. Mainstream physical limitations apply even to future humanities. As he contemplated this infuriating conundrum, he began to deduce the possible method of their opening and closing. They weren't manual. He concluded they must operate on a weight-based mechanism, a hydraulic system, or perhaps some incredibly advanced pneumatic system far beyond his present-day comprehension. Such hidden mechanisms were quite typical of complex monumental constructions where grand aesthetics trumped obvious functional accessibility. Think of the enormous stone blocks used to build the Great Pyramids. Historians still debate the precise methods used to lift and move them into place. Similarly, the doors of the Sphinx defied his immediate engineering intuition, speaking of an ancient technology wielded by hands no longer human in the way he understood them. This was no common thief. This was a well-organized operation. He wondered if they kept a lost and found office downstairs, perhaps with tiny red-eyed tellers. The immediate problem wasn't merely the retrieval, it was the entry, and this meant undoubtedly confronting the Morlocks. He was aware of their extreme sensitivity to light, their subterranean adaptations. This was his first real clue, a crack in their armor. Perhaps, he mused, they were weaker in the direct glare of the sun. But with the dimming of the daylight, the very ground seemed to become their ally, shielding them, providing access. He thought for a fleeting moment of building a battering ram, then realized with a wry sigh that there were no tools, no readily available raw materials, and absolutely no Eloi capable of helping him with such an industrial task. They'd likely just bring him another perfectly sweet, bright blue fruit, perhaps thinking he looked hungry. So much for enlisting child labor for monumental construction. His predicament had taken a rather serious turn from an academic inconvenience to an active, life-threatening trap. He finally concluded that he would have to wait for dawn. The creatures of the dark would retreat, and the strength of the sun would offer him at least a temporary reprieve, and perhaps the means to re-examine the doors without constant danger. The Sphinx seemed to embody the riddle of this dualistic future, a powerful, unknowable guardian at the mouth of an ominous chasm. And he, the curious human, had foolishly wandered into its path unarmed. The scholarly debate about humanity's eventual self-destruction always considers external factors, but the time traveler was now looking at something far more unsettling, an internal evolutionary form of self-destruction. This was humanity's grandest failure, enshrined in an impossibly beautiful, horrifying world. As he rested against the smooth, cooling stone of the Sphinx, he tried to map out a rudimentary plan. He knew the Morlocks' lair was deep beneath his feet. He also suspected the Sphinx itself housed their primary entrance, the main gate, to their extensive network of underground tunnels. If the doors had closed entirely, how would they get out again? The question still lingered in his mind, suggesting another unseen mechanism. But for now, he had simply identified the nature of the thief and the impossible physical barrier before him. He had his foe identified, though their exact intentions with his time machine remained a horrifying, unsettling mystery. Would they dissect it? Exhibit it? Learn from it? Or simply throw it into a particularly deep, damp chasm from which it could never be retrieved out of spite or out of a particularly quirky future sense of abstract art? He certainly hoped it wasn't the last option. A quirky tidbit, even today, if you look into certain abandoned subterranean spaces in ancient cities, you can see incredibly complex mechanisms that mystify modern engineers, but they never had glowing red eyes attached to them. This was entirely unique and terrifying. He'd need to formulate a plan much more robust than banging on the door. He looked up at the moon, which had begun to dip lower in the sky, heralding the coming dawn. It was a race against time, a desperate attempt to find his way out of a future that no longer held any benevolent hope for him. He imagined them, these creatures of the night, slowly closing those heavy bronze doors behind him as he stumbled blindly away in the panic. How precisely did they move them? He resolved to find the specific mechanism when the sun came up, when he could study the Sphinx unmolested by glowing red eyes. His very survival and the salvation of all humanity's historical record of his travels depended on finding that mechanism and regaining control of his path back to 1895. The pale dawn had crept across the silent garden, slowly pushing back the pervasive shadows that were home to the grotesque Morlocks. You felt the faint, hesitant warmth of the sun as it began its upward arc, the promise of fleeting safety washing over you and the time traveler like a balm. But even as the golden light spread, it revealed not a world of renewed hope, but one irrevocably altered by the horrific truths of the preceding night. The Eloi were mere livestock, the Morlocks their shadowy subterranean shepherds, and his time machine, his one-way home, was almost certainly in the dark keeping of the latter. What a predicament. You found yourself imagining how a Victorian gentleman used to his precisely cooked meals and starched collars might possibly manage in a world with no laundromats, and entirely carnivorous at night former humans. Honestly, this put a new spin on roughing it. The time traveler emerged from his concealment, his limbs stiff from the night's rigid stillness. He stretched, wincing at the ache in his muscles, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that went deeper than mere sleep deprivation. It was the weariness of a man whose fundamental understanding of existence had been profoundly shattered. He was dirty, famished, and profoundly alone, isolated by hundreds of thousands of years. His first order of business, even before devising a plan for the Sphinx, was sheer survival. And that began with food. During his initial blissful ignorance, the effortlessly produced fruits had been a welcome novelty. The Eloi had offered them with such genuine sweetness piled high on vast, shimmering leaves that he had accepted them readily. But now, seeing them as part of the ghastly cycle, a different perspective took hold. He had to eat for his survival, but each sweet mouthful now felt tinged with a subtle, uncomfortable horror. It was as if he were eating food grown in a very specific, gruesome human orchard, even though logically, they were just incredibly ripe fruits. Still can't be choosers in a future, Eden filled with man-eating mole people, can you? His initial diet was entirely these fruits offered spontaneously by the Eloi. They were undeniably delicious, bursting with a concentrated sweet flavor unlike anything from his own era. But they were all fruit, no protein, no solid grains. His Victorian stomach, accustomed to robust breakfasts of bacon, eggs, toast, and multiple courses of beef and mutton, rebelled silently. He constantly felt an underlying grumbling of true hunger, a gnawing desire for something more substantial. He remembered thinking of the quaint early 19th century fringe theories about raw food diets and their purported benefits for spiritual well-being. He now had a profound involuntary scientific experiment confirming that spiritual well-being didn't translate to actual human muscular mass or sustained energy. He missed a good rare steak like a lost limb. Even some bland porridge would have been a delicacy. He also found the sheer variety, while stunningly beautiful, unsettling. The fruits came in shades of brilliant blues, startling purples, and incandescent oranges, some as large as human heads, others tiny and berry-like. All produced apparently by unseen agricultural processes far below. He had to be wary of poisonous variants, though the Eloi ate them with unthinking innocence, which suggested that if they were fine, he was too. A scholarly debate might ask whether instinctual knowledge can transfer across species as profoundly as it has between Eloi and Morlocks regarding this very aspect of existence. Perhaps, he mused grimly, the Eloi's simple survival simply meant they were a known food source that wasn't trying to hide its true colors, pun intended. Finding water was less of an issue. Clear sparkling streams and pools dotted the landscape. He had observed the Eloi drinking directly from these sources, and his own Victorian sensibilities, which favored boiling all water from dubious sources to ward off invisible nasties, were momentarily overridden by extreme thirst and the relative lack of danger from non-sapient germs. You take what you can get. Shelter was a different, far more pressing matter. During the daytime, the great ruined halls of the communal Eloi dwellings provided an airy, pleasant respite from the heat, with natural air currents keeping them cool. But at night, these once grand edifices became horrifyingly vulnerable. He had observed the Eloi themselves seeking the safest parts of the buildings at dusk, congregating in large clustered groups. There was a desperate, ingrained fear in their eyes as the sun dipped their innocent, giggling silenced, replaced by anxious murmurings. They knew, even if only instinctively, what the night brought. He understood their subtle fear now, as a deep-seated survival mechanism passed down through countless generations. For the time traveler, too, the gentle architectural beauty of the Eloi structures was eclipsed by the terrifying profound absence of doors, or more specifically effective barriers against nimble, pale, red-eyed underground hunters. These houses were permeable, and a permeability to sunlight also meant a permeability to Morlocks, who moved through the structures with surprising agility. He was essentially sleeping in a barn with some particularly pretty cows. Mainstream historical reports on wilderness survival always emphasize the importance of secure shelter and protection from predators. His present circumstances left him with utterly insufficient options. He learned quickly to retreat into one of the communal buildings with the Eloi as darkness approached. He wouldn't sleep. He couldn't sleep. Each night was a desperate vigil. His senses heightened his grip on a heavy piece of stone, the only weapon he could find clutched tightly in his hand. He learned the terrifying soft scratch and scamper of the Morlocks, the occasional distant guttural cry, or the unmistakable whirring from far below the earth. He even began to smell their unique odor, a faint peculiar musk, damp and earthy, with a tang like fresh blood or rusted metal. A rather unsavory scent for anyone trying to get a decent night's rest. One rather unpleasant, quirky tidbit from survival guides: you recall many animals detect their prey not just by sight or sound, but by distinct species-specific pheromones. If the time traveler could smell the Morlocks, then surely the Morlocks could smell the Eloi, and even more unsettlingly him. The very concept of quiet passive observation in this strange evolutionary cul-de-sac was proving terrifyingly dangerous. His physical adaptation was challenging. His hands became rough-scraped from clambering through unknown terrain and wielding rough weapons. His face and exposed skin, though clean from opportunistic bathing in fresh streams, felt perpetually dirty, grimed with dust from his passage through time, and the unsettling film that seemed to cling to the general environment of 802-701 AD. He was a beacon of jarring anachronism, a true savage in his appearance compared to the silky purity of the Eloi. He yearned for a hot bath soap, a clean shave, the simple comforts of Victorian civilization that now felt as distant as the Milky Way. Scholarly debate regarding societal progress sometimes involves the debate of physical comfort versus true human flourishing. For the time traveler, basic physical comforts, far from being signs of excess, suddenly felt profoundly important. Beyond immediate survival, his new task was to truly comprehend the dynamics of this grotesque ecosystem. He watched the Morlocks by night, their chilling, efficient movements, their silent mastery of the darkness. He observed the Eloi by day, their languid beauty and terrifying emptiness, their complete obliviousness to the fate that awaited many of them at sundown. The Eloi did not mourn their missing companions. When a family member vanished into the night, snatched away, the survivors would be briefly agitated, giggling, replaced by low murmurs, but soon they would resume their carefree existence. There was no deep, sustained grief, no lingering fear, no shared memory. Their emotional resilience was a symptom of their superficiality, a constant forgetting. Like goldfish constantly rediscovering the beauty of their bowl. This particular dynamic, complete ignorance of their own brutal sustenance cycle seemed to be key to the Morlocks' effective husbandry. It made their consumption less like predation and more like efficient necessary management of a renewable, utterly compliant but entirely unsuspecting resource. He observed one of the Morlocks one night carrying a shape in its arms away from the Eloi housing. He closed his eyes. The realization struck him with crushing clarity. The Eloi who vanished had not just gone to another field. They were gone forever. He became a tactical animal operating between two extremes, the blissful ignorance of daylight, a constant facade, and the profound life-threatening dangers of the night. He had to be quick-witted, agile, and always on guard. He carried whatever heavy, bludgeon-like object he could find his only defense. His mind was constantly analyzing, observing, deducing. This intellectual vigilance was in stark contrast to the slumbering minds of the Eloi who, had he offered them his primitive weapon, would likely have attempted to braid flowers into it, or perhaps play a simple game of catch. He knew he needed to regain his machine not just to return home, but to truly escape this temporal cage, which was beginning to feel far too close for comfort. His struggle wasn't merely for physical survival. It was a battle for his own sanity in a world where humanity had devolved into something so utterly unimaginably horrifying. And for him, as an observer of humanity, the hardest thing was adapting to a society so thoroughly, utterly, tragically lost. His only chance was to navigate it better than the very future had. You were living now alongside the time traveler in a peculiar kind of perpetual twilight, caught between the passive, gentle beauty of the day and the lurking horrors of the night. Every moment was a battle of vigilance against the very nature of this evolved world. He still consumed the saccharine fruits offered by the Eloi, though every mouthful reminded him of their terrifying role in the ecosystem. His stomach constantly craved the hearty sustenance of his own time, a substantial piece of roasted mutton, a proper Victorian ale. Oh, for a good pie and mash. Truly future food should be more solid. Even the occasional accidental discovery of what appeared to be future exceedingly soft-looking potato was little comfort without salt, pepper, or gravy. This continuous diet of pure sweetness was doing nothing for his disposition, and if he wasn't feeling particularly buoyant, you could guarantee it had nothing to do with him simply eating too much of his 5 a day. It was everything to do with the gnawing existential dread. The days passed slowly, marked by the vast arc of the enormous red sun and his desperate, relentless searching. He would patrol the grounds of the Eloi dwellings, constantly seeking another access point to the underground labyrinth. He prodded the large stones, examined faint fissures in the rock, even tried knocking on a few prominent sections of the ancient creamy walls, hoping for a hidden doorway to materialize perhaps to some secret, very old time traveler lost and found office. He had a fanciful hope, fleeting but desperate. Nothing. He cursed his luck silently and wondered if he ought to just try asking the Eloi directly about large machines disappearing into the ground. He refrained, realizing it would elicit only gentle blank stares, perhaps followed by another flower offered. Their uncomprehending sweetness was its own kind of prison. One sun-drenched afternoon, he was for a rare moment not engaged in the grim work of scouting. He found himself near a wide, clear river that meandered through the lush gardens. Its surface was glass-smooth, reflecting the blue-green canopy overhead. Eloi were congregated near the banks, their musical giggling carried on the gentle breeze. They splashed at the edges of the water, a few even attempting what seemed like an elementary version of swimming. They moved with an innate grace, their small forms barely disturbing the water's surface. Mainstream historical reports often described early European notions of recreation being tied to nature, and rivers were often sites of playful leisure. Here it seemed the Eloi continued that tradition, albeit with no sense of peril. As he watched one Eloi, a particularly slender girl, perhaps just a little smaller and more delicate than the others, drifted further into the current. She was a mere slip of a thing, with golden hair that flowed like spun moonlight. She seemed more playful than some drawn to the subtle eddies in the water, trying to splash her small, delicate hands into them. He watched casually, as one often watches children at play, with a vague sense of pleasant indifference. He noted with a faint sense of bemusement how ineptly they seemed to handle anything beyond gentle play, even this simple activity. They would often stumble and fall into the water with innocent, surprised little gasps. It wasn't the kind of physical prowess you'd expect from the pinnacle of human evolution. more like the kind of coordinated effort you might get from very athletic kittens trying to tie their shoelaces. A good time to mention that Victorian swimming culture, though growing in popularity, was still largely informal and varied. Formal water safety education was a far-off concept for most. The Eloi certainly weren't receiving any lectures on riparian hazards. Suddenly, without warning, the girl who the time traveler would come to know as Weena stumbled over an unseen submerged rock. Her playful splashes turned into genuine floundering. The current, deceptively mild near the banks, must have deepened sharply. Or perhaps there was an unexpected strong undercurrent where she had stumbled. She lost her footing, then crucially lost her mind. She started thrashing, panicking instantly, her small face contorted with fear. Her delicate hands clawed at the water, which seemed to rise up and engulf her. She was barely visible beneath the churning surface, a patch of golden hair, struggling against the indifferent flow of the river. The other Eloi gathered on the riverbank saw her distress. You braced yourself for a surge of empathy, for a desperate rush to aid her. You expected calls for help, cries of alarm, perhaps a human chain. But no. The other Eloi did nothing. They simply stood, watching. Their faces, usually placid and joyous, now held expressions of childlike bewilderment and vague apprehension. Some simply murmured in soft musical tones. Others retreated a few paces, their fear of anything dark or distressing overriding any impulse to help. One of them pointed a small finger at the struggling girl, then giggling faintly turned and offered a curious beetle to a companion. Their immediate and collective helplessness, their startling lack of basic survival instinct was horrifyingly clear. They couldn't swim. They seemed utterly incapable of dealing with any sudden, unexpected distress, physical or otherwise. They possessed no comprehension of risk, no ability to respond effectively to danger. This total societal paralysis in the face of crisis, their complete absence of the human instinct to do something, left a chilling impression. Scholarly debate might and often does explore the biological basis of altruism versus learned helplessness, asking if sustained safety removes our primal drives for both aid and action. The Eloi were certainly providing strong, sad, passive data on this front. The time traveler, for all his intellectual detachment and scientific observations, felt a powerful, primal surge of his own humanity. It was an instant, gut-wrenching response that transcended all his theories about evolutionary atrophy. His British sense of decency of immediate action in the face of distress was stronger than any theoretical dismissal. Forget the socio-economic implications of their demise. A helpless being was drowning. It's what you might call, to put it mildly, an instinct to not let things inconveniently perish directly in front of you. And also, a proper Victorian gentleman generally did not let a lady drown without at least offering a firm warning first. He sprinted towards the riverbank without a second thought. You were surprised at his speed considering his peculiar diet. He threw off his increasingly dilapidated coat, which probably needed it considering its age and provenance, and plunged into the surprisingly cold water. The current here was much stronger than it looked, powerful and deceptively swift. He struck out with powerful strokes, quickly reaching the struggling girl. Weena, still flailing her small body fighting against the inevitable, instinctively clawed at him, her delicate fingers surprisingly strong in her terror. He managed to get a firm grip on her small arm. Her fear was palpable, shaking her frail frame. He wrapped an arm around her, securing her to his body, then struggled against the relentless pull of the current. It was harder than he expected, his limbs weakened by weeks of meager sustenance and constant high-stress vigilance. The water, clear but cold, enveloped them. He coughed, swallowing mouthfuls of it. He swam back against the current, pushing for the shallower bank. His strength seemed to be ebbing quickly, a sharp physical reminder of the difference between an Eloi fruit-based diet and a proper Victorian steak and kidney pudding. A tiny joke here for you, his future diet meant he was probably far too lightweight to be good at anything other than winning a limbo contest, or maybe fitting through a small door in a rush. He certainly wasn't in peak physical condition. Finally, with a tremendous effort, he managed to reach the shallows. He stumbled out of the water, dragging Weena behind him, coughing and sputtering. She clung to him desperately, her tiny arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her face buried against his chest, still trembling with sobs of terror. She felt shockingly light, fragile, almost to the point of seeming ethereal. The exertion had left him gasping for air, leaning over with his hands on his knees, his own chest heaving. The other Eloi, still gathered on the bank, looked at them. No cheers, no relieved sighs, no recognition of heroic rescue. Just silence. And then a few minutes later, their short memories kicked in. A flicker of distant recognition, then, to his utter astonishment, they resumed their cheerful, vapid play, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. They simply began to pick fruit or gently touch a shimmering flower. It was as if Weena's near drowning had been merely a momentary cloud in their perpetually sunny sky, a fleeting abstraction they had immediately discarded. Not even a single offer of a dry towel, you'll note. The epitome of passive observation. This absolute lack of complex emotional response, this constant, almost immediate oblivion deepened his initial analysis of their intellectual atrophy. They were not just innocent. They were pathologically forgetful. A quirky tidbit from the realm of behavioral psychology. It's theorized that extreme trauma can sometimes lead to disassociation or a fundamental rewriting of memory for survival. But in the Eloi, it appeared to be a permanent species-wide state, a defense mechanism against unpleasantness, perhaps, or simply a byproduct of their non-cerebral evolution. But Weena herself was different. She continued to cling to him, not letting go her small, cold hand now seeking his. When she finally looked up at him, her beautiful, normally blank eyes held a glimmer of something more profound: gratitude. Unfiltered, unblinking, raw gratitude. And fear. Her experience had been visceral, real. And she, uniquely among the Eloi, retained its impression. For the first time, he felt a tangible, genuine connection to one of these ephemeral beings. Her helplessness had been total, her panic overwhelming. And he, the solitary man from a distant age, had acted. This act of raw human compassion forged a connection deeper than any intellectual observation. He had risked himself for a mere Eloi, and the fragile creature seemed to acknowledge him for the first time as an individual, rather than a curious phenomenon or a provider of interesting fruits. Weena's immediate, almost instantaneous attachment to him was profoundly touching. From that moment forward, she was rarely more than a few paces from his side. She followed him like a loyal puppy, her small hand often slipping into his, a warm, soft anchor in his cold, terrifying journey. He would discover in her a strange kind of devotion, a simple childlike loyalty that would become one of the only consolations in this bizarre future world. She became his constant shadow, a small, tangible representation of the very human need for connection, a counterpoint to the endless horror. It wasn't about the Eloi anymore. It was about this Eloi, and this distinction made all the difference. He, the man of science, the rational observer, found himself developing an entirely irrational affection for this frail, grateful future child. He hadn't just saved her from drowning. He had perhaps inadvertently begun to save a little piece of his own humanity from the overwhelming existential desolation that threatened to consume him in this desolate future world. The rescue and Weena's desperate, instantaneous attachment to the time traveler forged an unlikely bond in that impossibly distant future. From the moment he dragged her from the river's indifferent currents, she was rarely more than a few steps from his side. Her small, delicate hand, when he allowed it, would slip into his, providing a strange, grounding warmth against his rough, dust-grimed skin. It was perhaps the most unexpected form of companionship he could have ever encountered in a terrifying new epic. You watch this unlikely pair, and you sense the subtle shift in the time traveler's own demeanor, softening the sharp edges of his scientific objectivity. He, the hardened explorer, was slowly, imperceptibly becoming something of a reluctant guardian. Weena uniquely seemed to possess a more profound understanding of events than her fellow Eloi. Her near drowning, that moment of primal, terrifying fear, had for whatever reason shocked a dormant spark of individuality within her. She was not constantly giggling like the others, nor was her attention as fleeting. She remembered his heroism. She understood in her limited way that he was different, a protector. When he was close by, her beautiful, limpid eyes, usually a bit vacuous, held a greater depth, a watchful awareness. She still communicated in the gentle chirping sounds of her people, but sometimes when looking at him, a complex, almost anxious expression would briefly flit across her face, a silent query, a gentle concern that spoke of nascent understanding. This subtle intelligence set her apart. She didn't instantly forget distress like the others. She absorbed it, processed it, and formed a bond based on it. Scholarly debate might ask if such an extreme individual traumatic event could trigger a form of neuroplasticity, rewiring basic cognitive processes to create a unique anomaly within a devolved species. Perhaps she simply woke up enough to appreciate that someone else worried about more than which fruit was for second breakfast. Her attachment to him was profound. She followed him on his excursions, though, with a certain naive bravery. When he peered into the dark well shafts, Her small body would instinctively shrink back, clutching his hand tighter, an ancestral fear whispering in her tiny bones. Yet she would not abandon him. When he walked through the enormous communal halls of the Eloi looking for some clue, some hint of the past, she would walk beside him, occasionally pointing at a crumbling mural with an inquisitive peep, then looking up at him as if asking him to explain the mysteries of a time utterly foreign to her. Her presence, innocent and undemanding, somehow eased the pervasive loneliness that had been gnawing at him since his machine's disappearance. It's a universal truth. Sometimes even the quiet presence of a loyal companion can make an impossible situation feel a little less overwhelming. Even if that companion only wants to braid flowers in your hair, or offer you another perfectly ripe fruit every 10 minutes while you're trying to devise a highly complex strategy to defeat man-eating Morlocks. Small price to pay. The time traveler, for his part, found a curious comfort in her company. When the sun began to set, casting its long, terrifying shadows, he would seek shelter, his makeshift stone weapon ready. And Weena would always be there, clinging to his arm, nestled against him for warmth and reassurance. He could feel her soft, rapid breath, the innocent beat of her heart against his chest. In the profound silence of the night, knowing she was there, utterly trusting in him, provided a small, unexpected anchor to his rapidly eroding sense of humanity. He was no longer just an isolated observer. He had a connection, a charge of frail yet unwavering devotion in a world that offered neither. Mainstream historical records abound with stories of lost or marooned explorers forging bonds with indigenous peoples. These connections, often fraught with misunderstanding, were nonetheless vital for mental and physical survival, as companionship became paramount when all else was stripped away. This perhaps was his most poignant connection of all. He found himself subtly altering his plans because of her. He no longer ventured too far into the darkness for observation. His tactics for navigating the Morlock-infested night became more cautious, more risk-averse. He wasn't merely risking his own skin, he was now risking hers too. She became his tiny compass, reminding him perhaps of a basic human instinct for guardianship, a responsibility that had somehow withered in the Eloi, but flourished in his own past, his own species. For a Victorian gentleman accustomed to intellectual pursuits and perhaps occasional polite flirtations, a deep bond with an emotionally arrested childlike descendant of humanity was certainly an unexpected development. You could almost hear his scientific colleagues back home raising eyebrows. He rescued a girl, has our intrepid time traveler turned into a very unlikely nanny in the future. A quirky tidbit: some isolated animal species have been observed adopting and protecting members of other species when a profound bond is formed, a rare but documented behavior of interspecies altruism that goes against simple predation instincts. He tried in his limited capacity to introduce her to small fragments of knowledge or protection. He tried to teach her how to better handle her fear, how to respond more directly to danger. He tried to communicate the need for more complex thinking. But while she seemed to grasp the emotion of fear, or the need for closeness, the complexity of abstract thought of cause and effect remained stubbornly beyond her. He noticed that if she accidentally stubbed her toe, she would cry with a primal, uninhibited sorrow for a moment, then seconds later, distracted by a colorful flower or a gentle breeze, would be smiling and giggling again. This rapid processing of emotion without lasting retention defined the Eloi, Weena included. But she did seem to retain a flicker of memory from truly extreme experiences. It was a disheartening illustration of their permanent developmental stage, beautiful yet fragile. He couldn't quite bring himself to yell at her for being oblivious. It would be like getting frustrated at a particularly innocent daffodil. Weena's presence subtly deepened the time traveler's understanding of the Eloi, and by extension the chilling, interdependent nature of the future world. Her constant state of happy obliviousness highlighted the brutal efficiency of the Morlock's management system. She was completely unaware of the threat, even when others around her vanished into the night. It emphasized the cruel genius of this long-standing evolutionary dynamic, keeping the food source healthy, beautiful, and utterly unsuspicious. He occasionally caught himself staring at her, her small, trusting face utterly peaceful, and a deep melancholy would settle upon him. How could something so pure be so utterly doomed? And even more pressingly, how could he save himself without abandoning her to that horrible fate? He had grown fond of her deeply, so in a way he had never anticipated. This, in a perverse way, had given him a new purpose beyond just his own survival. Her constant companionship became an emotional compass. He'd never been a particularly sentimental man. He was driven by scientific inquiry, logic, the thrill of discovery. But Weena represented a fundamental human truth that no amount of advanced technology or theoretical science could supersede the profound human need for connection for mutual comfort in a vast, terrifying universe. When he felt overwhelmed by the sheer crushing loneliness of being separated by 800,000 years from his home from any intelligible company, Weena's small hand in his was a gentle tether. She didn't understand his complex scientific despair, but her presence was a comforting, palpable counter-argument to the intellectual and emotional desolation he faced. Scholars might well debate the philosophical implications of such a connection. Is love truly universal across all iterations of humanity, or does it diminish when intellectual faculties decline? For the time traveler, the answer was visceral. His care for Weena was undeniably profoundly real. He made it his mission to find a way to get both of them back if possible, or at the very least to protect her. She had become his single anchor, his small reason to endure. He understood implicitly that she represented all that remained of the inherent innocence and benevolence of humankind, however devolved and fragile. She was a delicate, glowing ember of a future that should have been but was brutally suppressed. Her trust was absolute, and that absolute trust spurred him onward beyond the mere necessity of escaping this future and towards the terrifying task of confronting its very masters. This unlikely pairing of a man from the 19th century and a child from the 802-700 first century, both lost in their own way, was about to face the true dark heart of this terrifying future. The gentle rhythms of the Eloy's daily lives continued, even as the time traveler and you by his side struggled with the grim knowledge of their ultimate purpose in this ecosystem. You're still navigating that impossible dichotomy, a world of endless perfect sweetness during the day, built upon a terrifying flesh-and-blood foundation of the night. The Eloi were blissfully unaware of the horror spending their daylight hours as they always did, lounging in the sunshine munching on perpetually available fruit, their musical giggles drifting on the soft breeze. You observe them still finding their innate gentleness both beautiful and, considering what happens to them, tragically poignant. It's a very unusual state of being where happiness means the complete absence of conscious worry. Their customs, to use the term loosely, were as simple as their language. There was no formal social structure, no evident leadership, no familial units beyond transient bonds. They lived in sprawling communal dwellings, grand architectural husks of a bygone era. They would simply wander through the vast gardens, stopping to pluck the sweet, impossible fruits directly from tree branches, sometimes too effortlessly, simply stretching out a tiny, delicate hand waiting for the ripe fruit to practically tumble into it, or splash in the crystalline streams. There was no sense of private property, no concept of mine or yours. Everything was shared with an unfailing, almost automatic generosity. Makes a Sunday market look downright predatory by comparison, doesn't it? Honestly, you could probably take one of their fruits, explain complex economic theories on global inflation, and they'd still just blink, smile, and offer you another. It's truly amazing how consistent their behavior was. If ever a creature possessed truly set habits, it was the Eloi. Mainstream historical anthropologists have studied tribal cultures and always noted distinct, even rigid customs and taboos governing behavior, but the Eloi had evolved past, or perhaps before, such complexities. Their intelligence, as the time traveler had so grimly concluded, was stunted akin to that of intelligent domestic pets, albeit ones with impeccable personal hygiene and surprisingly melodic voices. They would engage in repetitive, graceful games, chasing brightly colored butterflies or enacting simple, wordless dances. There was a constant, almost imperceptible low murmur of soft musical chirping among them, their sole form of widespread communication. It was not a language of nuanced thought, but of gentle agreement and superficial expression. No deep philosophical debates here, no challenging crossword puzzles, probably not even complex arguments about who gets the remote. The very notion of complex thought was absent, and so too, you sensed, was much of the conscious understanding of their own plight. This led to their most pervasive and unsettling feature, their absolute, ingrained, profound fears. As the day began to wane, and the large reddish sun started its slow descent towards the horizon, a subtle shift permeated the Eloi community. Their joyous chatter would soften, their playful energy diminish, replaced by a nervous agitation. They would begin to gravitate towards the great hollowed-out communal dwellings. It wasn't a purposeful rush or an organized retreat, but an almost subconscious gathering, a collective instinctual response to the dwindling light. The open scholarly debate in psychology about the precise line between instinctive fear and learned dread finds potent living examples here. The Eloi clearly had the former divorced from any understanding of the latter. Their primary fear, and understandably so, was darkness. It was a pervasive, almost palpable dread that enveloped them completely when night fell. They would huddle together in the vast, crumbling buildings, piling into vast, interconnected chambers that offered scant protection against anything with an ounce of determination. Their light, giggling voices were replaced by soft, tremulous whispers, and their perpetually happy faces twisted with a primal apprehension that was both childlike and terrifyingly deep. You'd see their large eyes darting, trying to penetrate the gloom beyond the openings in their homes, seeing unseen shadows where to your eyes only solid architectural decay existed. They feared sudden noises, sudden movements, or anything that broke the oppressive silence of the nocturnal world. It was a form of mass collective anxiety that permeated their very being. The sight of a sudden flash of moonlight through a parting of the leaves or the soft snap of a twig outside would send tremors through their clustered forms, producing whimpers or a low, frightened murmuring. It is a powerful example of evolutionary conditioning. After countless millennia, the mere absence of light itself triggered a memory of danger that was utterly beyond their comprehension. This, the time traveler realized with a cold shudder, was why the Morlocks allowed the Eloi to live in open, often dilapidated structures, for their collective fear and instinct to huddle acted as an even more effective psychological fence. They fenced themselves in, ingenious in a macabre way. Their dread of lightning was particularly pronounced. When the sky, which was often a clear, soft blue, gathered clouds and a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the verdant landscape, a profound panic would seize them. Their childlike screams were short, high-pitched, and filled with a raw, visceral terror. They would hurl themselves onto the ground, covering their heads, or cowering under any flimsy protection they could find. Even in the enormous halls, they would flatten themselves against the stone floors, whimpering and shaking uncontrollably. They wouldn't move, wouldn't speak, wouldn't even attempt to offer comfort to each other. They would simply exist as small, trembling piles of profound fear until the storm passed. This instinctive aversion was not rooted in scientific understanding. They wouldn't, for example, grasp the concept of lightning rods, let alone build one. It was a deeply ingrained, almost pathological fear, like a phobia without an understandable origin. The time traveler considered the historical context of such primal fears. In early human civilizations, as mainstream history suggests, lightning and thunder were often interpreted as the wrath of powerful gods or spirits. Such events fostered fear, yes, but also generated elaborate rituals, religious systems, and narratives to try and understand and control these unpredictable forces. The Eloi, however, possessed none of that. Their fear was naked, stripped of any interpretative layer. No prayers, no invocations, no sacrifices. Just pure, unadulterated, impotent terror. It was like seeing raw animal fear stripped of even basic cognitive processing. This lack of any conceptual framework, even superstitious ones, marked the true extent of their mental atrophy. They had no story, no mythology to make sense of the world's power. Weena, his tiny companion, displayed these fears acutely. When the darkness began to press in, her small hand would invariably seek his, and she would press herself against his side, her small body trembling visibly. Her unique experience of near drowning had given her a peculiar heightened awareness compared to her kin. While the other Eloi forgot their momentary fears almost instantly, Weena's anxieties would linger. She remembered his presence, his comfort during these moments of dread, reinforcing her unique dependence on him. This rather heartwarming quirk, that a terrified child could still hold a sustained emotional connection, was a precious counterpoint to the endless terror and a rather fringe observation about the elasticity of empathy, even in evolutionary decline. It was as if she remembered a concept he knew well called safety, a profoundly ancient one. She might even be able to tell if he was genuinely annoyed, rather than simply having an off day, a level of nuance no other Eloi seemed capable of. During storms, Weena would cling to him desperately, burrowing into his ragged clothes, sobbing with real tangible grief, until the thunder subsided. Her terror was perhaps more intense, but crucially, it was tempered by the immediate and personal knowledge of his presence. He often found himself trying to soothe her, explaining the scientific principles of electricity and atmospheric pressure, talking to her quietly about the simple wonders of a rain cycle. Of course, none of it pierced her intellectual veil, but the sound of his calm, steady voice seemed to offer some solace. You realize that a scientist from 1895 explaining basic meteorology to an Eloi in the far future was probably one of the most futile yet genuinely endearing acts of human communication in all of known time. His vigilance in protecting Weena became absolute during these hours of profound dread for the Eloi. He learned to distinguish the sounds outside the fainter whispers of the Morlocks, the occasional ominous scratch or rustle from their shadowy nocturnal movements, from the roar of the storm, or the sigh of the wind. He positioned himself carefully in the Eloi dwellings, at their weakest points armed with his makeshift stone club prepared to defend his frail companion, and by extension the terrified Eloi horde. His actions now were less about observation, and more about active protection. It was the responsibility of a guardian, a truly human trait re-emerging in this strange future. This shift in his approach meant confronting their fears, directly acting as a shield for creatures too lost in fear to protect themselves. He also found that their collective childlike panic about the lightning actually offered him a unique window of opportunity. The very sounds of a storm which sent the Eloi into paroxysms of fear might also prove a deterrent, or at least a distraction for the light-sensitive Morlocks. The loud booms of thunder echoing through the well shafts perhaps disoriented or drove the subterranean creatures deeper underground. And the accompanying flashes of lightning, however brief, must have been utterly blinding and disorienting to their vast, dark-adapted eyes. A peculiar, temporary tactical advantage offered by nature itself. Maybe a severe thunderstorm could be his unexpected ally, temporarily clearing the surface for an opportunistic raid of the Sphinx. He held on to that small spark of grim hope, knowing that while the Eloi cowered, he saw a path. He had seen enough of their fears and passive adaptation. It was time to move on to what truly defined them. The thing that they never knew was the reason for their idyllic and doomed existence. He had to uncover the full horror of this strange symbiotic relationship, now that he knew their deepest fear lay ironically in the shadows that gave rise to their existence. The terrifying secret of the Morlocks, the Eloi's constant silent nightmare, had cemented itself in the time traveler's mind. You had observed it too, the subterranean creatures pale and dreadful, who managed the grand machinery that maintained this gentle world, and who silently culled their docile surface kin for sustenance. It was the horrifying solution to an age-old social question, the ultimate division of labor pushed to its grisly evolutionary extreme. A feast and a famine of consciousness and physical form. But even as the time traveler wrestled with this profound horror, his analytical mind, despite the disgust, relentlessly pursued the ultimate chilling truth. How exactly did this system operate? What was the precise mechanism of the Morlock's dominance and the Eloi's unwitting collective consent? He now moved beyond his initial theory of separate evolution and considered the active nature of the Morlock society and their purpose. He spent the subsequent days, and particularly the agonizing, fear-filled nights, venturing deeper into the Eloi dwellings and closer to the hidden network of well shafts. Weena, his small, silent companion, would often accompany him, her tiny hand gripping his, her presence a poignant, comforting counterpoint to the terrifying intellectual and physical challenges he faced. Her instinctive shrinking from shadows, her heightened anxiety when the Morlocks made their faint scurrying noises below, all lent credence to his burgeoning nightmare. He saw a greater purpose behind her fear now. She was, however, unconsciously attempting to flee her biological role as future sustenance. He intensified his observation of the subterranean air shafts. They were not merely ventilation conduits. They were active channels for both sound and, crucially, a peculiar odor that began to distinguish the Morlock presence. This odor was not immediately putrid. It was distinct, faint, and subtly metallic, mixed with an earthy, damp staleness. It suggested something cold-blooded, mechanical, and vaguely industrial. You recall a quirky tidbit from obscure anthropological texts. Some indigenous cultures with heightened olfactory senses due to environmental pressures could distinguish different tribes or even individuals solely by scent. Here the Morlock scent was so alien, it served as its own eerie warning. It was a terrifying signature. The crucial element he sought was definite, unshakable proof of the Eloi being consumed by the Morlocks. While his deductive logic pointed inevitably to it, and he had seen a shadowy Morlock carrying a still form, he had to see evidence. He resolved to watch a shaft very, very closely during the time when the Morlocks would take their prey. He positioned himself one particular night as the moon reached its zenith. He lay utterly still in the shadow of an ancient ruin, the rhythmic hum of the underground machinery, a sinister lullaby. The faint metallic tang on the breeze seemed to thicken, becoming almost palpable. Then from the mouth of a shaft, a creature emerged larger than some he had previously seen, and in its arms, clutched carefully, was a body. It was unmistakable. The small, graceful form of an Eloi, motionless. It wasn't a sick Eloi being helped. It wasn't an unconscious one being rescued. The way it was held without reverence, with a chilling matter-of-factness, solidified the awful truth. It was raw material. The Morlock carried it swiftly, purposefully back down into the depths. There was no visible struggle, no sound. It had simply vanished. And as it did, a soft, dry, chittering sound, almost like a sigh of satisfied hunger, echoed up from the black depths. A surge of pure primal revulsion twisted his stomach. He nearly retched. This wasn't merely evolution or social stratification. It was systematic, deliberate consumption. He understood now the profound purpose of the vast, intricate network of shafts. They were conduits feeding pipes for the subterranean economy. They were abattoirs, hidden in plain sight. They were the very mechanisms of a biological exchange. Beauty for utility, innocence for survival, consciousness for meat. This was not the beautiful symbiotic ideal often spoken of by philosophers who envisioned perfect harmony. This was the bleak, horrifying reality. It truly turned your appetite right off those saccharine future fruits, knowing the Eloy's purpose was so gruesomely simple. He later recounted his terrifying conclusion sitting amidst his skeptical dinner guests in his London home. He painted a chilling yet brutally logical picture of how humanity had come to this horrific bifurcation. Mainstream historical thinkers from Hobbes to Marx often spoke of the struggle for resources and power. Here it seemed was the ultimate resolution. He explained that humanity's unchecked technological advancement in striving for an ultimate solution to societal inequalities and human struggle had utterly succeeded and failed spectacularly. The upper world, the wealthy privileged, had created an entirely automated infrastructure that eventually no longer needed human maintenance, fostering a permanent leisure class, who eventually became passive and useless, almost childlike in their complete dependency. The lower world, the working classes driven underground to maintain the vast machines necessary for the surface world's ease, eventually specialized into light-averse, physically strong and intelligent though uncouth technicians. What began as a social division had, through the relentless grinding of millions of years of adaptation and natural selection, become a biological, horrifyingly interspecies dynamic. And that the ultimate irony was that these very subterranean Morlocks, by perfecting their work underground, became the very means of maintaining and consuming their indolent surface cousins. The Eloi were quite literally raised for harvest, a macabre twist of agriculture truly. Think of it as a rather extreme example of circular economics, waste not, want not. A perverse and entirely terrifying closed loop. The intellectual elite had, in a strange historical reversal, made themselves utterly dependent upon the very workforce they sought to keep out of sight, and the result was utterly tragic. He felt that the irony was quite simply lost on everyone present. His further observation refined his horrifying hypothesis. He believed that the very industries and environmental controls, the atmospheric regulation, the vast nutrient systems that produced the fruit were still run by the Morlocks below ground. They meticulously kept the Eloi world above ground in perfect order, providing a safe, idyllic, perfectly clean environment for their livestock to flourish in ignorance. The Eloi, without predators other than the Morlocks themselves or scarcity, multiplied endlessly. The Morlocks needed a controlled food source that required minimal effort, and crucially minimal fear. An animal raised in bliss and ignorant of its fate is an easy target, and presumably a well-fed and peaceful one makes for better future stew. This particular piece of reasoning, while incredibly chilling, struck the time traveler as an exceptionally grim piece of scientific deduction. No doubt if future food critics still existed, they'd rate these Eloi very highly on the free-range and unaware scale. A truly bizarre culinary aesthetic, you must admit. He remembered a very specific scholarly debate in his time regarding the trajectory of human intelligence. Would it continue to advance indefinitely? Or would the very removal of external challenges lead to a regression? The Eloi provided a harrowing answer. They were the result of intelligence becoming obsolete in one segment of humanity, while the other segment, the Morlocks, were a dark echo of intellect, honed by necessary grim utility, stripped of compassion or beauty. He finally fully understood the terrifying brilliance of this ecosystem. Weena, his small companion, had brought him a fragile, perfectly blooming white flower. He held it in his rough, scarred hands, a symbol of everything beautiful and utterly vulnerable in this horrific world. He looked at her gentle, unknowing face, and the cold fury that filled him, a desire to defy this grotesque equilibrium, settled deep within his core. He would not allow humanity, even in this fragmented, tragic form, to be perpetually sacrificed. His purpose had sharpened. He would get his machine back. And perhaps, just perhaps, if he could, he would shatter this terrible future with the sheer, unadulterated force of Victorian indignation. He now faced a fight not just for his own survival, but for a glimpse of decency in a future that had long since forgotten its meaning. And the Eloi, with their endless smiles and beautiful blank faces, offered no hope. They were merely bait, and the Morlocks were the ultimate, unimaginable, horrifying catch. The next logical step then would be to try to figure out where exactly their prey was stored and how to reclaim what was his. And that meant going unequivocally into the dark. The sickening truth was laid bare: the idyllic Eloi, their beautiful innocence, their gentle, languid lives were merely an exquisitely bred food source. And the Morlocks, pale, strong, and silent, were their industrious farmers managing this terrible circular economy from their vast underground warrens. You, along with the time traveler, finally grasped the true grim horror of their symbiotic relationship. It wasn't evolution leading to advancement for all. It was a dark, cannibalistic parody of ecological balance. Truly, your stomach does a little flip imagining dinner parties in this future. It certainly would limit the conversational topics around the dinner table. And that metallic smell in the air from the shafts, it suddenly seemed much more menacing than before. The time traveler, for all his scientific detachment, was filled with a profound personal sense of revulsion. He, a proud descendant of Homo sapiens, stood witness to the final grotesque fracturing of his species. The aesthetic horror of the Morlocks, their ape-like forms and glowing red eyes, was amplified by the moral horror of their purpose. And the beautiful, innocent Eloi, destined to be culled like contented sheep, seemed even more pitiable in their ignorance. It was a tragedy of cosmic proportions. He now understood with crushing certainty the Morlocks had his time machine, and they weren't about to give it back. They had perhaps observed its functionality. He had seen the small door ajar in the Sphinx's base. It seemed likely the heavy doors slid on massive mechanisms only capable of being opened and closed by beings of superior intellect and strength, specifically the Morlocks, perhaps from below ground. Driven by a surge of defiant anger, a raw fury born of witnessing such profound evolutionary degeneracy, the time traveler decided on his course of action. He would descend into the Morlock world. It was a desperate, foolhardy plan, but the only path left to him. To leave the time machine in their grasp was to forever strand himself in this hideous future. To fight for it, however suicidal it seemed, was his only hope. He would, in essence, punch evolution in the face. This was not the typical response of a scientist confronted with an uncomfortable truth. This was the raw, emotional response of a Victorian man, determined to reclaim what was his and confront injustice. You rather admire his pluck, don't you? Even if it feels a tad like jumping into a well without a map or a safety harness, or even a properly working lantern that doesn't immediately short-circuit due to general despair. His immediate thought was weapons. He was a man of his time. Personal safety, though not always paramount, was understood. The time traveler needed to arm himself against these fast, strong, and intelligent subterranean creatures. He explored the colossal Eloi buildings more thoroughly. They were hollowed-out shells, remnants of a forgotten glory. He was searching for any kind of functional implement, any metal rod, any piece of sharpened stone, anything that could serve as a crude bludgeon or a defensive tool. It felt ridiculous reverting to Stone Age weaponry in the 800 and 700 first century. Mainstream historical archaeological finds confirm that human ingenuity always turns to tools for survival. Here he was doing it with 800,000 years of hindsight. He felt a rather savage amusement that despite all their technological progression, this future hadn't provided him with anything better than, say, a very sturdy stick, or possibly a somewhat heavy decorative pillar. He wandered through what he surmised had once been grand libraries, now empty, echoing halls. He found no books, no preserved knowledge, only crumbling shelves. This confirmed his theory of the Eloi's intellectual decay. All knowledge, it seemed, had either gone underground with the Morlocks, or simply withered away like his chance of ever reading the future's philosophical treatises. It's truly amazing what a lack of daily struggle does to intellectual pursuits. There was no future Netflix here, apparently. No great archives of literature or wisdom. What a sad end for the accumulated knowledge of humanity. He couldn't help but notice the silence of it all, that immense library, where no words were ever read, where no thoughts were ever formed beyond the instinctive urge to bask and chew on sweet fruits. A silent graveyard for civilization's highest achievements. He stumbled upon what must have been an ancient museum, or as he called it, the Palace of Green Porcelain. so named because of its remarkably preserved facade of gleaming greenish porcelain-like material. It was a structure hinted at in his first impressions, but not fully explored. This building offered hope, a tangible link to a past, perhaps more glorious, perhaps more brutal, but certainly more inventive. Mainstream museums, as you recall, served as repositories of both natural history and human achievement. He hoped to find something, anything preserved, a tool, a weapon, even a rudimentary instructional manual for defeating pale subterranean man-eating entities would have been greatly appreciated. He pictured a quiet archive filled with very detailed plans for subterranean population control early phase. Wishful thinking. The building itself was enormous, a labyrinth of decaying galleries and chambers overgrown with the same ubiquitous green vegetation. But unlike the residential Eloi structures, it was clearly meant for preservation to showcase something. And perhaps that something was weaponry. If ever humanity thought of preserving one thing beyond its philosophical musings, it would undoubtedly be its capacity for conflict and self-defense. He half expected to find ancient cannon-rusty flintlocks, perhaps even the fossilized remains of some very angry velociraptors, who simply found themselves on the wrong side of an early hominid spear. He allowed himself a brief, dark laugh. There was still a fragment of his academic humor intact. His plan was becoming clearer. If he was to venture into the darkness to retrieve his machine from creatures perfectly adapted to the lightless realm, he needed not just a weapon for physical defense, but a means of bringing his light to their darkness. Their aversion to light was their ultimate weakness, his greatest advantage. If he could create a reliable source of light, a torch, perhaps he could not only navigate their terrifying subterranean world, but potentially drive them back blind and disoriented, creating a path to his time machine. He felt a desperate urgency. The longer his machine was in their care, the more likely they were to tamper with it, to damage it, to make it inoperable for his return. Imagine a creature whose only idea of technology is that it operates in total darkness, handling a complex Victorian chronometer. Horrifying. The sheer idea that they might, for a quirky tidbit of entertainment, start using parts of his highly complex chronometer to scratch their backs against the subterranean cavern walls filled him with existential dread. This, he thought, must be the equivalent of discovering that all human knowledge on Earth is being devoured by hungry, pale, sentient fungi. This idea of using light as a weapon sparked a glimmer of genuine optimism in him for the first time since his rude arrival in the future. He would conquer their dark with his light. He would turn their fundamental evolutionary advantage into a crippling vulnerability. The tactical brilliance, however simple, was immense. The element of fire was something inherently frightening to these subterranean creatures, beings who perhaps hadn't seen natural flame for hundreds of millennia, only the controlled, predictable illumination of whatever machines powered their existence. Mainstream historical reports often highlighted the psychological impact of new warfare technologies on unprepared populations. Fire, the primal element, might function as such for the Morlocks. The only question remained, how to create that light, how to wield it. He needed raw materials. He needed a method. He needed something more robust than the single box of his matches that might already have withered into futility from his brief journey through millions of years. And he could only hope the palaces of green porcelain contained what he needed. His life, and potentially the entire historical record of his travels, depended upon finding these desperate means of fighting a foe utterly adapted to perpetual gloom. He began to make his way towards that large, silent edifice, Weena trailing loyally behind him, her eyes wide with a gentle fear he no longer ignored, but respected, seeing it now as a sign of her connection to a very distant past. A past not entirely subsumed by bliss and ignorant cattle. The fire would, if he had his way, light up this terrifying future, even if it simply illuminated the horrors within it. The time traveler had made a tactical breakthrough. Fire, the primal element, a force of creation and destruction, held the key to unlocking the dark secrets of the Morlocks. Their extreme sensitivity to light, their deep-seated aversion to any illumination beyond the soft, phosphorescent glow of their own cavernous world, meant that fire was his ultimate weapon. It offered him not only protection, but a terrifying, offensive capability against these otherwise formidable creatures. He could quite literally fight fire with, well, fire. A straightforward plan, if a dangerous one. He found himself chuckling at the sheer simplicity and savagery of it given the futuristic setting. It would certainly shake up their expectations, he thought. No gentle Victorian gentleman brings polite parlor fireworks to future cave dwellers. It would be more like a primal declaration of war fought with sticks and fire, proving that even 800,000 years in the future, Basic human instincts for survival and surprisingly effective arson still apply. His destination was now fixed: the vast, sprawling palace of green porcelain. This monolithic structure, hinted at since his arrival, seemed his last best hope for finding the necessary materials to create a sustained flame, a true light source powerful enough to repel the agile, terrifying Morlocks. You trudged beside him, the early morning sun filtering through the dense, towering canopy, illuminating scattered remnants of what had once been vast architectural wonders. He recalled thinking of ancient humans' discovery of fire as a momentous leap forward for civilization. Mainstream historical anthropology confirmed its transformative role, providing warmth, protection, and enabling cooked food and metallurgy. Here it would be wielded by a man from 1895 as the ultimate, albeit primitive, weapon in a battle against a devolved humanity. The irony was palpable, the ultimate circularity of history echoing through the eons. He needed fire not just to escape, but to reassert, in some primal sense, humanity's dominion over the creeping cannibalistic darkness. A slightly chilling, albeit quirky fringe theory suggests that humankind's collective subconscious holds deeply rooted archetypes, including the symbolic significance of light against darkness, perhaps rooted in humanity's early relationship with fire. The time traveler, whether he realized it or not, was tapping into that ancient fear, that visceral response long forgotten by these underground denizens. The palace of green porcelain loomed before them. It was a vast, elegant structure, its very facade hinting at its long-forgotten glory. The gleaming green porcelain material that gave it its name seemed utterly untouched by the centuries, still radiating a faint, cool luster in the morning light. It contrasted sharply with the soft, worn stone of the other Eloy buildings and the vibrant, untamed green of the surrounding landscape. The building felt alien, untouched, an artificial monument that seemed to have withstood the endless march of time with remarkable fortitude. He began the difficult trek towards it. It wasn't just a casual stroll across a manicured park. The area surrounding the palace was wilder, even more overgrown than the Eloy's immediate vicinity. Dense, thorny bushes, tangled vines that threatened to trip you at every step, and large, oddly resistant grasses formed a formidable barrier. The very air was heavy and still, with an almost claustrophobic pressure despite being outside. You half expected a very large, incredibly determined insect to burst out of the greenery and politely ask for directions, but thankfully the time traveler seemed quite able to navigate through this impenetrable thicket, though not without frequent scrapes and scratches to his increasingly ragged clothes. The walk was surprisingly arduous, demanding a physical effort that taxed his weary body. The soft, giving ground that covered the hidden wells made footing tricky, occasionally leading to a disconcerting slight sinking feeling, reminding him of the labyrinthine underworld beneath their feet. He paused frequently to regain his breath, surveying the surroundings. The landscape seemed to thicken, becoming even more primordial and ancient. Perhaps less of humanity's guiding hand had shaped this area. And with Weena clinging to his hand, every difficult step felt fraught with the heightened burden of protection. He also found that a good distance from the familiar safety of the Eloy's daytime zones, the very atmosphere seemed to shift subtly. The casual giggles of the Eloy had vanished. The sounds of birds and giant insects seemed less joyful, more predatory, and you found yourself constantly scanning the horizon, sensing an unspoken presence beyond the rustling leaves. There was a particular unsettling stillness to the air, an absence of the benevolent carelessness of the Eloy. This place was different. As they approached the monumental walls of the Palace of Green Porcelain, it became clear why it was untouched. Not only was it physically formidable, but the surrounding overgrown vegetation itself formed a natural barrier, an almost impassable jungle. He spent a significant amount of time merely trying to force his way through the dense overgrowth that guarded its perimeter, often having to hack and slash with a piece of sharp stone. This seemed rather inconvenient if it was meant to be visited frequently, didn't it? Mainstream urban planners might have a small crisis envisioning city centers that could only be accessed with a machete and a very firm hand. It's truly amazing that anything could remain undisturbed for 800,000 years. He found an entrance eventually. Not a grand, sweeping doorway, but a vast fissure in the gleaming porcelain wall, likely caused by millennia of shifting earth and gradual subsidence, almost seamlessly swallowed by the aggressive creepers and heavy blooming vines that coiled themselves around the facade. It looked less like an intended doorway and more like a wound on the skin of an ancient petrified giant. He knew it would lead to nothing if it were just an Eloy building, but he was driven by the grim hope of finding useful tools and weapons inside. This entrance felt almost purposeful, as if the earth itself had conspired to reveal a hidden secret. Before he pushed through the curtain of vines, he paused, a chilling thought striking him. This monumental building had stood for so long. Had the Morlocks never ventured in? Did they respect this strange edifice? Or did they too have a natural aversion to places of past human accomplishment, as removed as it was from their subterranean needs? The fact that the entrance was partially open and unguarded provided a small spark of relief mixed with the dread that if they hadn't touched it, it was because it served no purpose to them, or worse, contained no valuable objects for his plan. Scholarly debate regarding cultural preservation in advanced societies might take a keen interest here. Was it simply too old for anyone to bother with? Or did it contain some forbidden archaic lore too dangerous even for the dark dwellers? He personally hoped for a box of pristine, very ancient industrial-strength matches and perhaps a manual on their future care and keeping. One can always dream, right? As a quirky tidbit of his own time, he'd often heard the phrase, "as quiet as a church mouse," but had never truly contemplated an entire era of silent, unchallenged decay. The time traveler took a deep breath. Weena, her small hand firmly in his, looked up at him with those vast, trusting eyes, and a renewed surge of purpose filled him. He had faced down his skepticism, witnessed horrors unimaginable, and endured profound loneliness. He was now armed with a plan. He knew their weakness, fire, and he knew their domain, darkness. He would invade their very element, equipped with the ancient weapon that heralded humanity's original triumph over the dark and cold. He pushed aside the thick, ropey vines that veiled the fissure in the wall and stepped into the palpable gloom of the palace of green porcelain, a beacon of determination, if somewhat tattered, in an almost indescribably decaying future. The search for a weapon was now personal, profound, and utterly vital. And if his luck held not entirely fruitless, he simply hoped the architects of 800,000 years prior had possessed excellent taste in emergency supplies. The time traveler had made his desperate decision to descend into the Morlock's dark world. His strategy hinged on a fundamental principle. Light defeats darkness. But to create and sustain light, he needed specific tools, specific resources, objects utterly absent from the immediate vicinity of the gentle, unthinking Eloy. His gaze was fixed on the distant palace of green porcelain, a colossal structure that even from afar hinted at a past grandeur, a history that might hold the keys to his survival. You trudge alongside him, the morning sun climbing higher in the pale sky. The journey itself proved to be a formidable undertaking, far more arduous than merely strolling through the manicured ease of the Eloy's immediate garden. The lush landscape, so idyllic from afar, rapidly became a challenging, almost hostile environment. The cultivated simplicity around the Eloy dwellings gave way to untamed wilderness where nature, unrestrained by human hand for millennia, had run gloriously, menacingly wild. This was a forest primeval, if such a thing could exist, hundreds of thousands of years in the future, filled with plants whose very existence seemed alien. Think of a botanical garden that's gone rogue, swallowing cities whole. Imagine trying to walk through a particularly enthusiastic nettle patch, if the nettles were the size of small trees, and perhaps possessed slightly too keen branches. Truly inconvenient when you're already in a desperate situation. The air grew heavier, warmer, pregnant with the cloying, musky scent of overblown exotic blossoms and the buzzing of unusually large, strangely iridescent insects. Some of these insects were alarmingly large, almost the size of your hand, and while seemingly harmless, their sheer proximity was unsettling. He recalled reading about early entomological expeditions of the 19th century, how many explorers had to hack their way through impenetrable jungle. This was that only with the added existential dread of an alien future. There were times he thought a gigantic furry butterfly might land on his head, or perhaps offer him directions to a slightly less overgrown pathway. Unfortunately, they merely flitted by indifferently. The ground underfoot, though thick with vegetation, was soft and spongy, often giving way with an unnerving sensation. Beneath this verdant carpet he knew lay the treacherous labyrinth of Morlock tunnels, their very existence distorting the earth above. Every step felt like a gamble, a test of trust on a thin layer of vegetation suspended over a hidden hostile world. He even encountered areas where the ground felt distinctly hollow beneath him, like stepping on a very large rotten plank over a deep pit. A sudden give could lead to an unscheduled, terrifying descent directly into a Morlock factory, or perhaps their collective lunchroom, which he wanted to avoid at all costs. This sense of instability constantly reminded him of the lurking danger below, turning a simple hike into a continuous tightrope walk across the ages. This particular ecological arrangement, a delicate layer of surface life over a vast subterranean productive layer, surely posed complex challenges for well plumbing. Just think of the drainage systems required. The distance to the palace was deceptively long, measured not in miles but in hours of arduous effort. What looked like a brief stroll from his initial landing spot transformed into a punishing journey through thickets and over gentle, barely perceptible rises in the terrain. Each slope feeling steeper due to his gnawing hunger and lingering exhaustion. The sun, a bloated, increasingly ruddy disk, pulsed heavily in the sky, contributing to the feeling of oppressiveness, an unnerving stillness broken only by his own heavy breathing and the faint, high-pitched whir of something mechanical deep in the earth, a sound he had now come to associate with lurking dread. This ubiquitous humming suggested a hidden planetary-scale system at work. Mainstream historical reports often highlighted the challenge of traversing previously unmapped terrains. For the time traveler, he was charting a world no one from his time had seen, making every plant and every slope a mystery and a potential danger. He often felt like he was walking on a huge living mattress that sometimes decided to randomly have springs poke through. A rather lumpy trek indeed. Weena, his small companion, kept pace with him with remarkable, if occasionally clumsy, loyalty. Her delicate bare feet, though accustomed to the soft, gentle paths near the Eloi dwellings, seemed ill-suited to this wilder territory. He found himself pausing frequently to offer her his hand over particularly thorny patches, or to push aside thick, aggressive vines. She never complained, never resisted, but her small hands, though remarkably firm, visibly trembled as they navigated the deeper, darker sections of the encroaching wilderness. He picked her up and carried her frequently, her tiny body shockingly light in his arms, feeling his own reserves of strength draining faster. He felt a deep sense of protective tenderness towards her, and a greater sense of urgency. Every moment spent in this hostile journey was a moment closer to the perils of the impending night. His vigilance was constant. Every rustle of leaves, every unfamiliar shadow sent a fresh wave of anxiety through him. He was not merely wary of unseen natural threats in this alien ecosystem. He wondered briefly what the apex predator of an 800,000 AD rainforest might look like, but also of the constant chilling possibility of Morlock encounters, even in the presumed safety of daylight. He knew that the farther he strayed from the immediate sunny zones where the Eloi idled, the closer he ventured into areas where the Morlocks might conduct their hidden activities. They had a reason to be out, however briefly, beyond the darkness, scouting for resources perhaps, or retrieving some strange forgotten mechanical parts. It was a rather fringe, albeit utterly plausible idea, that even underground species need their lunch break too, even if it is to silently perform maintenance above ground and not well have a pleasant picnic. This particular landscape felt like the off-limits section of a particularly vast, horrifying natural park with no polite warning signs for curious explorers. As they pressed on the occasional glimpses of massive fragmented pieces of statuary and architectural elements, perhaps fallen from the very building he sought, or the remnants of other vanished structures, hinted at the profound age and the ceaseless slow collapse of this long-lost civilization. They were like the shattered ruins of Pompeii, but a Pompeii that had decayed and reformed countless times over vast geological stretches, buried not by ash, but by successive waves of indifferent plant growth. It added to the time traveler's profound melancholy, a chilling reminder of the utter transience of all human endeavors. If even these immense monuments of art and ambition were simply becoming giant moss-covered climbing frames for vines, what hope was there for him and his mission? Scholarly debate sometimes argues over whether true civilization requires enduring monumental structures. Here he had the monument without the enduring civilization. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they approached the immense walls of the palace. The vibrant green porcelain, visible even from a distance, seemed to shimmer in the diffused sunlight, radiating a ghostly luminescence. It looked like a vast abandoned emerald palace, untouched by the passage of living things. This was the one constant against the relentless march of geological and botanical change. This unique material had indeed defied the ages, but the building itself was completely subsumed by an impenetrable mass of colossal plants, trees of unfamiliar species forming a solid green wall against its gleaming surface. Even its entryways were overgrown, choked with vines, the mighty gates twisted by the slow, inexorable embrace of the living plant kingdom. The sheer scale of the overgrowth made the palace of green porcelain feel like a truly remote fortress, sealed away by nature itself, undisturbed for incomprehensible epochs. He had to hack at the vines with a piece of sharpened rock he had found along the way, slowly painfully making headway into what felt like an impenetrable curtain of future vegetation. The task was exhausting his muscles protesting with every swing. He thought of his quiet, comfortable study filled with books and brandy. It seemed an entirely different planet. He finally reached what appeared to be a vast, arching entryway, half submerged by a hill of accumulated debris and tightly entwined by massive ancient tree roots that resembled enormous snakes. The sheer density of vegetation, the suffocating presence of all this exuberant plant life felt oppressive. It was almost like trying to enter a museum by tunneling through a living jungle. The very idea was absurd, but there was no other way. This entrance, obscured by centuries of forgotten detritus and verdant triumph, felt more like burrowing into an ancient tomb than entering a grand cultural edifice. He pushed through the last heavy tangle of leaves, a determined grimace on his face, Weena close behind him clinging to his jacket. They had reached their destination, but the challenge of entry was far from over. And once inside, who knew what 800,000 years of solitude had allowed to flourish in its quiet, dark halls? He hoped with a desperate sincerity that the future hadn't simply invented an 8-legged spider that wore human bones as fashionable accessories. That would simply be too much even for him. You had finally breached the immense tangled green barrier, following the time traveler through the reluctant tangle of roots and vines that guarded the monumental entrance to the Palace of Green Porcelain. Stepping inside felt less like entering a building, and more like descending into a subterranean cave choked by plant life, ancient dust, and an almost suffocating stillness. The sheer silence was immediate and profound, as if the very air itself had held its breath for centuries, refusing to exhale. Your feet crunched softly on unseen detritus dust that was probably older than most known civilizations. As your eyes adjusted to the palpable gloom within, a world of monumental decay began to unfurl before you. This was no bustling public edifice. It was a ghost of human ambition, a silent graveyard of forgotten triumphs and lost knowledge. The air was cool and still, with a faint musty odor of damp earth and millennia of decay, rather like the forgotten corner of an antique shop where nobody ever thought to dust, only magnified by 10,000 centuries. No cheerful voices echoed through its vaulted ceilings. No light-filled windows broke the overwhelming shadows. You could almost feel the weight of countless untold ages pressing down on you. The time traveler flicked a few matches, amazingly still somewhat functional despite the incredible passage of time, but their meager flames were quickly swallowed by the cavernous darkness. They served only to cast fleeting, exaggerated shadows of immense silent pillars and the ghostly outlines of vanished exhibits. You could see where once vast display cases had stood, long since shattered, and their contents spilled into indistinguishable heaps of dust. There were pedestals where once proud statues must have been exhibited, now empty, or merely home to colonies of glittering fungi. The sheer scale of the place was overwhelming. Hall after hall, gallery upon gallery, stretching into the gloom, hinting at an endless collection of everything humanity once valued or understood. Mainstream historical reports often describe Victorian museums such as the British Museum as immense storehouses of knowledge attempting to catalogue the entirety of human civilization and the natural world. This Palace of Green Porcelain was clearly once such a place, but on a cosmic scale intended to contain the cumulative achievements of millennia, and now it was a grand shell. He lit a small makeshift lamp, a piece of dried bark soaked in what appeared to be some remnant of aged paraffin or oil salvaged from a surprisingly intact container, and its feeble glow danced off the immense empty spaces, revealing ghostly outlines on the distant walls where maps, charts, or elaborate murals must once have been displayed, now utterly faded, indistinguishable blotches. You saw glimpses of intricate carvings, probably friezes depicting scenes of future life, or abstract scientific concepts, their details worn away by time, or perhaps simply by the utter neglect of the intervening centuries. The time traveler, for his part, was a whirlwind of frustrated purpose. He moved with an almost feverish energy, heedless of the dust that coated everything, or the unsettling rustles that occasionally disturbed the profound quiet. He ran his hands over cracked displays, peered into darkened alcoves, seeking not lost philosophical texts, nor insights into the advanced technology of these builders, but practical items. Weapons, tools, anything to fight. A light source that would endure. The poignant reality was that for a scholar from the 19th century, a great museum should be a source of intellectual delight, a veritable banquet of learning. But here, in the 800 and 701st century, it was a barren cupboard containing nothing of real practical use, save for his desperate needs. He felt that the collective historical value of this place was somehow mocking him, proving that intellectual curiosity without a sturdy spear was perhaps not quite enough in a carnivorous future. Honestly, this really was the ultimate in forgotten storage spaces. Even if he found a perfectly preserved umbrella stand, he doubted it would help him battle a pack of glowing-eyed subterranean entities. He mused dryly. All that knowledge and not a single viable solution to my current existential pickle. Truly disheartening. He continued deeper into the structure, the silence becoming oppressive, pressing in on them from all sides. Weena, usually so quiet and gentle, pressed closer to him, her small hand tightly grasping his, her eyes wide with a childish apprehension that mirrored his own disquiet. The dim light seemed to scare her. She whimpered softly when he peered into a particularly dark side chamber. She clearly possessed an inherited aversion to any confined, gloomy spaces, a natural outcome for the Eloi who found the world outside perpetually bright. What must this museum have contained in its glory days? The time traveler wondered about the scientific instruments, the wondrous machines, the artistic masterpieces. All gone, lost to the voracious maw of time. He envisioned glass cases filled with relics of forgotten wars, perhaps the skeletal remains of monstrous future animals, the delicate implements of highly advanced surgery, or the complex glowing artifacts of hyper-futuristic industry. Historians still argue whether material culture is always necessary for understanding a civilization. Here, its complete erasure left a terrifying void. This profound loss was deeply disheartening for a man whose very passion was understanding and preserving the trajectory of human progress. It really highlights how all those mainstream history lectures about progress leading to perfection were perhaps slightly premature. A bit of a marketing blunder, if you ask him. He was searching methodically, sweeping his meager light across the high-arched ceilings and the floor. He could distinguish faint traces of once-painted signs, guiding pathways, informational plaques, all utterly illegible, now leaving him only with the ghostly memory of what might have been. The irony was devastating. Here in the most massive repository of accumulated human knowledge, all that remained were faint traces of forgotten wisdom, obscured by decay too frail to withstand the relentless grind of millennia. It was the ultimate cosmic defragging of the hard drive of civilization, only nothing was left behind, just silent emptiness. Then from deeper within the palace a sound. Not a Morlockian chittering, not a ghostly whisper, but a definite, distinct clattering sound. Metal against stone. Hope surged through him. He sprinted towards it, Weena scrambling to keep up, her small legs working frantically. He navigated a maze of collapsing display shelves and toppled pillars, the musty air suddenly stirring. He finally reached a vast, dark gallery. And there, piled against a crumbling wall, he saw them. Rusting, corroded, but undeniably present, the relics of humanity's combative past. Spears, their wooden shafts long rotted away, but their heavy, sharpened iron heads still visible, green with corrosion. Blunted swords, their blades gnawed by rust, but retaining a semblance of their formidable shape. And then, most promisingly, 2 rows of curious, intricate metallic cylinders lined against the wall, their inner mechanisms shielded. Guns, and among them, though much degraded, what looked like a collection of matches. And then, incredibly, a small container, its lid still partially intact, of camphor. The relief was so immense it nearly buckled his knees. Matches and highly flammable camphor. Not guns. Guns might attract attention and need ammunition, but fire. Fire could be fashioned here, could be amplified and made portable. Mainstream historical reports often described museums of warfare and weaponry in the 19th century, serving as stark reminders of past conflicts. This gallery must have been something similar, preserving tools of a more violent ancestral era. For him, they were not just historical artifacts, but instruments of desperate, urgent personal need. Weena, catching sight of the gleaming but rusty weapons, whimpered and shrank back, burying her face in his leg. She still possessed the Eloi's inherent aversion to anything that smacked of conflict or overt aggression, a reaction entirely inconsistent with a species raised purely for predation. He gently patted her head, trying to reassure her. "It's all right, my dear," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "These are only tools. Tools to protect us." She obviously didn't understand. Her inherent reaction reinforced how truly detached the Eloi were from any comprehension of struggle. A quirk of her evolved disposition. He picked up a heavy iron bar that looked like a crude, rusty lever. It felt solid, reassuringly heavy in his hand. He then looked at the collection of what looked like metal instruments, and there, partially hidden beneath them, were the precious matches and camphor. It was like finding treasure in a dusty attic, if the treasure was literally your one ticket to not being eaten by subterranean ex-humans. The matches themselves were preserved by the dryness of the museum, kept safe from damp. Their delicate phosphorus tips looked somewhat oxidized, but their very existence was a minor miracle. A small box of matches you considered wasn't merely a small box of chemical reaction materials. It was a potential tactical nuclear bomb in the right hands, or rather the correctly fearful minds of Morlocks. A definite fringe science concept, sometimes put forth as a quirky tidbit of behavioral psychology, suggests that organisms have deep-seated species-level aversions that remain even when circumstances make them illogical. For the Morlocks, fire might simply represent something completely outside their evolved sensory and psychological experience, a primal terror that goes beyond physical harm. With renewed purpose, the time traveler began to gather what he could. The weapons, rudimentary though they were, and crucially the matchbox and the lump of camphor, highly flammable material with a potent distinctive odor that, combined with the phosphorus on the matches, meant he now had the core components for a sustained light source, a torch. His scientific knowledge for once yielded immediate and tangible results. This museum, rather than being merely an echo of dead ideas, had provided the most vital, the most visceral means for survival. It seemed fitting in a twisted way that the remnants of human civilization's violent and technological past would provide the very tools to confront humanity's devolved and horrific future. Historians still debate whether all history is merely cyclical, but for the time traveler clutching an ancient rusted lever and a handful of decayed matches, the argument had become decidedly personal and incredibly horrifyingly tangible. The Palace of Green Porcelain, rather than a monument to the sublime, had simply become his armory, and this was where he found his new hope in the utter darkness. You've just squeezed through that thick, tenacious curtain of vines and plunged into the overwhelming silence of the Palace of Green Porcelain, guided by the time traveler's determination and his flickering makeshift lamp. The cool, stale air enveloped you thick with the scent of extreme age and slow, monumental decay. Every step resonated through the vast, empty galleries, emphasizing the utter desolation of this once grand repository of knowledge. This wasn't merely quiet, it was the quiet of eons untouched and unheard by human life for unimaginable periods. Then came that sound, a hopeful metallic clatter in the distance cutting through the profound stillness like a knife through butter. It wasn't the menacing chittering of a Morlock. It was the sound of objects and perhaps, more importantly, tools. Driven by an urgency that overshadowed his lingering exhaustion, the time traveler hastened his steps, weaving through collapsed display cases and silent crumbling exhibits, Weena struggling valiantly to keep pace, her small hand firmly gripping his, her eyes wide with fear in the gloom. And then he saw it. The dark gallery, the heaps of rust. Piled against a massive crumbling stone wall were the distinct, unmistakable remnants of human conflict. Rust-eaten swords, their once gleaming blades, now dull, corroded chunks of iron, lay haphazardly twisted like discarded toy soldiers. He picked one up, testing its weight. The balance was off, the grip crumbling, but it was a sword nonetheless, a tangible, brutal instrument of the human desire for combat and domination. Its blunt edges and rusted hilt spoke not of ceremonial elegance, but of blunt, merciless purpose. You realize with a shudder that this museum wasn't just storing art. It was clearly a monument to warfare, a morbid tribute to humanity's endless struggle against itself. A perfect place for the morbid historian in you to contemplate humanity's persistent fondness for creative ways to injure each other. There were other, even cruder weapons. Spears, their wooden shafts long since rotted to dust, leaving behind only the heavy, leaf-shaped spearheads of iron, their once sharp points now blunted by corrosion green with a fungal bloom that almost obscured their fearsome purpose. They looked like prehistoric implements or perhaps early forms of industrial agricultural equipment adapted to violence. You pick up a spearhead, its surprisingly smooth cold metal feeling oddly significant. It was perhaps designed to be used in battle formations that had been forgotten eons ago, only to reappear as curios in a silent museum of a doomed planet. The sheer ubiquity of weapons throughout recorded human history, from early Stone Age tools adapted for hunting and conflict to the most complex modern firearms, is a mainstream historical fact. Wherever humanity existed, conflict soon followed. This gallery was a silent, rusting testament to that immutable truth. Amidst these decaying relics of violence, he also discovered various other implements, some heavy, blunt instruments resembling ancient mallets or bludgeons, and other pieces of fractured, corroded machinery. Perhaps the remains of more complex devices, cannons perhaps, or parts of some rudimentary steam-powered death machine. They lay strewn about in what seemed like a casual dump of disused horrors, too weighty or too large to be entirely taken by time and decomposition, or even the ubiquitous future plant life. It seemed the plants of 802-701 AD had little interest in the historical weight of weaponry. They only cared for absorbing things into their magnificent, thriving greenness. But for the time traveler, these rusty implements were priceless. They weren't elegant or pretty, not like the gilded instruments in his London home, but they were functional. They could strike, they could smash, they could injure, and crucially, they could protect him from creatures whose very bodies were adapted for darkness and silent predation creatures he had seen in his chilling nightly vigil. He wasn't looking for art, he was looking for salvation, even if it came in the form of a heavily oxidized club. He envisioned a future book detailing archaeological discoveries, one 19th century man's struggle to find anything that actually works. It was a bleak comedy, if comedy at all. Weena, his loyal Eloi companion, however, reacted to these discoveries with stark terror. She cringed, burying her small face against his leg, whimpering softly. Her innocent eyes, when they occasionally glanced up, showed only revulsion and fear. She shied away from the gleaming, even through the rust and menacing shapes of the weapons. It seemed the ingrained aversion to conflict that defined her species extended even to the inanimate tools of ancient war. This complete absence of an aggressive impulse, or even a recognition of a tool's potential for self-defense, was perhaps the ultimate demonstration of the Eloi's total evolutionary decay. She had no comprehension of the very necessity of these instruments. To her, they were simply objects that represented unpleasant things. He thought briefly of trying to teach her how to swing a bludgeon, but decided it would be a wasted effort, and perhaps fundamentally counterproductive for the preservation of what was left of her gentle nature. A truly bizarre and rather fringe psychological theory might suggest that a species bred entirely for peaceful consumption develops a physiological revulsion to the implements of force, a deep-seated neural avoidance pattern. Basically, their brains just say nope to anything pointy or heavy used for fighting. His attention quickly settled on a sturdy, if deeply rusted iron bar. It wasn't originally a weapon. It might have been part of some display or a support structure or even an extremely well-built leg for a rather heavy table in some lost hall. But in his hands it felt heavy, solid, and undeniably functional. Its blunt end offered a formidable crushing impact, and its sheer weight was a reassuring counterpoint to his perceived vulnerability. He picked it up, swung it a few times experimentally, and the faint whistling sound it made was immensely satisfying. This he knew would do. He'd make Morlock pie. A less delicious thought than you can imagine, certainly. He found a certain primal satisfaction in this return to such simple weaponry. No need for complex equations. Just raw, impactful force. It was profoundly satisfying. But what he truly sought was fire. These metal relics were for close-quarters combat, for defense against an ambush. But his grand plan hinged on exploiting the Morlock's deep-seated, species-wide aversion to light. For that he needed reliable sources of illumination, and as luck would have it, nestled beneath the rusted remnants of what appeared to be some sort of early firearm, perhaps an ancient musket or a truly unwieldy carbine, its trigger corroded beyond repair, he found them. A box of very, very old but astonishingly intact phosphorus-tipped matches. They seemed to have been somehow sealed, preserved from the damp and the insidious march of decay. And next to them, incredibly, was a small, tightly lidded tin, partially cracked, containing what appeared to be a yellowish, semi-translucent lump. It was camphor. The strong, pungent scent of the volatile compound was faint, but unmistakable. Camphor. The time traveler knew immediately the significance of this discovery. A highly flammable, easily ignited substance often used in medicine, and also famously in fire starter kits or incendiary devices. A quirky tidbit from the annals of early fire-making techniques, friction-based methods, like the fire bow or fire plow, relied on immense effort and specific woods. Here, chemical aid made it utterly simple. And with matches, it was like finding a fully fueled rocket ship in a parking lot. These were his tools of salvation. This forgotten collection of archaic tools, untouched for millennia, by a culture that clearly valued effortless idle, would provide him with the means to turn the tide. He felt a profound, almost manic exhilaration, the utter simplicity of it, fire and a sturdy stick, to conquer the incredibly complex horrors of evolutionary entropy. He must have looked a rather strange figure in his torn, dirty clothes, clutching a rusty lever and a few flimsy matches like precious jewels, with his terrified little companion cowering behind him. This truly was his arsenal for future warfare. He hadn't thought he'd be engaging in such ancient practices in such a technologically advanced world. The scholars of the future, perhaps in a time even further beyond this terrible 802-701 AD, would surely debate the philosophical implications of this moment. Humanity's reliance on its most primal instincts when faced with its most complex failures. But for the time traveler clinging to these vestiges of past brutality and scientific knowledge, there was only the immediate, overwhelming imperative of survival and the grim determination to reclaim what was his. The museum had provided, after all, its lofty intellectual promise, something brutally terrifyingly simple and effective. His mind quickly began to churn, concocting precise plans for his assault. With his heavy iron club as his primary physical weapon and the camphor, and matches as his terrifying sources of light, he would return to the Sphinx prepared not just to observe, but to actively violently penetrate the dark domain of the Morlocks. And if he was lucky, he'd get out in one piece. If not, well, at least he would go down fighting, leaving a very confusing archaeological dig for whoever found him. A very small consolation prize in the grand scheme of things. You had followed the time traveler through the musty, decaying grandeur of the palace of green porcelain, enduring the suffocating silence and the pervasive smell of forgotten ages. The heavy, unyielding silence within the museum only amplified the chilling desperation of his quest. Then, in a forgotten corner amongst the rusted implements of ancient human conflict, he had stumbled upon it. The raw ingredients of his battle plan, matches and camphor. A rudimentary discovery, perhaps, but a miraculous one given his impossible circumstances. For him, finding fire starters in this utterly fireless future was equivalent to finding a functional rocket ship, fuel included. It meant he wasn't just stuck. He had a fighting chance. And a rusty, rather dull-looking club to go with it, of course. The box of matches was an incredibly fortunate find. The conditions in the museum, preserved by the unique nature of its construction, or simply by chance, had kept them relatively dry, preventing the match heads from crumbling into useless powder. They looked old, their phosphorus tips dulled and oxidized, but critically they were still viable. The time traveler carefully handled them, picking one up, examining its slender wooden stem, the chemical coating on its tip. His mind was already whirring with the simple yet potent chemistry of fire. Matches, after all, had been a revolutionary, albeit relatively recent mainstream historical invention, for fire starting moving far beyond the more cumbersome flint and steel methods. The simplicity of igniting them made them a perfect tool for a man with limited time and immense peril. You wondered if the Morlocks had even encountered a match before. They were accustomed to electrical luminescence. Fire would be a complete alien horror. The camphor was an even greater discovery. It was a yellowish translucent lump, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, preserved within a rusted but largely intact tin. Its pungent, almost acrid smell was still distinctly present, cutting through the general mustiness of the museum air. Camphor, the time traveler knew, was a highly volatile and flammable substance. Its dense, waxy consistency meant it would burn slowly yet intensely, providing a sustained and powerful light. It was commonly used in his own time as a medicinal compound, a decongestant, and in the production of celluloid and fireworks. The fact that this ancient lump was still so potent, so remarkably preserved, was a testament to the longevity of man-made substances, even across incomprehensible millennia. It rather gives you a peculiar hope that your carefully hoarded supply of biscuits might also outlast the heat death of the universe. Perhaps he'd consider trading it for some actual food, but now was hardly the time for dietary requests. With a practical scientist's efficiency, the time traveler set about constructing a rudimentary yet highly effective torch. He sought out the most readily available material for a shaft. He chose a long, stout, yet partially rotted branch from the ubiquitous thicket of alien plants that had infiltrated the museum. It was brittle but sturdy enough for a short time. He split one end of the branch to create a crude clamp or fissure, and then wedged a large, irregular fragment of the precious camphor into the opening, twisting the flexible green fiber of a robust vine around it to secure it firmly in place. This made for an incredibly resourceful piece of bushcraft if bushcraft applied to an infinitely future dystopia. It also felt strangely primal, a regression to the earliest forms of human ingenuity in the face of insurmountable odds. He scraped the match carefully along the damp stone of a nearby fallen pillar. It didn't light the first time, or the second. His heart thumped. His only chance. Finally, with a desperate, precise stroke, a flicker of light blossomed on the match head, followed by a sudden burst of yellow-orange flame. The time traveler almost reverently touched the flame to the camphor-soaked branch. The camphor caught with a sputter, then erupted into a steady, intense flame. It hissed and cracked, emitting a bright, surprisingly clear light, along with the distinct acrid smell of burning camphor that mingled strangely with the ancient dust and damp earth. This was his portable sun, his defensive shield. The time traveler gripped at the unexpected heat against his palm, a visceral reassurance of its power. Weena, who had been huddling quietly beside him, instinctively recoiled from the flame, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter fascination, like an animal seeing fire for the first time. She did not fully understand its purpose, but its raw intensity unsettled her profoundly. Mainstream anthropologists argue that fear of fire is instinctual in some animals. For the Eloi entirely insulated from it for hundreds of thousands of years, it was an alien, overwhelming sensation. A quirky tidbit you remembered for countless millennia, fear of fire among human ancestors also kept them safe. Here, that ancestral fear could be leveraged. With a weapon of light in his hand, his mindset shifted completely. No longer merely a desperate, fearful survivor, he became a purposeful hunter. He now had the means to invade their domain, to penetrate the depths where his machine surely lay. He envisioned his new objective with chilling clarity, descending into the Morlock world, using the very element they instinctively feared to carve a path through their hidden realm, reclaim his time machine, and make his terrifying escape. His desperation now had teeth, and those teeth glowed. He practiced wielding the impromptu torch, swinging it, realizing how easily the light repelled the unseen scampering things he'd briefly seen scurrying into deeper shadow in the museum's outer corridors, when the flickering matches had startled them. He observed their almost physical recoil from the light. This was a psychological, as much as a physical weapon. He imagined the overwhelming effect of such a blinding blaze on creatures whose eyes had evolved in perpetual gloom, sensitive to the barest glimmers. It was like suddenly thrusting a solar flare into the eyes of a deeply submerged cavefish. Total sensory overload. His strategy began to solidify. He would enter the Sphinx's well, locate his machine, and then if necessary fight his way out, driving back any Morlocks with the blazing fury of the camphor torch. He also carried the heavy rusted iron bar he had salvaged earlier, intending it as a physical weapon against any too bold or too foolish Morlocks. Fire and brute force. Simple, devastatingly effective tools for a simple, horrifying purpose. The scholarly debate about technological advancement versus regression seemed irrelevant now. It was all about returning to the fundamental means of survival. This return to basics gave him an almost primitive, savage determination. Leaving the decayed palace of green porcelain, they stepped back out into the bright light of the surface world, the intense heat of the camphor torch feeling reassuring against the soft afternoon breeze. Weena continued to recoil from the flame, always keeping a careful distance, yet she clung to his hand. Her absolute trust in him, even as he wielded this terrifying thing, was strangely comforting. He made a mental note to try and gather more camphor if possible. His one lump might not be enough for an entire expedition through the Morlock underground, especially given how easily the creatures replenished their ranks. His survival would not be a mere lucky break, he understood. It would be a bloody fight armed with the very oldest tools humanity had ever discovered. He felt the cold determination settle within him, ready to confront the darkness that was once his own future. Armed with his heavy iron club, and more powerfully the gleaming acrid flame of his camphor torch, the time traveler emerged from the ghostly quiet of the palace of green porcelain. You felt the subtle, exhilarating shift in his resolve. The desperation had been tempered by a potent weapon, one capable of striking fear into the very creatures that had brought him to the brink of despair. He clutched the rough burning branch in his hand, its heat a reassuring physical presence, its bright flickering light a tangible challenge to the impending gloom. He was ready to stop simply observing and to begin actively defying this terrible future. His first priority was to get a feel for the effectiveness of his new weapon. Even in the soft daylight where the Morlocks generally retreated to their subterranean realms, he took a calculated risk. He sought out a shaded, overgrown corner of one of the Eloi's grand decaying dwellings, a place he suspected a stray Morlock might occasionally linger, perhaps scouting for the weakest or most easily snatched among the complacent Eloi. Weena, instinctively shrinking from the powerful flame, huddled close, her wide eyes reflecting the terrifying dance of firelight. You sensed her raw primeval fear, a direct genetic echo from her ancestors who had last encountered such primal power before retreating into pampered oblivion. It was as if her tiny subconscious recalled a collective memory of danger from fire. A strange and potent quirk of her species. He slowly, deliberately brought the blazing torch into the deep shadows. The subtle shift in the air, that peculiar damp earth and metal smell he had come to associate with Morlock presence, thickened around him. And then he heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible chittering deeper in the gloom. He swung the torch. The bright orange flame cut through the darkness like a living thing, instantly illuminating a hunched pale figure that had been lurking utterly motionless amidst the crumbling debris. It was a Morlock caught in the sudden blinding glare. The creature instantly recoiled with a sickening audible hiss. It raised its long clawed hands to its face, twisting its head away from the light as if physically pained. Its disproportionately large eyes, so perfectly adapted to perpetual darkness, were clearly agonizingly overwhelmed by the sudden intensity. It shuffled back, scraping its hands along the stone floor, with frantic jerky movements, seeking any shred of shadow, any escape from the searing alien brilliance. It was less like seeing a creature flinch, and more like watching a plant violently shrink from extreme heat, or a light-sensitive deep-sea creature suddenly exposed to full sunlight. The reaction was complete, undeniable agony. This visual confirmation was everything. The time traveler felt a surge of grim triumph. This was their weakness. This was his strength. Their adaptation to lightless living had become their fundamental undoing. The immediate powerful recoil, the physical manifestation of discomfort, filled him with renewed purpose. He held the torch higher, stepping forward. The Morlock, whimpering now with faint guttural sounds, continued its frantic, clumsy retreat, stumbling over its own feet, clearly disoriented and desperate. He watched it scuttle back into a deeper, impenetrable recess of the ruin, vanishing with a desperate, receding scamper. It was like watching a startled cockroach vanish behind the oven door, but infinitely more terrifying. Mainstream biological understanding of extreme sensory adaptation supports this. A species accustomed to the barest minimum of light would indeed suffer acute pain from intense illumination similar to a sighted person suddenly looking at the sun. He had found their Achilles heel only instead of a spear. It was a perfectly aimed blast of photonic energy. Nightfall brought a fresh surge of existential dread. As the vast red sun began its descent, the temperature dropped, and the oppressive silence of the deep future settled once more. The Eloi, as was their habit, began to drift back into the safety of their communal dwellings, their brief nervous murmurs preceding their customary huddling against the terror of darkness. But tonight the time traveler wasn't simply huddling. He had a plan. He chose a large open-walled Eloi structure, one near a well shaft he had frequently observed where Morlocks were active. Weena, still clutching his hand, eyed the torch with a mixture of fear and absolute innocent trust in him. Her bravery in following him was quite remarkable, really. If it were you, you'd probably be looking for a very comfy hiding spot, under a very large, immovable, perhaps fireproof rock, and waving him a fond, distant farewell. He lit the camphor torch. The immediate comforting glow pulsed outwards, painting the ancient crumbling walls of the dwelling in stark relief, casting long, dancing shadows into every recess. He selected a vantage point that overlooked one of the well shafts nearby, where the light could most effectively penetrate and disrupt any Morlock activity. The eerie silence of the night was instantly broken by the steady hiss and crackle of the burning camphor, a loud living sound in the pervasive quiet. It was like building a bonfire inside a library. Loud, perhaps a bit impolite, but wonderfully effective at deterring anything wishing to maintain its delicate personal boundaries in the face of such aggressive illumination. He stood sentinel, his makeshift iron club laid beside him, listening intently for the first sounds from below. The incessant humming from deep within the earth felt almost like a nervous thrum now building anticipation. And then he heard it, a familiar furtive rustling near the mouth of the shaft. A series of soft scuttling noises, almost like dry leaves skittering across pavement, preceded the distinct sound of claws gripping the smooth cold stone of the shaft interior. A Morlock cautiously emerged from the depths, its pale head slowly surfacing its glowing red eyes, scanning the immediate area with their customary terrifying quickness. But the moment its large eyes registered the powerful, unfamiliar light source emanating from the time traveler, the creature instantly hissed. A chilling guttural sound filled with unadulterated pain and terror. It scrambled backwards with frantic haste, limbs flailing a terrified, clumsy ballet of aversion. It recoiled into the mouth of the shaft, a shadow swallowed by deeper shadow, but not before the time traveler clearly saw the profound physiological distress that flared in its face. Other Morlocks who had been on the verge of emerging from the same shaft also instantly retreated, their presence marked only by a distinct, rapid scampering sound from below. This confirmed his advantage, but also revealed their limits. They weren't simply inconvenienced by light. They were profoundly physically repelled almost violently. This was a psychological barrier. Fire for them was the ultimate forbidden thing alien to their experience. This extreme sensitivity suggested an interesting aspect of evolutionary theory. Scholars still debate the extent to which a species' environment shapes its weaknesses as well as its strengths. Here, the complete absence of sunlight for so long had produced a catastrophic vulnerability, an open wound to external illumination. The time traveler was now exploiting millions of years of uninterrupted subterranean comfort to their utter dismay, a very satisfying realization in a grim sort of way. He then decided to try a direct offensive. Armed with his burning torch and the weighty club, he ventured towards the nearest active shaft, walking with purposeful, heavy steps, his shadow dancing behind him like some monstrous avenging spirit. He peered into the shaft. No light was needed. His camphor torch was sufficient. It plunged deep, casting its golden glare into the abyssal blackness, pushing back the encompassing darkness that was their natural element. The immediate deafening shriek from below was a visceral validation of his actions. He heard frantic, high-pitched scuttling sounds like legions of spiders caught in a bright lamp. Morlocks, scrambling desperately to retreat from the light, collided with each other deeper within the tunnel. One Morlock, braver, or perhaps more disoriented than the others, scrambled halfway out of the well, seemingly trying to escape the immediate blinding glare and move into a shadowed area further out on the surface. This was his chance. The time traveler didn't hesitate. With a primal roar of his own born of accumulated terror and furious defiance, he swung his iron club. It connected with a sickening thud. The creature gave a guttural scream, a noise of pain and confusion that chilled the air. It tumbled backwards into the well shaft, its heavy fall echoing into the profound darkness below. The time traveler heard subsequent panic chittering from further down, a desperate flurry of noise that lasted for a few seconds before abruptly ceasing. It was the only sound of true distress he had heard from them, confirming both his lethality and his utter dominance in this temporary exchange. You have to admit that took guts. This wasn't just a game of strategy. This was raw, violent engagement. Mainstream historical reports on early human conflict often focus on the brutality of hand-to-hand combat. Here it was the only way, stripped bare of all the pleasantries of civilized discourse. The atmosphere in the shaft immediately shifted. The humming, which had previously been constant, now diminished, becoming a low, subdued thrum like an injured beast. He could still hear movement below, but it was further down, more tentative, less bold. The other Morlocks, clearly aware of the sudden demise of one of their own, were not about to risk a similar fate by venturing out into the glare of his terrifying new weapon. He knew they were there, 100 unseen eyes watching, perhaps observing his strategy, attempting to find a weakness. But for now, they were confined to their deeper, lightless world. He had drawn a line in the sand, a fiery border between their domain and his. He spent the rest of the night keeping vigil, methodically shifting his camphor torch from side to side, casting its blazing glare over the Eloi dwelling and its vulnerable surroundings. Weena, though still flinching from the flame, remained close, occasionally patting his arm in a comforting gesture she probably didn't fully understand. The knowledge that he was truly protected, even for this brief span of time, filled him with a new, quiet determination. He wasn't just observing a devolved humanity anymore. He was an active participant in its terrifying ecosystem, a powerful, terrifying anomaly that could shatter their long-established order. His initial strategy of passive observation had turned into one of brutal but necessary engagement, and as dawn approached, promising another brief respite from the darkness and its inhabitants, the time traveler knew he had one clear goal: to turn this fragile temporary advantage into his permanent escape. He had tasted victory against them. Now he had to make it absolute. The time traveler had established a grim dominion over the fleeting hours of night. With the blazing light of his camphor torch, he had drawn a fiery boundary that even the boldest Morlocks dared not cross. The creature he had struck down with his iron club was a chilling testament to his newfound power. You watched him throughout that first harrowing night of active defense, witnessing his transition from passive observer to resourceful protector. He was utterly transformed, galvanized by desperation and a furious primal need to survive and perhaps even to reclaim a modicum of dignity from this horrifying future. The Eloi, accustomed to a perpetual state of oblivious cheerfulness, remained profoundly unaware of the dramatic battle being waged for their collective pathetic safety. They still huddled instinctively in the vast communal halls at night, murmuring with a low generalized anxiety. But they never questioned why the familiar terrors of the dark seemed to hold a specific light source at bay. Their faces, whenever his gaze fell upon them, displayed the same unlined innocence, even as their soft whimperings underscored their deep-seated fear. They were creatures of profound habit, entirely insulated from their own reality. Mainstream historical reports often detailed populations that clung to familiar rituals and traditions, even in the face of drastic external changes. The Eloi's habit of retreating into their buildings every night rather than directly acknowledging the threat was a horrifying illustration of this clinging to ancestral custom. He now had the benefit of light to clearly identify their hiding places and the openings. It is amazing what happens to fear when it's constantly justified. For the time traveler, there was no rest. His every muscle ached from the unaccustomed exertions of the journey and the arduous tasks of foraging and exploration. His eyes burned from constantly straining to penetrate the gloom, and his nerves were stretched taut from the constant vigil. Sleep was a dangerous luxury he could not afford. The risk of dropping his torch, of momentarily succumbing to exhaustion and allowing the Morlocks to breach his fiery defense was too great. He could only steal short, fitful moments of rest, his club near his hand, his eyes periodically scanning the shadows, ensuring the camphor flame still blazed with its full protective intensity. Weena, meanwhile, huddled closely beside him, a warm, trusting weight against his side. Her sleep was restless, filled with small whimpers, but she trusted him absolutely. Her profound, innocent trust, a singular luminous thread in this tapestry of horror, was a powerful incentive for his tireless watch. She felt his body tired and tense, a powerful protector of her tiny frame. She made small, comforting sounds to him while she slept. This rather sweet, almost parental affection was an unexpected side effect of his mission. He found himself relying on stimulants, not exactly brandy or coffee, but an infusion of some incredibly bitter, highly caffeinated leaves he'd found. He imagined them as a strange future equivalent of his own strong black tea, a truly peculiar taste sensation, but entirely necessary. It provided a raw, immediate jolt of mental clarity that kept him awake during the long, terrifying hours of darkness. The bitter taste served as its own reminder of his stark reality. A scholarly debate exists about humanity's reliance on psychoactive compounds across cultures. He had found the perfect primal form of self-medication for an existential nightmare. No doubt if someone were selling future energy drinks, they'd make a fortune off him right about now. He probably wanted an entire future Starbucks on tap, only in liquid form. During the pre-dawn hours, just as the sky was beginning to pale and hint at the first faint blush of approaching sunlight, the sounds from below grew louder, more restless. The continuous distant humming of the underground machinery seemed to vibrate with a palpable impatience. He knew they were waiting. The Morlocks were congregating near the well shafts, eager for the return of daylight, a tactical retreat into their light-averse existence. He heard their low, guttural coughs, the distinctive chittering sounds echoing from deep within the earth, their desire to emerge suppressed only by his stubborn, fiery vigil. He was actively irritating them, interrupting their routine, defying their ingrained nature. A truly courageous feat. They clearly had a highly efficient, systematic daily schedule, and his very existence was simply inconveniencing their timetable. He noted that just before dawn, there was always a profound silence, a pause, as if both species, Morlock and Eloi, were holding their breath, waiting for the celestial cue. It was during these final agonizing moments of transition from darkness to light that the time traveler was most on edge, clutching his club, tightly scanning every shadow, ready for a desperate last-minute ambush. But the light, as always, brought with it a fragile reprieve. The golden shafts of morning light pierced through the heavy foliage, landing on the ruins of the Eloi dwellings, slowly dispelling the lingering gloom. The Morlocks, true to their inherent nature, instantly retreated, their presence marked only by a distinct rushing whisper, a flurry of panicked scraping and scrambling from within the depths of the shafts, as they literally fled from the advancing sun. This provided the time traveler with a valuable, albeit fleeting, opportunity to re-examine the Sphinx and devise a more robust plan for its entry, a plan to finally retrieve his machine. This predictable cycle was his window. Mainstream military history often speaks of exploiting predictable enemy behavior. Here it was not strategy born of tactical genius, but biological imperatives. The time traveler now knew he was facing a deeply ingrained system honed over vast stretches of time, where two radically evolved subspecies coexisted in a terrifyingly symbiotic, ultimately brutal relationship. He was a monumental anomaly in this system, a disturbance that had to be neutralized. He fully understood now that the Morlocks were likely guarding his machine, not merely for its curiosity or potential use, but because he, a being capable of defying time itself, posed an unpredictable existential threat to their perfectly balanced ecosystem. The historical truth was that sometimes a single disruptive individual can, if armed with unique knowledge or ability, profoundly upset long-established power structures. Here that individual was a dirty, exhausted man from the 19th century, who brought light and clubs to a future dark world. A truly quirky historical tidbit: if someone offered him a time machine that simply traveled back 2 hours to the moment he made a bad decision, he'd probably prefer that right about now, over any grand plan. It all seems like so much work for an Englishman on holiday. He concluded his plan had to be meticulously calculated. He had limited camphor. He had limited time. He knew they would adapt to his strategy, would find a counter. Perhaps they already had deeper underground planning their next move. The Morlocks were, after all, intelligent and driven by a powerful survival instinct. Their very retreat, while initially advantageous, was a calculated one. He knew they observed him as relentlessly as he observed them, their unseen eyes dissecting his tactics. Scholars still debate the complex interaction of predator and prey behavior over evolutionary timescales. The time traveler was an entirely new predator for the Morlocks, and they for him the very epitome of ancient terror. He used the first hours of morning light to survey the exterior of the Sphinx more carefully, searching for additional entrances beyond the heavy bronze door, any chink in its impenetrable armor. He traced the lines of its monstrous form, feeling the coolness of the green porcelain-like material of its shell, the stone beneath it. He noticed that the Morlock's main entrance was through these specific tunnels at the base of the Sphinx, reinforcing its function as their central lair and control hub. He needed to get in, and to do that he needed not only fire, but a deeper understanding of its interior and the mechanisms of entry. Every crevice, every loose stone was scrutinized with obsessive care. He had faced down his primal terror. Now he harnessed his strategic mind to break open the hardened light-proof shell of his opponents. And the thought of that battle, however terrible, was no longer just fear. It was grim determination. And with a fresh Eloy-provided, oddly bluish fruit, he took a breath, ready to descend when the time was right. The first terrifying night fought with a flaming torch against the lurking Morlocks had galvanized the time traveler. You watched him through the subsequent days, his mind sharp, his purpose honed, now fueled not just by the desperate need to escape, but by a visceral fury at the ghastly evolutionary dead end of humanity. He meticulously refined his plan for re-entering the Sphinx, his every movement a desperate calculation for survival. No longer would he merely observe. He would attack, retrieve his machine, and make his final, audacious escape. His tactical advantage, honed by grim observation, was clear. The Morlocks were profoundly physiologically repelled by intense light. This was his fundamental weapon, his ultimate shield against these nocturnal subterranean predators. His primary task, therefore, was to create a sustained, powerful, and crucially portable source of light that would allow him to navigate their pitch-black subterranean domain. The camphor, a valuable find from the Palace of Green Porcelain, would provide the fuel, and a makeshift torch his conduit. But his supply of camphor was limited, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. He estimated he had enough for perhaps one substantial period of sustained illumination, certainly not enough for prolonged exploration of an unknown, vast, labyrinthine underground system. This necessitated extreme precision, swift movement, and absolute focus. He couldn't simply light up every passage. He needed to choose his moments carefully, using the light tactically. It meant he would be navigating sections of profound darkness, trusting his senses, and perhaps less wisely his instincts, knowing at any moment he could encounter a silent, red-eyed foe whose advantage was absolute lightlessness. He knew that the main entrance to the Morlock's lair was located within the pedestal of the Sphinx. The massive, immovable bronze doors, still slightly ajar, guarding the tantalizing glimpse of his time machine within, represented his greatest immediate barrier. He had pondered how they moved, their sheer weight and silent operation defying simple mechanics. Mainstream historical reports often detailed the engineering feats of ancient cultures. The great lifting stones of the Egyptians, the massive Roman aqueduct arches. But even these required obvious force and leverage. The Sphinx doors were eerily subtle, too fluid for manual human operation. Through careful daylight hour observation he believed uncovered the mechanism. He surmised that the doors were not operated by visible levers or weights on the surface. but rather by the subtle displacement of vast amounts of air from within the subterranean labyrinth beneath. It was an advanced pneumatic system akin to the compressed air systems of his own time, but on an unimaginable, almost geological scale. He concluded that the very pressure of the vast underground ventilation system, perhaps controlled by some massive unseen machinery deep within the Morlock world, was what kept the doors of the Sphinx perfectly frustratingly unyielding from the outside. To open them, one had to either reduce the internal pressure or manipulate some remote switch only accessible from inside the Morlock world. A quirky scientific tidbit here, some of his own contemporary, albeit fringe scientific thought, experimented with pneumatics for transmitting force over distance, but not on such a grand, sustained scale. It was genius, a true horrifying testament to the silent, invisible intelligence of the Morlocks. This realization confirmed a chilling truth: to access his time machine, he needed to either descend a well shaft risking open battle in their territory, and somehow manipulate the pneumatic controls from within, or discover a way to trick the system. He needed a deeper understanding of the labyrinth's layout, and crucially, he needed to know what the Morlocks were doing with his time machine, or rather where exactly it was located in their extensive hidden realm. They might simply have tucked it into a convenient side chamber. They might be disassembling it. The thought of them with their rudimentary intelligence for abstract thought messing with his carefully calibrated device filled him with professional and personal horror. He truly hoped they hadn't given it a new paint job, or a really inconvenient horn. He envisioned it being used as a rather expensive and peculiar coat rack for particularly valued light-sensitive cloaks. The decision was clear: he could not merely wait for an opportunity. He had to create one. His next step was to return to the deepest well shafts he had previously observed, those most frequently used by the Morlocks for their surface excursions. He had with some trepidation marked a particular large dark well, located relatively close to the Eloi dwellings, one that seemed to be a frequent point of exit and entry for the creatures at dusk and dawn. This would be his entry point. A direct confrontation was inevitable. His rusty iron club, a primal weight in his hand, seemed inadequate but necessary. Weena, his tiny companion, now became an object of considerable anxiety for him. He could not leave her. He had grown deeply fond of her, and her vulnerability in this horrifying future was a constant spur to his conscience. To abandon her to the tender mercies of the Morlocks, however inadvertently, was an unthinkable cruelty. But to take her into their dark realm, it felt equally cruel, utterly terrifying for a being whose greatest fears were darkness and enclosed spaces. He realized the terrifying complexity of his burden. She clung to him more frequently now, perhaps sensing his profound anxieties and grim purpose, her large eyes reflecting a profound, wordless trust. Scholarly debate regarding moral duties of intervention in natural processes might rage, but for the time traveler, his duty to Weena transcended any abstract philosophical argument. He was going to protect her, even if it meant navigating hell itself. He prepared himself mentally and physically. He had to be quick. He would descend into the darkness using his torch as a beacon, guiding himself with the rudimentary sense of direction he possessed from his previous explorations. He would have to feel for his way along the cold, smooth walls, always aware of the subtle vibrations that marked the unseen movements of the Morlocks. He was counting on the sheer, overwhelming psychological impact of light on their highly light-averse visual system. The initial shriek of a wounded Morlock, the scramble of others from the blinding flame that confirmed their innate physiological aversion. He would make them flee. The sheer absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. A gentleman from 19th century England, armed with a scavenged club and a flaming stick, preparing to delve into the bowels of the earth to fight pale, devolved descendants of his own species, who were now essentially man-eating nocturnal industrial engineers, to retrieve a complex temporal device. It was a scenario wilder than anything in the lurid, penny-dreadful serials that filled the public's imagination back home. He probably needed a strong, perhaps a rather too strong brandy at that point, if any were available. He just felt an immense sense of grim purpose, and the urgent desire to finally retrieve his freedom, his portal to a saner world. He would gamble everything on this, his last desperate attempt to reclaim his means of escaping this terrifying reality before this bizarre ecosystem consumed him entirely. He had learned a profound truth in the interim for millennia. Mainstream historical accounts had envisioned human evolution as a triumphant unilinear ascent, constantly improving towards an ultimate pinnacle. But this future was a devastating refutation of that idea, a shocking testament to devolution's stagnation, and a monstrous, unspeakable coexistence. He knew he had to bring this chilling account back as a warning, as a terrible, tangible piece of historical evidence, and to do that, he had to get his machine back. There was no time for contemplation, only for action. The long, weary journey through the sun-drenched day was preparing him for the ultimate fight in the encroaching gloom. His purpose was singular: to get the machine back. To get home. With or without perhaps a permanent address for Weena. The time traveler's plan was fixed. His spirit, tempered by his nightly vigils with fire, and the very tangible terror of the Morlocks, was a crucible of grim determination. He knew his path: he must enter the Morlock labyrinth, claim his time machine, and if fortune favored him, drag Weena, his tiny anchor to sanity, out of this awful future. The gentle glow of the afternoon sun, a comforting facade, slowly began to deepen towards dusk. This was the window he needed to exploit the fragile moment between the receding warmth of daylight and the advancing terrors of the deep night. He prepared himself for the trek back to the Sphinx, which still loomed like a mocking white sentinel on the horizon. He still clutched his precious camphor-soaked torch, a rather heavy and somewhat charred branch that felt surprisingly substantial in his grasp, and his salvaged iron bar, now a familiar albeit clumsy extension of his will. Weena, her small face mirroring his subdued intensity, pressed herself against his leg, her hand sliding into his. She seemed to intuit the monumental significance of his next actions. Perhaps she felt the tremor in his grip, or merely read the unusual grave set of his jaw. She, unlike her feckless kin, understood the impending stakes, however dimly. The journey back to the Sphinx, typically a pleasant, leisurely stroll through the sun-drenched gardens, was now a purposeful march filled with heightened tension. Every rustle in the unseen depths of the giant flowering shrubs, every subtle murmur of the breeze brought his head up sharply, his senses on high alert. You trudge alongside him, your feet feeling heavy against the soft, springy ground that covered the labyrinth of Morlock tunnels beneath. The ever-present low hum of the underground machinery seemed to grow in volume, almost an internal thrumming that echoed within his own body. It was as if the very earth were purring a menacing warning, its slumbering belly restless with unseen movement. The pathway grew wilder the closer they drew to the ancient monument. The Eloi tended to shy away from its solemn, decaying presence, preferring the brighter, more accessible areas of the immense gardens. This meant the overgrowth was thicker, the silence more profound, occasionally broken by the nervous scurrying of small, unseen nocturnal animals, preparing for their own nightly patrols. He paused frequently to sweep his gaze across the towering trees to scrutinize the looming shadows already lengthening from the western sun, ensuring no pale figures eager for the full darkness were venturing forth too soon. Weena, his loyal shadow, grew noticeably more apprehensive with every step that drew them closer to the massive white building. Her grip tightened on his hand, her small body, pressing into his side, a continuous whisper of fearful apprehension. Her inherent dread of the unknown, particularly anything dark or oppressive, was keenly attuned to the increasingly menacing atmosphere. Her fragile emotional state underscored his own escalating anxiety. He gently patted her head, trying to reassure her with a murmur he knew she would not understand in a linguistic sense, but whose comforting cadence might ease her. "Almost there, little one," he'd murmur, feeling her tremble. You could tell, however, that her small comfort also spurred him onward. He couldn't leave her. The thought alone was unbearable, especially knowing her ultimate purpose in this chilling ecosystem. Scholarly debate regarding the development of moral obligation, whether societal constructs or biological imperative, found a unique example here. The time traveler's sense of duty towards Weena transcended pure survival. He just felt an unexplainable love towards her. It was a human truth in an alien world. The vast size of the palace of green porcelain glimpsed over a distant rise also reminded him of its precious contents, the camphor and matches that provided his fiery shield. He still held the precious camphor branch unlit, preserving its potent flame for the perilous moments that lay ahead. He estimated his remaining camphor supplies, not much enough for one solid push, one protracted engagement, not a war of attrition. He would have to be incredibly careful with it, igniting it only when absolutely necessary, preserving the blazing brilliance for crucial moments of tactical confrontation, or when confronting the immediate proximity of a hunting party of Morlocks. He probably felt like a child holding his last firecracker for the most momentous occasion possible, rather than using it to simply well amuse some friendly Eloi. He knew he'd only get one shot. As they neared the Sphinx, the ground became harder, more compacted, revealing ancient faint pathways and channels that spoke of purposeful traffic that had eons ago flowed to and from this formidable structure. These weren't random game trails. They were worn historical roads leading straight to the lion's mouth. Mainstream historical archaeology often relies on faint landscape alterations, as indicators of past human settlement and movement. These traces were vast and spoke of immense enduring traffic long ago. They had a reason to come here. They had been here for ages. The Sphinx itself, grand and imposing even in its dilapidated state, emerged fully into view. Its cream-colored surface reflecting the dimming sunlight cast enormous inscrutable shadows that swallowed the smaller vegetation and hinted at unseen nooks and dark crannies within its colossal frame. The massive bronze door at its base, previously slightly ajar, now seemed to almost invite him, its partially open maw a silent dare. He knew the allure was deceptive. That aperture beckoning and terrifying likely led straight into the very heart of the subterranean horror he needed to confront. He almost expected to see a welcome lost human sign written in glow-in-the-dark calligraphy by some amused Morlocks inside who clearly enjoyed his predicament. The time traveler scanned the entire vicinity, every nerve alive with anticipation. He imagined the Morlocks already beginning to stir, sensing the approaching twilight. Perhaps even now, unseen pairs of red eyes adapted for minimal light were watching him from deep within the shafts or from shadowed crannies within the Sphinx itself. The oppressive silence seemed to hold a profound concentration of potential danger, like an immense silent ambush. This was it. This was the moment for confrontation. There was no retreating, no hiding, only forward into the very mouth of the future's horror. He gripped his club tighter, his knuckles white against the rusty metal, a grimace settling on his face. He even noted with a subtle hint of despair, a quirky fringe observation on personal anxiety. When you're anticipating danger, every shadow seems to stretch. Every faint sound becomes a roar, and every perfectly innocent spider looks like it's planning to devour you whole. He was ready for anything in the shadows except perhaps for someone to politely explain how the doors worked with a cup of hot tea and a plate of biscuits. His mind unfortunately was beyond such comforting pleasantries. As the sun sank below the distant horizon, plunging the landscape into twilight, the time traveler turned to Weena. Her small hand gripped his almost convulsively, her wide eyes now filled with a raw primal fear that transcended her usual quiet apprehension. He lit the camphor torch. The immediate sputtering flame erupted, painting the grim realities of the approaching night in stark orange light, forcing back the oppressive gloom that was already beginning to gather around them. Weena flinched dramatically, letting out a soft, frightened sob, instinctively pulling away from the brilliant flame, a deep physiological recoil. But then, driven by her inexplicable, desperate trust, she scrambled back to his side, clutching his jacket, her face pressed against his arm. She might be terrified of the light, but she was more terrified of being without him. This small gesture was immensely powerful, giving him the last surge of courage he desperately needed. The time traveler took a deep, shaky breath, filling his lungs with the alien, humid air of the future, scented with the acrid tang of camphor and the peculiar, faint, metallic aroma of the Morlocks. He turned the blazing torch held high, its light pushing back the advancing tide of shadow. He had braced himself. He had mentally prepared himself. He was about to initiate the battle that would either free him or seal his grim fate in this nightmare of the 802-700 first century. His feet now stood on the hardened ancient ground just before the Sphinx, its grand, silent, ancient maw, almost ready to receive him. This was the literal portal to his self-created hell. The echoes of millions of years of human history, his history, the very essence of human ingenuity that created him weighed upon his shoulders. He was ready, and as he stepped into the direct path of the menacing structure, knowing this was it, he tightened his grip, braced himself for the unknown, and resolved to do whatever it took to reclaim his time machine and his own world. The air around the colossal Sphinx thickened, palpable with the transition from day to deep twilight. The time traveler gripped his camphor-soaked torch, its flame now lit, spitting and hissing in aggressive defiance in the gathering gloom. Weena, her small body pressed against his leg, whimpered softly, her eyes wide with primeval terror, as she gazed at the roaring, dancing light he held. You felt the raw adrenaline surge through him. This was it. No more theories, no more timid observation. This was direct action. He strode purposefully towards the immense bronze door, his heavy iron club held ready in his other hand. The flame cast enormous dancing shadows on the smooth, polished stone of the Sphinx, transforming it from a mere ruin into a monstrous living presence. The air became heavy with the smell of burning camphor, a pungent, almost medicinal aroma that was utterly alien to the silent organic perfumes of the vast gardens. As he drew nearer to the Sphinx, the pervasive hum from the underground grew noticeably louder, a low, ominous thrumming that resonated through the very ground under his feet. He could almost feel the presence of the Morlocks stirring deep within their lightless realm, disturbed by the unfamiliar blaze that was pushing back their natural element. Their patience cultivated over millennia of undisturbed subterranean dominance was clearly being tried. He half expected them to send out a very curt, polite notice. "Dear Mr. Traveler, please extinguish your temporal disturbance. Some of us are trying to enjoy the tranquility of our cannibalistic pursuits down here. Your flames are simply frightfully inconsiderate." No such luck, alas. He reached the bronze door. It was still ajar by a few inches, taunting him with a glimpse of his machine within. The light from his torch plunged into the gap, briefly illuminating a patch of what looked like smooth, wet stone within, before it was swallowed by the impenetrable depths. He saw nothing. He pressed against the door again, pushing his weight into it, trying to force it open wider. It remained as immovable as ever, a titanic barrier that mocked his brute strength. He remembered his deduction. This was likely controlled by subterranean pneumatic pressure designed to prevent entry from the surface. He couldn't just yank it open. He needed an external pressure regulator, and those he was convinced were somewhere in the belly of the beast itself. He stepped back, surveying the area. If he couldn't get in through the primary entrance, he would have to lure them out, or find an alternative route that would take him directly into their main complex, bypassing this massive obstacle. He realized he needed a diversion, something far more aggressive and widespread than just a single glowing torch. His eyes scanned the overgrown, sun-baked landscape around the Sphinx. The ground here, covered with layers of ancient, dry, decayed leaves and countless millennia of accumulated botanical detritus, felt crisp under his boots. It was a potential tinderbox, a silent, volatile reservoir of dried fuel. Mainstream historical records frequently depict early human societies using controlled or often uncontrolled fire to clear forests, manage land, and provide defensive barriers. This very instinct, etched into human history for millennia, was now stirring within him. He was a natural landscape artist if landscape artists specialized in strategic pyrotechnics. Suddenly, a quick, pale form darted from the shadowed fissure where he had initially found his bronze door. A Morlock braver, or perhaps hungrier than the others, had decided to scout its luminous red eyes, briefly visible in the torchlight, before it vanished into the undergrowth with a chittering hiss. This sudden movement ignited a spark in the time traveler's mind. He gripped his blazing torch, and with a sudden surge of desperate inspiration thrust it into the dry, ankle-high tangle of vegetation near the Sphinx's immense stone paws. The parched leaves and long brittle grasses caught instantly. A thin, curling tendril of smoke snaked upwards, followed by a series of tiny, hesitant crackles. Then, as if a switch had been thrown, the flames began to spread. Not a roaring inferno yet, but a persistent, relentless crawl. The dried-out leaves, nourished by centuries of unchecked growth, and then withered by millennia of neglect and accumulated heat from the dry soil, ignited with astonishing speed. The time traveler, stepping back, widened the arc of his flaming torch, purposefully dragging the flame across more ground, ensuring the fire spread. The roar of the initial small brush fire began to assert itself, hungry and wild. He even pulled out a small remaining portion of his precious camphor lump, rubbed it onto a particularly thick bundle of dry twigs and branches, and lobbed it further into the deepening foliage. The resulting burst of concentrated fire ignited a wider patch of undergrowth. Within minutes, the flames began to climb the denser, more mature bushes, licking at the lower branches of the ancient colossal trees that surrounded the Sphinx. These ancient dry trees, many with deep fissures in their bark and interior decay from the vast centuries, provided perfect fuel. A chorus of horrified chittering erupted from within the well shafts and from deeper in the shadows beneath the trees. The fire, his intended weapon, was now doing precisely what he had hoped, driving the light-sensitive Morlocks into an agonizing panic. He saw faint, pale blurs, more Morlocks than he had seen in any single night, scrambling from the undergrowth, disoriented and screeching, fleeing from the rapidly expanding wall of flame, their glowing eyes reflecting the inferno like malevolent embers. Some blundered straight into other burning patches of shrubbery, letting out truly blood-curdling cries of pain, as they quickly, awkwardly retreated into the dark refuge of the nearest wells, seeking any escape from the searing alien heat. He felt no remorse. This was a war fought with primal, terrifying effectiveness. This particular tactic, while seemingly devastating, was an entirely new phenomenon for these beings. Their subterranean lives would have given them no evolutionary history of forest fires or vast conflagrations. It was like suddenly setting their perfectly manicured suburban lawns ablaze, only on an intercontinental scale. This is certainly what you call a high-impact intervention. The forest began to catch with terrifying speed. The ancient overripe atmosphere, humid but not wet thick with unseen flammable organic matter, seemed to welcome the inferno. Flames leaped from tree to tree with incredible speed, a terrifying, beautiful dance of destruction. Black smoke, acrid and suffocating, billowed into the pale, bruised sky, transforming the soft twilight into a chaotic, choking shroud. The crackling and roaring of the flames became a deafening cacophony, utterly eclipsing the gentle hum of the underground machinery, even suppressing the frightened cries of the Morlocks themselves. Weena, completely overwhelmed, crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Her fear of lightning had been primal, but this was a far more encompassing, uncontrolled terror. Her small body convulsed, her face pressed against his side, trying desperately to shield herself from the blazing light and terrifying heat. She could not comprehend, could not rationalize the devastating spectacle around them. For her, it was pure, unadulterated, elemental chaos, an act of unprecedented violence. Her delicate features contorted in absolute despair, and she wailed a high-pitched, desolate cry that spoke of an ancient, perhaps forgotten Eloi grief. The sheer innocence of her reaction contrasted sharply with the savagery of his actions. She wasn't just a physical representation of humanity's soft evolution. She was a tiny, suffering testament to the sheer horrifying cost of regaining control from nature itself. He himself now felt a prickle of alarm. Had he unleashed something truly uncontrollable? This, after all, was playing with forces even the most advanced human societies had often struggled to contain. Scholarly debate on anthropogenic impacts on the environment frequently discusses whether humanity has the right to manipulate ecosystems. Here he had not simply manipulated, but utterly devastated a deliberate act of war against a planetary ecosystem. And for a fleeting moment, he even considered whether this was an example of too much success, setting the stage for future problems of fire prevention, given that no future human fire department would ever be in charge of this particular forest. He was now probably generating centuries of future carbon emissions. His Victorian self, ever the environmentalist, might have felt a small pang of guilt. The time traveler himself, amidst the roiling smoke and crackling flames, felt a profound, chilling sense of awe at the destructive power he had unleashed. The fire consumed everything before it with terrifying efficiency. It transformed the familiar landscape into a hellish tableau of light and shadow. The silhouettes of ancient trees momentarily blazing like titanic candles before collapsing into showers of sparks. The very air around the Sphinx became a maelstrom of heat and ash, visibility drastically reduced. It was a weapon of incredible potency, clearing his path, forcing the Morlocks to retreat en masse, and giving him the crucial, decisive tactical advantage he needed. He observed that the flames created a distinct barrier between himself and the retreating Morlocks, whose frantic scampering into the ground grew more distant with every crackle of flame. He watched them literally flee from the inferno, desperate for the cool, damp embrace of their subterranean world. It was a terrifying form of crowd control. The Sphinx itself, built of unyielding stone and green porcelain, seemed untouched by the intense heat, its massive structure looming through the smoke, a bastion in the midst of fiery destruction. This was his true objective. He now had a direct, if perilous, path to the entrance, shrouded from outside detection, while the forest burned around him, acting as his shield. He knew his act of widespread accidental or strategically timed arson might be somewhat morally ambiguous, but the future of all humanity, or at least his current precarious position, was on the line. And sometimes one simply must play with fire. He tightened his grip on the sobbing Weena, shielding her small face from the worst of the smoke and heat. His immediate target now was unequivocally clear: the Sphinx entrance. He had to penetrate its defenses before the fire he had unleashed grew too vast, too uncontrolled, too lethal for even himself to navigate. The air grew thick, his throat raspy, his lungs burning. This was a battle for survival on the edge of a self-made inferno, and the inferno itself was only just beginning its terrible grand work. The forest surrounding the Sphinx was no longer just burning. It was consumed by a self-perpetuating inferno, a towering wall of flame and acrid smoke that roared with terrifying power. You could feel the heat emanating from it even at a distance, an immense furnace of destructive energy. The time traveler, gripping the trembling Weena close, realized the terrible magnitude of what he had unleashed. His primal tactic had worked too well. The Morlocks were indeed fleeing, their desperate chittering echoing from the smoking well shafts, driven by a fear far older and more profound than any fear of man. But he himself was now caught in a maelstrom of his own making, a battle with nature as much as with his monstrous foes. The sheer scale of the conflagration was apocalyptic. Flames leaped dozens of feet into the air, consuming ancient towering trees with terrifying speed. Their dried leaves and resinous bark exploded in bursts of fire, raining down sparks and embers. Black, suffocating smoke billowed upwards, coalescing into a colossal roiling cloud that blotted out the dimming sky, creating an artificial, choking night. The crackle of smaller bushes igniting became a continuous roar, punctuated by the deep crumph of larger trees collapsing, sending gouts of flame and ash into the suffocating air. The sound itself was overwhelming, a primal, deafening shriek of the world ablaze. The time traveler coughed, his lungs burning with each shallow, ragged breath. He pressed a hand to his mouth, trying to filter the smoke, his eyes stinging. Weena, meanwhile, was completely beside herself with terror. She buried her face in his ragged coat, sobbing convulsively, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to look at the blazing destruction that engulfed their world. Her whimpers were almost inaudible above the roar of the fire, swallowed by the sheer force of the elements. Her tiny hands gripped him with a strength born of pure, desperate fear, a strength he had not imagined she possessed. Her primitive instinct, that deep-seated fear of lightning and light, was entirely consumed by the overwhelming, incomprehensible spectacle of the uncontrolled fire. For her, it was not merely an event, it was the world itself breaking down. He had expected the fire to act as a barrier, a shield, and indeed, for a short while it was. The intense heat, the blinding light, and the thick smoke acted as a powerful deterrent, forcing the initial waves of Morlocks who dared to surface into agonizing, frantic retreats. They darted in pale blurs through the edges of the inferno, often becoming disoriented and blundering into the worst of the flames, shrieking with truly awful sounds as they were driven back into the inferno. He watched them with a grim, satisfying sense of power. Mainstream historical reports often detailed the use of fire as a defensive tactic in ancient warfare. For these primitive subterranean creatures, the experience must have been unimaginable, a tactical novelty centuries beyond their understanding. But now, a new and terrifying problem emerged. The fire was growing, its relentless spread engulfing wider swaths of the ancient forest. He needed to get into the Sphinx, into the relatively safe stone interior, to reach his machine. But the path to the immense bronze door, though briefly cleared, was becoming increasingly perilous. Fire now licked at the periphery of the immediate entrance, making the ground beneath his feet agonizingly hot. Ash-glowing embers and burning leaves rained down from above. He realized with a sickening lurch of his stomach that he had successfully deterred the Morlocks from attacking him directly, but had trapped himself within a slowly tightening ring of burning death. It's like inviting an unwanted guest over and then politely, and with great determination, setting your own house on fire to ensure they leave only to discover you, too, are still indoors holding a tray of very, very flammable tea. What a nightmare. And then through the smoke and heat, he became aware of a new development. The Morlocks were not simply retreating to the deeper, safer tunnels of their lair. They were adapting. Driven by their desperate aversion to the light and heat, they were moving quickly and deliberately through other tunnels, surfacing in areas where the fire had not yet reached or had died down momentarily. They weren't confronting the blaze head-on. They were circumventing it. He caught glimpses of them in the flickering orange glow, their large, pale forms scrambling out of unexpected well shafts, then with startling agility rushing through clear patches of land flanking him. They were in pursuit. He heard their guttural chittering, not just the random, startled noises, but organized calls, sounds of purposeful coordination. They were being driven out by the fire, but they were now focusing their terrifying pursuit on him, the source of the inferno, the instigator of this terrifying chaos. Their numbers, too, seemed to swell, pale figures multiplying in the choking smoke. This was a direct, horrifying example of evolutionary adaptation in real time. Faced with a devastating new environmental stressor, their primal survival instinct kicked in, turning what should have been their greatest weakness into a terrifying strength through sheer tactical redirection. Scholars of animal behavior still debate the speed with which complex species can adapt new survival tactics. These Morlocks, driven by fire, were doing it at an alarming pace. Their deep-seated terror of the flames, combined with their desperate hunger, gave them an almost superhuman, albeit gruesome, determination. The time traveler was forced to flee. He could not and would not abandon Weena, whose helpless, clinging form made fast movement excruciatingly difficult. He knew he had to keep her safe, yet every direction he looked, the flames raged, and the pale, glowing eyes of the pursuing Morlocks glittered through the smoke. He tried to navigate through a less intensely burning part of the forest, hoping to find a clear path to the Sphinx entrance. The air was a maelstrom of heat embers and thick, choking fumes. He held his burning camphor torch before him like a desperate prayer, sweeping it left and right, trying to push back the encroaching horror. His progress was agonizingly slow. Weena's tiny bare feet, so delicate and soft, struggled on the hot, ash-covered ground. He scooped her up again, carrying her as best he could, but his body, already pushed to its limits, screamed in protest. He could hear the soft scamper of countless feet behind him, the distinct, sickening rasp of claws on scorched earth. Their guttural coughs now closer, hungrier. The fear for him became absolute, visceral, overpowering everything else. He was a lone man in a world gone mad, being hunted by creatures who knew his scent, and bore an almost insatiable need to return to him a favor for disturbing their slumber. He realized the irony that while they hated the light, the inferno he unleashed was paradoxically illuminating his escape route. He even laughed, a harsh, despairing sound, at the ridiculous absurdity of his predicament. A rather unfunny joke, honestly, on his part. He felt a grim satisfaction, however, that his actions had at least unified the disparate threats into one single coherent and terrified attacking force. They definitely all seemed to be interested in him, which at least limited his potential enemies to one rather unpleasant type. He found himself stumbling over ancient roots, plunging into hollows covered by the dense ash, each misstep sending a fresh wave of panic through him. Weena's continued sobbing was a constant, heartbreaking reminder of his duty to her, strengthening his resolve. But it also undeniably made him vulnerable. He couldn't abandon her. He simply couldn't. That small, innocent, trusting being was his only link to the notion that humanity had not perhaps entirely squandered its benevolence in its rush towards effortless evolution. The Sphinx itself loomed a ghostly beacon through the roiling smoke, but its immediate vicinity was now engulfed in thick, dense fire. The roar of the blaze, the heat, the billowing smoke, it was utterly impassable. He would have to skirt its periphery, searching desperately for a cooler, less violent access point. His only true safe harbor, his ultimate objective, was now a furnace itself, guarded by a raging inferno of his own creation. His triumphant plan had become his desperate existential trap. He wondered what an armchair philosopher in 1895 would say about karma now. It really seems to have a wicked sense of humor sometimes. As he plunged deeper into the smoke and intermittent flames, his throat rasping, his chest burning, the time traveler knew he was at his absolute physical limit. He was fighting for every breath, every painful step. He could hear the Morlocks getting closer, their peculiar rustling whispers, audible even above the inferno, a new and terrible urgency in their coordinated pursuit. He wasn't merely attempting to recover his machine. He was running for his life, desperately trying to save the one remaining fragile connection to humanity that had survived in this brutal, horrifying, and utterly inescapable future. He felt the immense weight of the years, the centuries, the millennia that separated him from his home, from the people he knew. This was his last terrifying stand, and all of it due to his inability to make his escape before nightfall. The world was a maelstrom of fire and choking smoke, an inferno of the time traveler's own making. He staggered through the blazing ruins of the ancient forest, dragging Weena close, her small, trembling body, a terrible burden that he could not release. The roar of the flames, the intense heat, the suffocating smoke. It pressed in on them from all sides, turning their frantic escape into a horrifying sensory overload. And through it all, he heard the chilling sounds of the Morlock pursuit, their relentless chittering, closing in, promising an inevitable, gruesome end. He gripped his burning camphor torch, its acrid flame barely visible through the thick smoke that billowed like an impossible, inky storm cloud. He held it out, desperate to clear a path to deter the pursuing pale shapes, whose glowing red eyes flickered through the gloom, more numerous than ever before. Weena clung to him, a whimpering, inconsolable lump of pure terror, her head buried in his shoulder. Her little cries, normally soft, were now rasping sobs, echoing the desperate raggedness of his own breathing. The combined physical exertion, the suffocating air, and the sheer terror were pushing them both beyond any known human limit. This truly felt like a battle fought not just for his life, but for the last vestige of hope in a future that had long forgotten it. You hoped for their sake there was some convenient fire exit, labeled perhaps exit to 1895. But alas, no such luck. He remembered a fleeting moment during his frantic dash through the inferno. He stumbled badly, losing his footing on the scorched earth. Weena, still clutching him, was almost flung from his grasp by the force of his stumble. He quickly pulled her back, his grip tight, ensuring her small body was still tucked securely against his. But the mere seconds of disequilibrium, the sudden moment of lost momentum, had cost them dearly. The pursuing Morlocks, nimble and swift, had clearly gained ground. He heard them directly behind him now, the sound of their scrabbling movements sickeningly close, audible over the general roar of the blaze. A soft, chilling thud, incredibly distinct, resonated against his eardrums. Something, probably one of them, had fallen directly in their path but was quickly gone. Their inhumanly large hands, he knew, were outstretched, reaching. He could almost feel their clammy skin on his back, could almost smell that distinct damp earth and metallic scent of their bodies, now undoubtedly mingled with the acrid stench of burning flora. This was a nightmare. This was truly it. He continued to battle onward, lungs screaming for air, muscles protesting with every strained, agonizing step. The heat was immense, radiating from the inferno, searing his skin, parching his throat. Embers landed on his tattered clothes, sizzling small holes through the material. But he was beyond noticing superficial discomfort. He pressed on, blind with desperation, pushing deeper into the thick smoke towards the direction of the Sphinx, which he hoped was somehow miraculously beyond the fiercest flames. Then it happened. Not with a shout, not with a struggle, but with a horrifying, crushing finality. He made another desperate dash through a patch of particularly dense smoke and thick undergrowth that seemed less engulfed in fire. As he surged forward, a loose tangle of burning vines, their dry skeletal forms blazing with unexpected fierceness, collapsed across his path. He stumbled, falling heavily, his heavy club clattering uselessly against the scorched earth. Weena was still in his grasp, yes, but her small body caught by the falling inferno, and the shock of his fall was somehow, with a sickeningly brief whimper, ripped from his embrace. He heard her short, sharp cry. Not a wail of terror, but a brief, choked gasp, swallowed instantly by the roaring conflagration. He heard her tiny, fragile form falling heavily amongst the searing undergrowth. He plunged his hand back blindly, desperately into the swirling smoke, feeling only empty air. "Weena!" He roared, his voice raw with sudden, unbearable grief, filled with a frantic, unthinking agony. He lunged back, his desperate attempts to grasp her ineffectual against the chaos and the smoke. The flames were too dense, too intense, too overwhelming. They writhed and writhed around the spot where she had fallen, creating an impenetrable, fiery shroud. He plunged back again, driven by a horrifying, animalistic imperative to save her regardless of the imminent danger. The heat was immense, searing his face, threatening to consume him. The smoke filled his lungs, choking him, blurring his vision with scalding tears and ash. He clawed at the blazing vines, desperately trying to pull them apart, calling her name again, his voice now a mere choked gasp of pure despair. The embers landed on him, biting into his exposed skin. He felt the terrifying physical sting of the burns, but he pushed past them, ignoring his own searing pain, utterly consumed by the terrible raw grief of losing her. He loved her, and he could do nothing. Mainstream historical reports often highlighted the tragic and profound loss of innocent life in moments of great crisis or natural disaster. This was exactly that, stripped of the comforting veil of the journalistic. The raw, immediate tragedy of a pure loss in the inferno. He felt his own failure acutely, a failure of a protector who had sworn to keep her safe. He simply had not been enough. He saw her briefly in the flicker of the flames for just a horrible second, a still tiny shape almost swallowed by the blazing thicket. He couldn't reach her. The smoke was too thick, the heat too fierce. A moment later she was gone, utterly gone. Swallowed by the furious inferno, her small, innocent light extinguished in the horrific, unintended blaze of his own desperate tactics. It was the most terrible price of his own attempt at self-preservation. A tactical brilliance, yes, that saved his own life, but at a profound and heart-wrenching cost. He realized now with a profound, terrifying certainty that this horrific conflagration intended to drive back his pursuers had taken his single anchor, his one connection to anything tender in this monstrous future. His heart, already so bruised, fractured further. The sheer silent scream that echoed in his chest must have been immense, even as no audible sound left his lips in the deafening roar of the burning world. This wasn't just tragedy. It was the chilling, crushing inevitability of collateral damage from his attempts to defy the merciless logic of evolution. He had chosen the battle, and a casualty was the gentle child he had vowed to protect. There was no going back from this, no turning a lever, no magic word that would reverse this single terrible, unchangeable moment. The time traveler, now completely alone, was haunted by the echo of that faint, choking whimper. A savage, almost animalistic despair ripped through him, leaving him hollow. The noise of the Morlocks closing in now took on a terrifying new dimension, not just predatory hunger, but the ominous sounds of an enraged pursuit. He sensed them in the periphery, emboldened, no longer repelled by his failing smoke-choked torch. His brief moment of desperate grieving left him profoundly vulnerable, and the heat of the fire seemed to mock him now, trapping him within its confines, rather than serving as a shield. His rage turned inward, burning a desolate, lonely trail within him. His last shred of comforting warmth, that small hand in his, was now nothing but a tragic, lingering echo. He could barely stand. The fire continued its terrible, wild consumption around him. He turned the desperate act of survival, once again overcoming the immediate agony of loss. His sole remaining objective was clear, searing, and bitter revenge. No, not revenge precisely, but the desperate need to reclaim his only means of escape from this horrifying empty future, a future that had just consumed his fragile link to meaning and compassion. He was alone, isolated, and completely, utterly heartbroken, stripped bare of everything but a raw, tenacious will to survive. His hands clenched not in grief, but in desperate, terrifying determination. The last thing he felt was the stinging smoke and the insidious, creeping heat urging him to continue forward, to flee, to somehow escape this nightmare of his own making, to simply make it to that distant, impenetrable Sphinx. The thought of escaping the fire, though immediate, was secondary to the searing, unforgettable pain of Weena's loss. Her small, innocent life extinguished in the brutal chaos he had initiated, solidified his determination to face down the grotesque masters of this world. There was no more time for mourning, no luxury of grief. There was only the primal, desperate, singular need to reclaim his path home from a future that had given him a profound friendship, only to take it away with casual, unimaginable cruelty. This fire, the fire he used as his weapon, would now forge his resolve, transforming his desperation into an almost unbreakable bitter will to escape. The horrific loss of Weena, her faint whimper swallowed by the inferno, had plunged the time traveler into a raw, desolate grief. But that grief, rather than crushing him, honed his desperation into a terrible, unwavering resolve. You felt his anger, a cold, bitter fury that now propelled him forward through the smoke-choked remnants of the burning forest. He was utterly alone now, a solitary figure in a future of unspeakable horror, driven solely by the desperate imperative to reclaim his last hope, his time machine. He battled through the encroaching flames, the blistering heat, and the acrid smoke that threatened to choke the very air from his lungs. The fire which had consumed Weena also paradoxically momentarily cleared his path, sending the Morlocks scrambling back into the darkest depths. The noise of the blaze, a roaring, consuming cacophony, covered his frantic movements, yet also amplified the crushing loneliness. Through the flickering orange haze of the burning trees, the time traveler saw it. The Sphinx. Its colossal, cream-colored form loomed an ancient, impassive guardian. It stood amidst the smoldering wreckage of the forest, partially engulfed by swirling eddies of smoke, yet utterly untouched by the destructive blaze he had unleashed. Its porcelain-like surface, gleaming dully through the murk, offered a tantalizing beacon of the very structure he needed to penetrate. And at its base, the large bronze door, still stubbornly ajar by mere inches, mocked him with the sight of his lost machine tantalizingly out of reach. His camphor torch, however, was sputtering. The lump of camphor, almost entirely consumed by the incessant flame, diminished rapidly, its acrid smell weakening. The glorious, powerful light that had been his ultimate defense was fading. He knew he had precious little time left before he would be plunged back into the overwhelming predatory darkness, utterly vulnerable. He was quite literally losing his light. He surged forward, abandoning caution, driven by an almost manic desperation. He didn't navigate through the safest areas. He plunged directly into the path he believed would lead most swiftly to the Sphinx's base. His tattered clothes were smoking now, singed by flying embers, and the pain of small, painful burns bloomed on his exposed skin. But he ignored it. Weena's tiny, terrified cry still echoed in his mind, spurring him onward. He reached the Sphinx. The ground around its pedestal was charred, the ancient roots and dense foliage reduced to smoldering ash. But the stone itself, monumental and unyielding, remained solid, miraculously cool to the touch. He stumbled towards the great bronze door, clutching his fading torch, his other hand gripping the heavy iron club that was now his last physical recourse. But then the pursuit caught up with him. He heard a renewed surge of guttural chittering from directly behind him, closer than ever. Through the dissipating smoke, He caught sight of their luminous red eyes flickering in the gloom, their pale forms swarming forward from out of the smoldering trees, emboldened by the dwindling light of his torch and the recent chaos of the fire. They no longer seemed merely hesitant or fearful. They were a determined, vengeful horde, perhaps eager to claim him after his monstrous disruption of their domain, perhaps still simply hungry. Their numbers seemed countless, appearing as ghostly apparitions emerging from the suffocating haze. Mainstream historical reports often described soldiers during desperate retreats facing overwhelming enemy forces, a profound moment of individual vulnerability against a mass. This was that. He turned the last flickering gasp of his camphor torch, casting feeble, erratic shadows. A wave of Morlocks crashed into him, their soft yet surprisingly strong bodies pressing against him, their large, hairless hands grabbing at his clothing. Their distinctive, damp, earthy scent was now overwhelmingly present, a smell of confinement and the grim underworld. He struck out with his club wildly, desperately, its rusty weight a mere bludgeon against their swarming numbers. One of them, its red eyes glowing menacingly close to his face, let out a piercing shriek of pain as his club connected with a sickening thud. Another recoiled with a broken limb, a muffled thud. But they kept coming. There were too many. A strange, quirky observation, their movements were utterly silent on their own, but in this massive horde, their scrabbling, their collective breaths sounded like the shifting of 1,000 small, dry stones, incredibly unsettling. He wondered if this was what a zombie apocalypse looked like, if zombies preferred underground living and ate humans with a more precise methodology. He felt their claws on him, tearing at his remaining clothing, seeking his flesh. He could feel the desperate, clammy touch of their long fingers. This was a battle for his very life, stripped bare of any polite pretense or scientific detachment. His strength already ebbing from the exhaustion, the smoke, and the grief threatened to give out. But then an even more terrifying surge of raw instinct erupted within him, the knowledge that if he fell here, his quest was utterly, irredeemably over. He pictured his beloved time machine being dismantled, forgotten, swallowed by their vast darkness, and all his efforts, all his observations simply lost to the merciless maw of time. He wouldn't let that happen. Not after Weena. With a final desperate surge of almost inhuman strength born of profound rage and singular purpose, he broke free. He swung his iron club, one last wild, sweeping arc, connecting with several Morlocks at once, buying himself precious seconds of reprieve. He flung the dying camphor torch into the faces of the closest creatures, blinding them with its final desperate flares, and sprinted the last few feet to the massive bronze door. His hands were raw, bleeding from new scrapes and the insidious bites he'd endured from the Morlock's claw-like grip. He lunged through the partially open door, not bothering to check the path ahead, knowing only that safety lay within the immediate cold metal and stone confines of the Sphinx. He tumbled into the dark, scraping himself raw against unseen obstacles. And there it was. His time machine. Gleaming dully, ominously in the absolute pitch-black dark, untouched it seemed by the creatures who had brought it here. He scrambled towards it, hands outstretched, frantic with relief and profound desperation. He could faintly hear the muffled chittering of the frustrated Morlocks battering uselessly against the bronze door, their high-pitched cries expressing a palpable, desperate fury at his escape. He probably heard some very specific and quite insulting Morlockian profanities being uttered beyond the threshold. Perhaps something akin to, "Pale, infuriating intruder who doesn't understand our excellent dietary needs." He fumbled in the absolute dark, feeling along its familiar contours, the saddle, the polished brass levers. He managed to locate the key levers by feel. The sheer relief, the feeling of the familiar controls under his trembling fingers was immense. This was his last gamble, his desperate play for escape. The heavy drone of Morlock frustration from behind the great door intensified. He could feel faint vibrations through the very stone of the pedestal. They knew he was there. They would be here quickly. He had moments, mere seconds to spare. He flung himself onto the saddle, pulling at the final lever, pushing it as far forward as it could go. Not back home, not to a controlled destination, but away. Far, far away. Into the absolute, unexplored, desolate future, far beyond the reach of the Eloi, the Morlocks, and perhaps even life itself. This was his ultimate retreat, his gamble against annihilation. The profound fear was gone, replaced by a desperate, immediate, singular goal. Historians still debate the wisdom of blind technological leaps, but for the time traveler, this was a moment of primal, terrifying, exhilarating escape, a plunge into the utterly unknown void of time. And the faint, rhythmic whirring of the machinery, once ominous, now sounded like the sweet, soft lullaby of desperate, utter salvation. The time traveler had plunged into the impenetrable gloom of the Sphinx, driven by the furious, vengeful Morlock swarm that closed in behind him. You were there, that chilling sound of their furious chittering and battering against the unyielding bronze door still ringing in your ears. He'd flung himself onto the saddle of his long-lost machine, blindly shoving the speed lever forward, not bothering to set a specific destination. He just needed to be away. Far, far away into any conceivable future that offered escape from the hellish nightmare he had unleashed and endured. This was his raw primal escape, fueled by profound terror and desperate hope. The familiar sensation, initially so terrifying during his journey to this epic, now came as a profound welcome relief. The blurring started immediately. The Sphinx's solid stone walls stretched smeared and faded into streaks of light and dark, melting away into nothingness. The specific metallic scent of the Morlocks, the lingering smoke of the Inferno, the faint acrid smell of burnt camphor all dissolved into the rapidly accelerating chaos of the time stream. He heard the muffled sounds of the frustrated Morlocks quickly recede into a faint receding hum, then silence as the sheer velocity of his departure swallowed all sense of the immediate past. He was leaving it all behind. His nightmare, his grief, his almost unthinkable heartbreaking loss. He held the speed lever firmly down, pushing it beyond anything he had previously dared. He was rocketing forward at an unimaginable suicidal speed, skipping not just decades or centuries, but entire millennia at a time. The world outside him became an utterly incomprehensible blur of light and shadow, the constant flicker of days and nights condensing into an almost blinding grayout, interspersed by occasional blinding flashes like gigantic celestial camera flashes. Cities rose and fell in fractions of seconds, continents warped and reshaped with dizzying rapidity. The very evolution of the Earth seemed to unfold before his eyes, not as a process, but as an instantaneous explosion of geological change. Mainstream historical geology, though operating on a grand timescale, cannot fathom the compressed rapidity of such a sight. Imagine watching the erosion of mountains and the slow creep of ice ages in the blink of an eye. This was that magnified. He kept the lever pressed, fleeing not just through time but from it. He wasn't navigating a careful experiment. He was performing an act of pure, desperate self-preservation. He imagined the further unimaginable suffering that could befall him if he chose any controlled deceleration. So he continued deeper into the future, abandoning all sense of moderation, utterly reckless. His very life hung on the principle of more, faster, further away. It seemed humanity's propensity to flee problems also held true for problems involving millions of years. He saw the surface of the planet undergoing incredible, continuous, rapid transformations. Vast bodies of water lakes, then oceans appeared and disappeared, as if by magic, shimmering into being only to dry up into salt-encrusted basins moments later. Continents themselves writhed and distorted, splitting apart or colliding as unseen tectonic forces reshaped the globe with terrifying, relentless speed. He witnessed successive ages of new and unimaginably strange flora and fauna evolving into existence, and then fading away in mere seconds, monstrous new forms replacing them with kaleidoscopic rapidity. A continuous biological turnover that defied all concepts of stable ecosystems. A rather bizarre and highly imaginative quirk of science, often reserved for fictional narratives, sometimes involves hyper-evolved landscapes existing for short, intense bursts before giving way to entirely new forms. This was literally it, a continuous cosmic churn playing out at superspeed. The sun in the heavens continued its alarming change. Already bloated and ruddy when he first arrived in the 802-701 AD, it now transformed before his eyes into a vast, dull red disk. It loomed immense in the sky, taking up what seemed like a significant portion of his visible horizon. Its dull, oppressive light cast the speeding Earth in a perpetual twilight, a weak, infernal glow that promised neither warmth nor sustenance. This was the vision of an Earth approaching its end long, long after humanity's heyday, billions of years perhaps from his own time. The star that nourished all life dying. A chilling, powerful vision of astronomical fate. He noted that the heat, at least, was no longer searing. It was becoming distinctly cooler, a growing cold that permeated the time machine itself, making his body shiver uncontrollably. This was a deeper cold, the inevitable cooling of a dying planet losing the vibrant, life-sustaining energy of its sun. He knew he was hurtling into the final eons of Earth's existence, the long, inevitable winding down of cosmic processes. Scholarly debate regarding the heat death of the universe, or the eventual extinction of life on Earth, as its star-aged, found compelling, devastating, and immediate visual confirmation before his very eyes. No need for complex calculations. The universe was doing it for him in excruciating detail. As he plunged even deeper into the farthest future past any semblance of Earth, he recognized the familiar geography vanished entirely. What had once been lush green continents became dry, parched deserts of red dust and shattered rock. Vast, unyielding glaciers descended, then retreated only to appear again, sculpting and scarring the planet, with ice ages accelerated beyond human comprehension. The seas, already shifting and vanishing with terrifying speed, finally seemed to dry up entirely, leaving only parched colossal basins that stretched for endless distances choked with sand and dust. No ocean liners would sail here. No happy fish swam in this terrible desolation. The earth itself became a forlorn, barren rock, its surface cracked and parched, baked by the dull, immense glow of the dying sun. There was no life visible anywhere now, not even the resilient plant life he had first encountered. Just utter, desolate emptiness. A vision of the planet's final, silent moments, devoid of any discernible living thing, utterly surrendered to the cosmic dance of death and decay. The immense timescale he had traveled now asserted itself fully. He was an eyewitness to planetary demise itself millions and millions of years after humanity's very breath had ceased. This was a geological autopsy. He could almost feel the vast, unimaginable loneliness of it all pressing down on him. A vast, echoing stillness that stretched into infinity, utterly bereft of the smallest chirp or sign of any creature that lived, or moved, or had existed. No need to look up a bus schedule, he was definitely not seeing any living soul for, well, the next few million years. And it was all so terribly quiet. A truly profound moment of existential despair where the very act of surviving became a tragic journey towards utter, absolute, desolate stillness. He felt the tremors and jolts as his machine unmoored from the usual density of human presence, perhaps impacted unforeseen anomalies or minor atmospheric shifts on its desperate journey through deep time. Each shudder was a stark reminder of his fragility, his desperate gamble against the inexorable march of cosmic finality. But he did not care. He simply pressed on, a solitary traveler witnessing the death of a planet alone on his desperate mission to get to anywhere else that wasn't this. The time traveler had plunged deeper, wildly, desperately into the unimaginably distant future far beyond the age of the Eloi and Morlocks. The blurring had intensified, turning the Earth's passage into a frenzied psychedelic kaleidoscope of geological and atmospheric chaos. He was witnessing not mere centuries, but incomprehensible epochs flash by, seeing the agonizingly slow processes of cosmic and planetary change unfold with dizzying, terrifying speed. The silence was absolute, now devoid of any discernible sound from the Earth itself, a mere distant blur. His primary anchor, the celestial body he had always taken for granted, the nurturing star of his solar system, the sun, continued its grim transformation. From a cheerful golden orb, it had slowly enlarged and reddened until by the time of the Eloi and Morlocks, it was a colossal, dull, sanguineous disk. But now, as he sped into the farthest future, it devolved even further. It transformed from a radiant sun into a bloated, dull, dark red orb so vast it appeared to take up an enormous proportion of the heavens. It radiated little warmth, its light weak, and diffuse, more like the faint glow of dying embers than a life-sustaining star. Its sheer overwhelming size in the sky was deeply unsettling, a sign of cosmic age, its power ebbing, its existence nearing its inevitable fiery end. Mainstream astrophysical predictions indeed forecast a future where our sun, having consumed much of its hydrogen fuel, will expand into a red giant, then eventually cool to a white dwarf, and finally a black dwarf. The time traveler was getting an unfiltered live demonstration of this ultimate stellar destiny. This, he recognized with a chill, was the deep future's profound chill, literally the cooling of an entire solar system. As the sun continued its dying process, becoming progressively duller, the very temperature on Earth dropped dramatically. The tropical warmth of the Eloi's age was a distant, forgotten memory. He felt a deep, pervasive cold seep into his bones, penetrating the machine itself, making his teeth chatter uncontrollably. He had to brace himself against the profound, life-sucking chill, pulling his already ragged coat tighter around him, utterly useless against the cosmic cold. The warmth of the Earth was dwindling, an inescapable side effect of its aging star. He felt the cold seep through his very bones, a grim physical testament to the utter bleakness of a dying world. The very sky transformed. What was once a vibrant blue Then a muted pastel now became a deep perpetual twilight, a dark oppressive canopy of bruised purple and gray. Occasional impossibly bright points of light would prick through the gloom, not distant stars as he knew them, but supersized, incredibly ancient constellations whose positions had warped and changed over millions of years of cosmic drift. They were stars that existed so long in the future, even the concept of their early formations seemed impossibly far away. He gazed upon a section 36, the universe of dying lights. He estimated around 30 million years in this dizzying acceleration, seeing Earth spin and devolve beneath him. Vast plains, once covered with vibrant green, were now stark bare rocks. Time Traveler kept the speed lever pressed, hurtling him relentlessly forward beyond even the death of all the land he had once known, into the unimaginable eons of Earth's dying gasps. You witnessed with him the terrifying grandeur of cosmic decay, the fiery chaos of his desperate escape, the tragic loss of Weena, or massive expanses of dull red dust. The oceans, those vast blue swaths of life and wonder, were long, long gone. He passed over areas where he surmised the deepest trenches had once existed. Now simply flat, all had receded behind him, replaced by a profound cold desolation, a vision of planetary demise so absolute it made his previous terrors seem almost insignificant. This was the final devastating act in Earth's long-storied existence, desolate basins. The surface of the planet became an endless, arid desert, completely featureless, covered with a fine, red, iron-rich dust, interspersed with vast, black, ancient volcanic flows that spoke of cataclysms unimagined. He was a silent witness to a cosmological funeral millions of years in the future, where there would be no mourners left to observe it. The sun, that benevolent yellow orb, that had nourished his own world for billions of years, now dominatably old. No grand monuments stood. No plants grew. Not even the most resilient scrub. This was truly the planet stripped bare. No Eloi, no Morlocks. Just rock dust and cosmic indifference. This vast desolation confirmed the sky a vast, bloated, dull red disk. It was immense beyond any scale he could comprehend, stretching across perhaps a fifth of the heavens. Its dull ember-like glow offered no discernible warmth, only a pervasive cold light that bathed the terrible, inevitable fate of every living thing. Nothing is permanent. A scholar pondering humanity's environmental impact often uses geological terms to discuss long-term effects. The Time Traveler was experiencing geological change condensed into terrifying minutes. But it was when the dying Earth in an eternal sepulchral twilight. It wasn't the sun of life. It was the dying star of universal finality. Its colossal size compared to its feeble illumination suggested that it had expanded exponentially. He finally came to a grinding halt far, far out into this unimaginable abyss of time, that the true crushing finality became manifest. He stopped in the vicinity of Earth's utterly desolate poles, chosen by chance rather than design, but equally consuming the inner planets of the solar system, or was in the slow, agonizing process of becoming a red giant, nearing its ultimate collapse into a white dwarf. Mainstream astronomical theories about stellar evolution describe precisely this life cycle for sun-like stars. He empty as any other part of the planet. Here, the final chill of a dying planet had set in, not simply a coldness, but an overwhelming absence of life-giving warmth. The atmosphere was thin cold, almost stagnant. The deep was literally bearing witness to his own sun's last moments. A cosmic death rattle. The Earth beneath him was no longer a vibrant planet. The churning blur of continents had ceased. The vast oceans, once teeming with life and defining crimson orb of the sun, barely penetrated it, providing no light or warmth, only a pervasive, menacing twilight that felt more oppressive than true darkness. And it was eerily, profoundly, devastatingly silent. Not a single sound. No, its surface had evaporated entirely. What remained was a cracked, desolate landscape of reddish-black rock and vast, salt-encrusted basins, the ghost of former oceans stretching endlessly into the dismal, frigid gloom. Giant, stark cracks wind. No rustle of leaves. No distant murmur of an insect. Not even the groan of geological stress. Just an utterly lifeless, profound stillness that felt as if the very breath of existence had finally expired. A silence that spoke of unimaginable age and eternal cosmic death. He even felt for a fleeting moment as if his own breath was far too loud in this profound, sacred quiet. He strained his ears for the slightest noise. The very vacuum of sound was deafening. The terrifying marred the planet's surface like wounds, evidence of ancient geological upheavals and seismic contortions now played out across eons. No trees, no plants, no signs of anything that could ever have been called life or comfort. Just utter implication of utter emptiness, chilling him to the bone. It was not the mere quietude of the Eloy's abandoned gardens which always contained the potential for something more, the distant buzz of an insect or the chirp of a bird. This was desolate barrenness. It was the epitome of absolute geological exhaustion. He sped on, observing the final moments, seeing the planet gradually slow its rotation, the days stretching longer, an almost imperceptible crawl into final inertia. The sky where the giant red sun now hung was not the vibrant blue he knew. It was a perpetual twilight of deepening gray, hinting at an atmosphere thinning into the vacuum of space, dissipating its very substance into the cosmic void. The quiet of cosmic absolute. The absence of even a tiny chirp was monumental. A truly quirky and profound meditation. A Buddhist monk might find peace in such utter silence, but the time traveler, a human from a vibrant, noisy past, found only occasional weak flashes of greenish light, would sometimes flicker far, far down, indicating distant events beyond his comprehension. This was a profound, sobering experience, a vision of utter finality. There are moments when you just know you're seeing things, no soul-crushing terror. It really did put a new perspective on how much humanity took the simple, noisy bustle of life for granted. This desolate landscape was the Earth's finality revealed. He knew there could be nothing human being was ever meant to see, a stark, ultimate landscape stripped bare of every familiar comfort. He was witnessing a silence more profound than any desert, an emptiness more vast than any ocean. He half expected to hear a faint lingering left here nothing. No grand future. No tragic duality of Morlocks and Eloy. Nothing but an immense dead silence stretched across billions of years. He felt the cold seep through his very core, an immense spiritual emptiness. The stars were vast sigh of the dying planet, a final whisper before its utter cessation of breath. As he plunged further to the farthest unimaginable extremes of the future, the environment around him became even more hostile, utterly inimical to life as he understood it. The cold became absolute, a chilling, unyielding presence that seemed to sink into his very bones, threatening to freeze his blood, his thoughts, his entire existence. The earth, still barely discernible through the freezing fog, appeared frozen pinpricks of light in a blackness that consumed everything, utterly indifferent. He looked out into the absolute silence and wondered at the arrogance of man, believing himself immortal, endlessly significant. All those grand triumphs, all those societal, utterly motionless beneath the unchanging, colossal, dull red sun. This was no mere winter, no passing cold front. This was the cosmic end of warmth itself, a return to the primeval chill of deep space, unbroken and eternal. This absolute woes, all those moments of joy and suffering, utterly forgotten, swallowed by the cold, vast emptiness of space and the indifferent passage of cosmic time. He felt the immense weight of the universe, a crushing sense of its indifference as he floated cold, permeated everything, a horrifying confirmation that the life-giving engine of the sun was effectively spent. His time machine trembled and groaned, rattling from the inconceivable forces of such an immense temporal journey. He imagined the delicate mechanisms groaning under the strain, enduring a tiny shivering speck of consciousness within the vast cold emptiness of astronomical decay. All life, all endeavor ultimately rendered futile by the implacable march of a dying star and the inexorable chilling of a cooling planet. This was the temperatures, atmospheric changes, and gravities utterly unknown to 19th century engineering. He saw brief, incomprehensible shifts, blurs within blurs, flashes of unseen activity as his time machine somehow navigated this profound finality. It was truly ultimate fate of all civilizations, all ambition. Nothing could defy this ultimate end. Not even a man with a time machine. Mainstream cosmology offered cold comfort for this kind of vision. He was an involuntary witness to humanity's true and operating at the furthest limits of its theoretical design, a tiny bubble of continued existence clinging to a dying world driven by a desperate escape. It felt paradoxically as if he were suspended in eternity, completely stationary while everything final tomb. The thought that scholars of his day still hotly debated whether human influence could affect such grand cosmic forces now felt laughable, utterly meaningless. All life is finite. All light eventually extinguishes. This for him was the ultimate history lesson. And it was crushing. Word count 1098 around him sped into profound, absolute silence. He now knew for certain that his survival would only be a temporary reprieve from cosmic forces. A peculiar, perhaps unique scholarly debate has persisted amongst theorists. Could anything survive the heat death of the universe? Could new forms of life adapt to conditions that defy all known biological imperatives? He was now seeing his potential future, or the complete absence of one. A rather profound way to lose a staring contest to contemplate such a desolate future. He would likely concede to cosmic despair if he wasn't currently more worried about just existing. He thought briefly about the bustling life on Earth when he left it, the vast teeming cities, the immense ingenuity, the passionate fleeting dramas of love and loss, all compressed into utter profound and meaningless silence here beyond recognition, utterly absorbed back into the cosmic void. His mind wrestled with the philosophical implications of such a final end, contemplating the fragility of all life. All civilizations, all progress against the implacable march of cosmic decay. If everything ends like this, what truly is the point of anything? It was the ultimate cosmic irony that the further he traveled from the horrible Morlocks, the closer he got to ultimate existential dread facing a universe without life at all. The very fabric of reality seemed stretched and thinned by the immense unimaginable pressure of the vast time he had traversed. The last trace of light he observed was a distant intermittent gleam that lasted for several apparent minutes, a weak dying light from a phenomenon far beyond his immediate planet, an explosion of a distant galaxy perhaps, or a dying pulsar. And then finally, absolute complete darkness, unbroken and eternal. He realized that this was it. This was the final cessation of all light, all energy, all life on Earth swallowed by the cold, empty abyss of space and time. A quirky, utterly bleak scientific tidbit for you. Certain cosmologists predict that ultimately all light in the universe will dim, galaxies will drift too far apart to be visible, and the universe will experience a profound, chilling quietude of cosmic finality. He was witnessing that universal prophecy unfold firsthand. The time traveler, in his frantic, headlong flight from the horrors of 802-701 AD, had pushed his machine to speeds beyond human comprehension, far beyond any scientific intention. He plunged through epochs, through geological ages, until the very earth below became an unrecognizable blur of parched, lifeless rock and vast salt-encrusted plains. The sun, his guide and life-giver, transformed before his eyes from a cheerful golden sphere into a monstrous dull. You were there with him far, far out in the abyss of future time, perhaps billions of years after the rise and fall of the Eloi and Morlocks. The immense dull red sun hung motionless in the black oppressive sky, a cosmic tombstone hanging perpetually above a frozen lifeless earth. The profound silence, the ultimate void of sound, enveloped everything. The cold, raw, and unyielding was absolute, penetrating his very core, promising only endless frigid immobility. This was the final, devastating, absolute end. And then, just as the time traveler braced himself for the utter, barren emptiness of a truly dead planet, his incredibly swift journey began a gradual, hesitant deceleration, not back towards life or warmth, but to pause in involuntary mercy, to witness a vision far more chilling and profoundly sorrowful than mere barrenness, the very, very last remnants of life on Earth. The machine had stopped its insane velocity, slowing enough for individual frames of existence to reassert themselves. The sky you observe is no longer black, but a pervasive, unearthly pall of bruised purple and deepest gray. No sun shines brightly. That vast, dull red orb above provides merely a dim, infernal glow, barely illuminating the bleak, utterly transformed landscape. It's perpetual twilight, the twilight of a cosmic death. The atmosphere feels incredibly thin, biting cold, carrying no discernible scents, no familiar sounds. This is the very definition of a world gasping its last breath. Think of a very old, deeply unsettling black and white photograph, drained of all vitality, and then imagine living inside it for billions of years. The Earth itself is unrecognizable. What once were continents and oceans are now vast, featureless plains of dry, blackish rock, cracked and parched, interspersed with stretches of ancient rust, dark red orb that filled an immense portion of the black, star-scattered sky, radiating almost no warmth. You felt the cold penetrate your very core, a chill more profound than any terrestrial winter, a cosmic coldness that spoke of universal entropy. This was the long, final twilight of Earth's existence, stretched across millions upon millions of years into the unimaginable deep future. The true end of times. He eventually began to slow his desperate flight, becoming a deliberate observation, a morbid curiosity to witness Earth's absolute final moments. His fingers hovered over the levers, pulling back from that reckless infinite acceleration, seeking to find a time and place, however desolate, where anything might still linger. He didn't want to overshoot the end entirely, just like when you're looking for that tiny, easily missed turning on a dark road. You need to decelerate eventually, even if the destination promises nothing but the grand ultimate version of a dead end. As his machine gradually relinquished its incredible velocity, the blurring eased, and faint outlines began to resolve themselves into a scene of unspeakable desolation. The planet below, previously a rushing stream of color, became a clear, tangible, silent object, a colossal arid sphere of dull red, cracked and parched like a broken pottery shard. The sky above was not a blue or gray of atmosphere. It was a perpetual profound gloom, lit only by the immense dark crimson glow of the dying sun, and the faint cold twinkle of inconceivably distant ancient stars that appeared strangely magnified, unmoving pinpricks in the black. The air itself was thin, incredibly so, tasting of absolute desiccation, and perhaps the faint metallic tang of cosmic dust. He could barely breathe, his lungs aching in the rarefied atmosphere that must have by this point largely bled into space, only clinging stubbornly to the lowest valleys and crevices. No rustling leaves, no whispers of wind, no sound of water. Because there was no water. Only a profound, unbroken, suffocating silence that made the absence of any other life force unbearable. You imagine taking a breath in this air only to feel your lungs scream in protest. It was a silence that spoke of unimaginable vacuum, a planet holding its breath for an eternity. Mainstream geology and atmospheric sciences generally agree that over billions of years, a planet's atmosphere can thin considerably due to solar wind and lack of geological activity. The time traveler was experiencing Earth's profound pulmonary demise. Yet despite this apocalyptic barrenness and this ultimate chill, the time traveler caught a glimpse of movement. Something. Life. Against all reason, against all astronomical and biological probability, life persisted. He saw in the pervasive reddish twilight that illuminated the dying globe vague hulking forms. These were the very, very last living remnants of a planet once teeming with countless billions of unique, vibrant species. They were creatures evolved far beyond any conventional understanding of flora or fauna, a chilling testament to life's tenacity. A quirk of evolution, you recall. Sometimes extreme environmental pressures paradoxically breed not complexity, but the most stripped down, brutally efficient, specialized forms of survival imaginable. These were them. The ultimate minimalist apartment, only with an entirely too heavy occupant, you suspect. They were grotesque. Nothing beautiful or graceful like the Eloi. Nothing cunning or agile like the Morlocks. These were massive, lumbering shapes, roughly segmented, reminiscent of immensely overgrown crustaceans or gigantic segmented worms, adapted to feed on the last fading vestiges of decaying organic matter, or perhaps even extracting energy from residual planetary heat or minerals by some biological mechanism utterly unknown to 19th century science. They were a pallid white or a dull grayish-green forms, without beauty or even recognizable features, almost amorphous. Imagine a very, very old, exceedingly unhappy, partially melted jellyfish that has also somehow grown some incredibly long, slow legs. You didn't expect much cheer here. Frankly, neither did he. Their movements were excruciatingly slow, labored in almost painful effort of motion. They dragged themselves across the desolate landscape, their immense bulk carving faint ephemeral tracks in the thin film of red dust that coated the cracked surface. Each inch of progress seemed to take a momentous act of will, or a millennium of accumulated biological energy. They moved, the time traveler surmised, in search of food, or to extract sustenance from their incredibly hostile environment. He pictured a very slow, rather ponderous dance, not elegant, certainly not engaging, but persistent beyond all reason. They probably wouldn't make great house guests. You'd spend centuries waiting for them to simply come through the door, and then you'd have to worry about cleaning up their very long, very wide tracks. They probably moved at a speed equivalent to the slow advance of geological plates, or perhaps even slower, just perceptible in their immense lethargy. He observed that some of these last life forms had developed disproportionately large eyes, dull black or a translucent gray, incredibly slow to blink, that reflected the oppressive red glow of the dying sun with a blank, unresponsive emptiness. These were creatures devoid of purpose beyond simple, unthinking perpetuation, entirely driven by the raw mechanics of sheer, unthinking survival. They grazed upon strange, pallid patches of fungus, or ancient, deeply buried lichens, if they even were fungus or lichen. They defied easy classification that clung desperately to the surface, extracting what infinitesimal nutrients they could from the dust and rock. They were pure biomass survival for survival's sake. The air pressure became excruciating. His head throbbed. He struggled to even open his mouth and breathe properly, every inhalation a painful gasp. He was witnessing existence reduced to its very base biological function, utterly stripped bare of every other facet that defined life as humanity knew it. No beauty, no love, no anger, no aspiration. Just organisms clinging stubbornly to a dying planet in its cold, desolate twilight. Scholars still argue whether life's ultimate goal is simply perpetuation at any cost, regardless of form or quality of existence. Here on Earth's dying breaths, life had chosen to exist. Its quality, however, was spectacularly absent. It was an evolution of grotesque tenacity. He passed over a stretch where the few lingering plants resembled colossal, shriveled brown fungi, perhaps deriving sustenance from extreme underground geothermal vents that remained for these last enduring remnants of life. And even these, as he observed them more closely, appeared sickly coated in dust and completely static. They seemed to belong to an age beyond carbon-based life as he understood it. These forms of survival were utterly alien to the lush, oxygen-rich environments that produced humans and Eloi alike. Perhaps they subsisted on purely mineral reactions, a biological alchemy, or on the subtle emanations of deep geological heat. Whatever it wasn't the kind of existence you'd rush to emulate, certainly not on your next beach holiday. You wouldn't even wish it on your worst enemy. It looked dreadfully inconvenient to move anywhere fast and probably profoundly lacking in decent dessert options. He found himself fighting a profound, all-encompassing despair. He had fled a specific horror, the personal terror of the Morlocks, but now he was utterly subsumed by a universal one, the cold, vast indifference of time stretching to an eternity of death. There was nothing left to study here, no data to collect beyond the raw, desolate truth of finality. This was the ultimate geological truth of entropy of existence, simply winding down, its last sparks dying out like embers on a cold hearth. This absolute silence and cold desolation were terrifying precisely because they contained no echoes, no possibility, nothing. Humanity was not simply dead. It had returned to inorganic matter. His machine groaned, struggling with the immense, unfathomable cold and the crushing vacuum. The tiny cabin around him shimmered faintly, protesting the strain of such deep time travel. He realized that if he remained too long in this desolate future, even his amazing machine, and indeed he himself, would eventually succumb to the pervasive cosmic forces that slowly but inevitably devoured all energy, all matter, all life. He had seen enough, more than enough. The sight of these last, struggling, pathetic forms of life forever destined to shuffle along their dying planet beneath an immense dying sun cemented his desperation to return. He hadn't only found an answer to his theoretical question about the ultimate fate of mankind. He had found a profound, undeniable warning written in cold rock and silent, groaning life forms, and he suddenly needed to go home more than he had ever needed anything. Back to the warmth, the bustle, the flawed but vibrant chaos of his own 19th century before this vast cosmic bleakness absorbed him too, transforming him into another pathetic, utterly unfeeling, nameless witness to Earth's silent, protracted death. The time traveler had witnessed the ultimate desolation, the silent, terrifying death throes of Earth, billions of years into the future. You were there absorbing the chilling finality, the immense dying red sun, the barren, desiccated planet, the agonizingly slow, grotesque last remnants of life, and the absolute crushing silence. He had seen enough, more than enough. The profound bleakness of universal entropy had eclipsed all other terrors. His scientific curiosity was saturated, utterly overwhelmed, replaced by a desperate, soul-deep yearning for home. With a final involuntary shudder, a reflex against the profound cold, and the unyielding horror, the time traveler turned the lever. Not a gentle push this time, not a careful selection of dates. With a fierce, almost savage resolve, he jammed the machine into reverse. His single purpose now was escape, to return to the warmth, the life, the glorious, complicated, flawed humanity of his own time, to bring back the terrible warning of this possible future. He was a man fleeing Armageddon. The blurring began again, but in reverse. The earth slowly dissolving into indistinct patches of reddish black, then the appearance of sluggish, vague biological forms, then vast dust-choked oceans receding. Then even more remarkably, they reformed, swirling back into vast blue swaths and vibrant green continents. He was reversing countless millions of years of geological and biological change at blinding speed. The sky, that perpetual gray and bruised purple, flashed back into a brilliant blue, then quickly into an unremitting, glorious yellow. The sun, that immense dying ember, rapidly shrank its light, re-intensifying, becoming hotter, brighter, transforming into the familiar benevolent golden orb of his own solar system. He felt the cold begin to recede, warmth seeping back into the machine's chassis, a subtle blessed thrum against his very being. The heat, the sun, the very essence of living Earth was rushing towards him like a promise of salvation. Mainstream astrophysics had certainly not covered accelerated reverse stellar evolution, but the time traveler was experiencing it firsthand. This was cosmic rewind on an unparalleled scale. The visual assault was immense, far more disorienting in its backward rush. He saw countless epochs not in the stately forward march, but in a frantic, unliving ballet of reversal. The great ancient trees he'd seen die now, undecayed leaves appearing on spectral branches. Rivers reformed their winding paths, flowing back up their valleys. Mountains that had eroded into dust seemed to rise from the ground, their worn features restoring themselves to jagged, youthful peaks in an instant. Civilizations he had never seen flashed back into being, magnificent cities emerging from the dust, only to disintegrate into their constituent components, receding into the earth like dreams recalled backwards. The very fabric of time felt taut, strained by this unnatural reverse current, protesting with each inconceivable year. A scholarly debate about time as a linear versus cyclical entity would find strong, if incredibly abstract, fodder in his experience. Perhaps the true arrow of time, when seen like this, was nothing more than an opinion formed only in the limited confines of your own lived human experience. Atmosphere, thickening, growing richer, humid again, carrying the faint sweet scent of pollen, then the familiar tang of decaying leaves and damp earth, then overwhelmingly the faint comforting smell of coal smoke and city fumes. London waiting for him across a chasm of millions of years, suddenly palpable. His senses long dulled by the antiseptic barrenness of the deep future, overloaded by this re-immersion into a world brimming with complex sensory information. His ears began to ring, not from the cosmic silence, but from the sudden distant sounds that heralded life, the roar of unseen currents, the faint buzzing of myriad insects, then the overwhelming roar of crashing waves, and the muffled, distinct, unmistakable sound of distant grinding industry, a faint metallic groan from Earth's technological belly. The echoes of his world coming back. This was the truly maddening, beautiful cacophony of a living planet. As he re-entered the general age of the Eloi and Morlocks, the landscape regained its lushness, its vibrant greenness, but filtered now by his profound knowledge. The colossal trees, the towering blooms, the intricate overgrowth all looked familiar, but now overlaid with a horrifying significance. He sped past the Sphinx, seeing its monumental shape reappear from the temporal blur, and then the dark forest around it, which he knew to be both the lush garden of Eloi innocence and the brutal hunting grounds of Morlock predation. The lingering taste of the tragic grief of Weena's loss, still bitter in his throat, a constant sharp ache. He sped past his arrival point in 802-701 AD, with an almost reckless haste, desperate not to linger for a second. That particular slice of time was utterly poisoned for him, filled with the ghost of a small, fragile lost friend, and the image of her tiny consumed body in the flames. The journey continued, an impossible, breathless retreat through endless eons. The earth beneath him became familiar, the continents coalescing into their current known forms. He watched mountains, unerode rivers flowing upstream, forests appearing and disappearing in blinks, an incredibly violent rewinding of geological history. The sense of an arbitrary arrow of time driven only by his will was immense. This quirky thought on the subjective nature of existence came to mind. He, the time traveler, was becoming the ultimate temporal anomaly, his experiences utterly divorced from linear reality. He felt the faint bumps and shifts, knowing he was landing his craft without specific precision, somewhere within the confines of his own lab. The sensation of deceleration, unlike the smooth start, was jarring, as if his machine, used to going one way at full tilt, suddenly refused to believe it could go backwards this fast. It vibrated violently, the delicate brass and quartz groaning under the strain. He could feel it pulling back, slowing, until finally, through the blur, familiar shapes began to resolve the walls of his laboratory, solid, comforting, if slightly blurry in the soft gaslight. He recognized the outlines of his workbench, his meticulously arranged scientific instruments, his stack of leather-bound books. This was it. He was here. He was back. A truly shocking homecoming from an impossibly long journey. He hadn't bothered to slow to an exact precise moment simply within a general familiar time period. Any time-based etiquette for a polite return. No such luck. He saw the faces. His dinner guests. Frozen in stunned surprise, staring at the exact spot where he had weeks before inexplicably vanished. He saw their wine glasses suspended midair, their jaws slightly ajar, their faces registering the very shock he had just endured, magnified by weeks of wondering what on earth had become of him. He slammed on the brake lever, the jarring halt sending a profound shudder through the machine. The noise was immense, the rush of the centuries screaming to a halt, then replaced by a profound, shuddering silence, like a cosmic locomotive suddenly braking at its final destination. He almost expected a cheerful voice to say, "Mind the gap." But alas, no future conductor, even if there was no longer a platform or a train. He was there. The brass gleamed unscratched in the gaslight. The velvet cushion on the saddle felt surprisingly soft beneath his weary, dust-grimed body, but his heart still pounded with the ghost of acceleration. The cosmic dust still seemed to cling to his eyelashes, and the profound cold of the far future seemed to reside unbidden in his very bones. His physical state, though perhaps only marginally improved from his initial appearance, was proof of his harrowing journey. His throat still burned with the ghost of the acrid smoke, and he imagined the cold chill of Weena's missing hand. The shuddering stopped. The terrifying roar of reverse centuries faded, replaced by the profound familiar silence of a late Victorian evening. The time traveler, still disheveled, mud-caked, and with a haunted look in his eyes, sat slumped in the saddle of his machine. You saw the machine for the first time fully unveiled, a glorious gleaming testament to human ingenuity, catching the soft gaslight from the dining room beyond. It had traveled countless eons and still looked perfectly composed, as if merely waiting for its next tea party. How ironic that the machine looked pristine, and its occupant looked like he'd been dragged backward through 1,000 millennia of rather aggressively hostile hedge growth. He climbed out of the saddle slowly, painfully, his movements still stiff with the phantom aches of cosmic acceleration and the more immediate physical wounds of his last terrifying encounter with the Morlocks. He looked around his beloved laboratory, then through the open door into his equally beloved and far more orderly dining room. The sight seemed to ground him a blessed return to solid reality after such an unimaginable ordeal. His guests, still in the midst of their late dinner, sat frozen jaws slightly agape, forks suspended mid-air. Their expressions mirrored a blend of profound shock, incredulity, and an undeniable fascination. You felt your own heart thumping, not just from the unexpected commotion, but from the echoes of his incredible, horrifying story. He stumbled into the dining room, grabbing a carafe of water, drinking it deeply, then refilling his glass. He didn't even notice the small splatter of future earth he left on the tablecloth. "Well, my friends," he began, his voice hoarse, but regaining a surprising timbre of his usual conversational wit, "I have returned, and my tale is concluded." He wiped a hand across his forehead, pushing back a stray mud-caked lock of hair. The sheer weariness in his face was more convincing than any scientific explanation he could possibly offer. It's a very universal thing. If someone looks that utterly spent and covered in unusual grime, you generally assume something extraordinary happened. Just perhaps not the hundreds of thousands of years in the future where pale subterranean cannibals harvest passive surface dwellers. Extraordinary. Silence. Then a cough. Then a nervous clearing of a throat. The guests exchanged uneasy glances. The editor, usually so composed, put down his monocle with a decisive, if trembling, clink. "My dear time traveler," he began, attempting a tone of measured calm that quite spectacularly failed him. This is indeed quite a narrative, quite. A veritable romance, a grand, vivid fantasy. You have clearly a romance." The time traveler interrupted, a hint of his old sarcastic bite returning to his tone, but underscored by profound weariness. He gestured to his filthy ripped clothes, to the scratches on his face, to the deep rings under his eyes that bespoke weeks of terror. Does one gain such authentic soil, such vigorous bruises, and such a potent stench of ancient millennia from mere fancy, sir? He smiled humorlessly. I can assure you the future possesses an extraordinarily effective kind of abrasive organic material that isn't typically found in one's imagination. The psychologist, always keen to delve into the workings of the mind, now chimed in, attempting to dissect his host's apparent ordeal. "Most fascinating, my friend. A vivid waking dream, perhaps. a grand delusion induced by some accidental atmospheric aberration during your experiment. The subconscious can construct elaborate worlds, time traveler rich in sensory detail. He leaned forward, ever the diagnostician. Your fatigue, the stress you have clearly undergone, would certainly contribute to such vivid mental fabrications. Indeed, your injuries might merely be a symptom of a powerful nocturnal hallucination, during which you imagined battling grotesque phantoms and injured yourself in your agitated sleep, thrashing perhaps. This seemed the most likely, and perhaps for his sanity, the most comforting explanation offered. You felt a similar flicker of hope that perhaps he was simply suffering from extreme sleep deprivation and an overly enthusiastic imagination. Mainstream psychiatric approaches of the era would indeed lean heavily towards physiological or psychological causes for such fantastical claims. You remember reading how many Victorian physicians often attributed delusions to indigestion or overstimulation of the senses, a remarkably neat and unsatisfying way to explain away the truly strange. The time traveler listened, his head cocked slightly, a ghost of an amused smile on his lips. Ah, so the consumption of the Eloi by the Morlocks, a distinct biological stratification, a terrifying symbiosis across millennia, merely a byproduct of my poor sleep hygiene. How wonderfully convenient for your theories, Professor. He scoffed softly but without venom. And the camphor, I presume, simply appeared from a dream as well. My wounds, a peculiar form of self-expression during a dramatic reenactment in my bedchambers. This was, you realized, the core of the problem proof. He had returned physically to tell his story, but he hadn't brought anything tangible back with him from the 802 701st century that they could examine, hold, and indisputably prove its impossible provenance. No curious flowers, no strange tools from a technologically advanced or utterly devolved society. He had come back with nothing but his story, his trauma, and the baffling condition of his person and attire. A subtle quirk of human psychology, we tend to dismiss even the most compelling personal testimonies, unless they are backed by solid physical quantifiable evidence. If only he had, say, collected a Morlock tooth for examination, or brought back one of those blue Eloi fruits to put in the punch bowl, this conversation would be much simpler. Perhaps he just hadn't prioritized collecting a full complement of scientific evidence over the rather pressing need to simply escape with his life. Very understandable. The journalist, ever pragmatic and thinking of a good headline, pointed out this very absence. But time traveler, if indeed you visited the distant future, why did you bring back no concrete proof? No relic, no trinket, no unarguable token to quell our reasonable skepticism. He tapped his pen on his notepad expectantly. Surely a single metallic curiosity, a piece of art, a plant, would be sufficient. The time traveler closed his eyes for a moment, and you sensed the profound weariness in his answer. I left them, he admitted, his voice quiet, almost mournful. I left 2 flowers, from a species quite alien to our own. He spoke of Weena's poignant gifts, the delicate otherworldly blossoms she had pressed into his hand. I remember thinking I would return immediately with them to provide my proof. His face darkened with sorrow. But in my frantic flight, when the Morlocks cornered me near the Sphinx, in the blazing fire after Weena. He broke off, a spasm of pain crossing his face. I lost them. I abandoned them in my desperation to escape the conflagration. They were gone, burnt, forgotten. He spoke of this accidental loss as deeply as any injury he sustained, perhaps even more so, for they were symbols of a profound, devastating experience. He had simply run out of time and out of focus when faced with sheer survival. The loss of his single companion, that heartbreaking image of Weena consumed by his own tactical fire, must have driven all other thoughts from his mind, including the acquisition of physical proof. He was fundamentally a human being, responding to extreme life-threatening crisis, not a dispassionate archaeologist gathering specimens. Mainstream human behavior in emergency situations often overrides careful logical planning in favor of primal instinctual fight-or-flight responses. The time traveler was a textbook case just across immense timescales. His priorities shifted to immediate survival, abandoning even his intellectual duty for that moment. I offer you my story, he said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. My experience is the state of my person, the logic of my account, and the time machine itself. It has moved you through time forward, then back to the present. You have witnessed that for yourselves here tonight. Is that not proof enough? The editor pursed his lips. The device itself, my dear fellow, while ingenious, could be a clever clockwork illusion. A very, very clever illusion indeed, as many such mechanical marvels were presented to us this century. He waved a dismissive hand at the machine now standing silently in the laboratory beyond. No offense intended, of course. You looked at the others. They still struggled. The doctor considered the symptoms exhaustion delirium, perhaps a form of shock-induced hysteria. Such journeys, he pondered aloud, would perhaps overtax the delicate human constitution. You require rest, time traveler, a quiet room, and perhaps less vigorous brandy for a while. You sensed a general shared agreement that he simply needed a good long rest, and perhaps a more balanced meal. The entire extraordinary tale was dismissed as a rather brilliant, albeit completely untrustworthy fantasy. They all offered him polite platitudes, urging him to get some rest to clear his head to simply enjoy his evening. There was a thin veneer of civility that couldn't entirely mask their conviction that he was either mad delusional or a supremely gifted hoaxer who had orchestrated an incredibly elaborate stunt for their private amusement. They were too ingrained in their linear, predictable, orderly Victorian reality to accept the utterly unprecedented. Scholarly debates continue about the human tendency to dismiss, even vilify radical new ideas that challenge established paradigms. Galileo's struggle with geocentrism was an early example. Here the time traveler was not just challenging a scientific paradigm, but the very fabric of experienced reality, and for many that was a step too far. They liked their universe with consistent rules where apples fall, time moves only forward, and humans never became sentient farm animals. And really, who can blame them? You would probably have a similar internal conflict too, given all the delightful dinnertime interruptions from our host. His friends, by refusing to believe his journey, were protecting their own understanding of how the world should be. It's a comforting delusion when facing down the very end of time. He, however, saw the doubt, the disbelief clear in their kind but resolute faces. He knew he hadn't convinced them. His grand, terrifying vision was too much for their anchored minds. He might have just as well been claiming that the moon was made of future Swiss cheese, and that a giant talking squirrel was the prime minister of 802-701 AD. It would be to them simply another equally preposterous piece of a peculiar, fantastical dream. A rather good one for dinner party entertainment, however. He leaned back in his chair, a profound melancholy settling upon him. The laughter and lightness that should have followed a successful return from such a daring voyage was conspicuously absent. All that remained was the quiet dismissal of a few polite, skeptical men. He had gambled everything, experienced a truth that would change humanity's understanding of itself, and his friends just wanted him to lie down. He found that profound silence more disheartening than any outward scoffing. It is amazing how much harder it is to be believed when you possess information that truly nobody ever really wanted to know. The bitter, sad irony was almost unbearable. His extraordinary tale had concluded, but his world stubbornly refused to shift with his experience. It truly does make you think sometimes the hardest journey isn't through time, but against the ingrained, unyielding beliefs of the people you meet upon your return. The time traveler had presented his chilling, unimaginable truth to his friends, laid bare the terrifying possible trajectory of humanity. And they, the rational, skeptical, comfortable gentlemen of late Victorian England, had gently, kindly, utterly refused to believe him. You saw the subtle flicker of hurt in his eyes, swiftly followed by a profound, almost tragic resignation. All that trauma, all that witnessed horror reduced to a waking dream or a vigorous hallucination. How wonderfully convenient for the peace of their dining room. He had expected perhaps fierce debate, passionate refutation, but not this calm, collective dismissal. He merely took another sip of his brandy, its comforting burn a poor substitute for the visceral reality he'd left behind. Very well, he murmured, his voice surprisingly soft. If my words and my condition are not enough, perhaps a night of sleep will restore your linear understanding of reality. He offered them a weak, tired smile. It was an expression that suggested he harbored no real expectation of changing their minds, merely a profound weariness from having tried. He then stood somewhat stiffly, his body still bearing the marks of eons and pursuit. His silence now was more eloquent than any further argument. What else could he say they could not fathom? They simply could not. The time traveler made a show of saying his goodnights, offering polite nods, promising a proper account the following morning. He limped back to his laboratory, the connecting door swinging gently shut behind him, leaving you and the other guests to a profound, unsettling silence. The hum of your gas lamps and the distant sounds of a London evening previously comforting now felt strangely alien, as if reality itself had thinned around your very comfortable armchair. The psychologist probably went straight for his notepad, convinced he'd witnessed a remarkable case study of psychological distress. Maybe a severe variant of explorer's delusion, a fascinating if quirky psychiatric case history. He'd detail all the observed behaviors, but undoubtedly dismiss the truth of the narrative itself. Mainstream Victorian psychology would definitely attribute his condition to neural overstimulation or hysteria. Any actual temporal travel was simply not in the diagnostic manual. But you perhaps felt differently. The chilling veracity of his haunted eyes, the genuine terror you had felt, the way his voice had trembled when he spoke of Weena, that resonated more profoundly than any logical rebuttal. The silence after he'd gone felt charged expectant. An hour passed. 2. The guests had gradually departed, making their polite excuses. Eventually, only you remained still, lost in contemplation. You sat by the dying embers of the fire, the brandy glass forgotten in your hand. The air in the dining room felt heavy with unspoken questions. What if it was true? Then the very faint familiar whirring sound began again from the laboratory. Barely audible, a subtle mechanical hum that seemed to vibrate in the very floorboards beneath your feet. Your breath caught. It was the distinct sound of the time machine warming up the precise sound you'd heard hours before when he had initially returned. You strained your ears, waiting. The time traveler. He knew they didn't believe him. He had faced a deeper loneliness in his own time than in the unimaginably distant future. The loneliness of being understood by absolutely no one. This fundamental incomprehension was a rejection more profound than any physical threat he had encountered. And in that moment he must have made his final terrible decision. He had glimpsed an apocalypse. He could not unsee it. He could not perhaps stay in a world that refused to look into the abyssal truths he had discovered. This a very fringe concept of history you might contemplate. Sometimes a person's vision of the future makes the present impossible to tolerate. You rose from your chair, drawn by an irresistible, almost magnetic pull. You padded silently towards the laboratory door, pushing it gently ajar. He was there, the time machine gleaming faintly in the laboratory's low gaslight, its intricate brass mechanisms barely visible against the shadow. And the time traveler was once again in the saddle, his back to you, hunched forward over the familiar controls. His posture bespoke a profound, quiet determination, a desperate resolution to once again leap into the void. This was no show for an audience. This was a man preparing for a journey into an even greater unknown, not just temporal, but existential. He looked up, his head cocked as if sensing your presence, but he didn't turn around. He didn't say goodbye. This goodbye was not for him, but for you. Time Traveler, having concluded his incredible, harrowing narrative, sat amidst his dinner guests, facing their polite, unyielding skepticism. You witnessed his deep, weary resignation. He had presented them with the ultimate truth, a devastating vision of humanity's long, slow decline and the cosmic desolation of the Earth. Yet their rational, rooted Victorian minds simply could not accommodate such a radical disruption of their perceived reality. They wanted a good story. He had given them a terrifying prophecy. They preferred elegant parlor tricks. He offered an unsettling glimpse into the crushing inevitability of entropy. He accepted their disbelief with a profound melancholy that settled like dust on his already tired shoulders. He knew he hadn't convinced them, and perhaps no amount of verbal argument or logical deduction ever could. It's often harder to confront something fundamentally horrifying than simply to dismiss it as an inconvenient figment of a slightly eccentric friend's imagination. The journalist, still hoping for a publishable angle, pressed one last time. Then, Time Traveler, he probed gently. If this tale is true and it defies our every expectation, will you undertake this journey again to provide, perhaps, a less disputable artifact? He had sensed, as you did, that something more profound than mere storytelling was afoot. There was an edge to his query, a glimmer of the recognition that the Time Traveler was not quite the man he had been before his odyssey. The Time Traveler's gaze, which had been fixed on the distant fireplace, flickered with an internal fire, an ember of a decision already made. He looked up, his eyes now bright with a strange, fierce resolve, tempered by an underlying sadness. "I have not completed my mission, my friend," he replied, his voice firm, no longer merely narrating but pronouncing a deep personal truth. "There is more to learn, more to confirm. I left so many unanswered questions behind." He spoke of the possibility of saving Weena, of understanding the Morlock's precise technology, perhaps even seeking a means to alter the chilling evolutionary trajectory he had witnessed. His scientific imperative, once muted by terror and grief, had reasserted itself powerful and relentless. This mission transcended mere academic curiosity. It had become a personal sacred duty. He, the scientist, still felt the gnawing emptiness of the lost proof, a desire to leave an indelible, unquestionable mark on history itself. Later that evening, long after the last of his skeptical guests had bid him a polite, slightly concerned farewell, and the gas lamps had been dimmed, the time traveler stood alone in his laboratory. "You watch him." He gently brushed a faint layer of dust from the gleaming brass and polished ivory of his time machine, its intricate mechanism waiting silently in the pervasive gloom. His movements were precise, meticulous, imbued with a quiet purpose that transcended mere tidying. His gaze fell upon the saddle, the very seat he had endured unspeakable horrors within, and yet which offered the only path away from this mundane, unbelieving world. He thought of Weena, her innocent smile, her primal terror, her fragile grip, and then her silent, horrific consumption by fire. The ghost of her small hand seemed to press against his own, a persistent echo of his profound loss. Mainstream historical reports often detailed explorers' post-expedition restlessness, a feeling of alienation from familiar comforts. For the time traveler, this restlessness was monumental, a perpetual urge to transcend his own limited reality. He wasn't merely resetting the dials this time, he was making a profound, ultimate choice. He would go back, not to change the future and impossibility perhaps, but to collect definitive proof. A Morlock claw, an Eloy flower perfectly preserved, anything that would silence the polite smiles and raise real scientific alarm bells in the minds of his contemporaries. And perhaps for his own haunted soul to re-examine that awful future, to search again for a path to an alternate ending, to mourn his lost companion, and perhaps somehow paradoxically give her death some meaning, a purpose that would shock humanity back from its slow, self-induced evolutionary path to complacent consumption. It was a rather specific mission, wasn't it? This finality was now his reason to be a haunting imperative that superseded all previous engagements and comforts. The next morning, the housekeeper arrived, bustling in with her usual efficiency, ready to light the fires and prepare the day's meals. She entered the laboratory first to tend to the fire, and found it empty. The time traveler was gone. And so too was his machine. Not a trace remained, save for a faint tremor in the air, a whisper of disturbed time, and a strange, unidentifiable scent that lingered faintly metallic and damp, but quickly dissipated into the ordinary morning air. He hadn't left a note, no grand pronouncement, no farewell. Just a simple, almost silent disappearance. Mainstream historical events often record precise dates and verifiable departures. For the time traveler, his vanishing acted as his ultimate, final, unspoken testament to his truth. He truly meant to leave them with proof eventually. But first he had to embark on his final desperate voyage. Weeks passed, then months, then years. The small circle of friends, those privileged few who had witnessed his grand theories, the vanishing model, his shocking traumatized return, and finally his quiet disappearance, would sometimes gather again at his now empty home. The story of the time traveler, as he called himself, became a source of polite conversation, a curious anecdote, a puzzling intellectual riddle. The general consensus reverted to he was either mad, lost in a bizarre accident, or simply for reasons unknown decided to abandon his life and family and embark on a particularly audacious and entirely fictional private world tour. His legacy was debated. Some believed him a scientific genius, others a gifted charlatan. Historians still argue whether exceptional, inexplicable events truly shape human perception, or if when faced with overwhelming unorthodoxy, humans simply revert to comforting familiar narratives that negate the unbelievable. Only the narrator, your own guide who perhaps believed the time traveler's every harrowing word, and a very small few others, would remember the strange look in his eyes, the mud on his boots, the profound grief when he spoke of a delicate lost companion. They would keep his story alive in hushed, earnest whispers, even as the world around them slowly dismissed him as a harmless, forgotten eccentricity. His extraordinary tale had indeed touched a fundamental, chilling truth. He went back not simply for physical proof, but for the moral and intellectual justification that the future he depicted was real and worth the telling. A poignant, slightly quirky notion some historical fringe figures have entire followings, not for what they proved, but for the depth of what they claimed, and the sheer scale of the journey they supposedly made. The time traveler had definitely gone the distance. Literally. The unsolved mystery of his fate became a whisper. Did he return? Did he find his conclusive evidence? Did he manage to return Weena from the fire in some unimaginable act of retroactive rescue? Did he ever truly make it home to a life that had the comforting ordinariness of a truly unevolved future? Or did he simply become another ghost, lost to the depths of time, an unseen, unheard echo in the unfathomable abyss? His chair remained empty, his scientific instruments gathered dust, and the silence that enveloped his laboratory spoke not of emptiness, but of possibilities vast and terrible. We are left only with his tale, a cautionary whisper from a future we can only hope never truly comes to pass. But the question remains drifting like a faint unseen dust mote across endless eons. What if he simply went looking for more proof, and in the quiet vastness of all those countless centuries simply never found his way back again? So as the embers fade and the final shadows lengthen in your room, know that the very concepts of progress and destiny remain unwritten, shaped perhaps not by grand design, but by individual choice, and by the courage or foolhardiness of a lone scientist and his wondrous, terrifying machine. He opened the doors of time and through them gave us a glimpse into a potential future more stark, more terrifying than any nightmare could conjure. And now you close your eyes adrift in the comforting present, but forever aware of the silent ticking clock marking the passage of not just minutes, but millennia. Sweet dreams.